Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming in today and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Lala, international real estate agent, and today we're talking about two stories that really highlight how different people handle relationships and family. First, we've got Cam Newton, who's talking about having even more kids despite already having 8 with 3 different women. Now, he says he's more afraid of getting divorced than just having more kids. And then on a sad note to me, this hurt my heart. We're going to discuss Judge Mathis and the news that his wife Linda has filed for divorce after nearly 40 years, y'all, 40 years of marriage, because she's tired of not being his main priority. So today I have some co-queens that are absolutely gorgeous. I'm so happy to spend some time with them. What a great way to spend a Monday. We have Moya, our tax professional, Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, and Lizzie Vertner, international mindset coach and speaker. We've been missing her. She went on vacay a little bit. And so, ladies, we're going to unpack all of this. Now, listen, if you're watching us, you know how we roll. You know how we roll. We like for you to talk with us. We love to hear what your comments are. Put those comments in. We'll address them and just keep the conversation going. So before we move forward, ladies, I'm going to let the video be pulled up. So let's see what Cam's got to say.
I understand a lot of people see my situation and not think that I'm not high functioning.
What situation?
See my situation. That's a very vague question, and it's for you
what
to
situation are you referring to that they're looking at and thinking is not high functioning?
Just my life.
Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
My life.
See, don't deflect. Let's stay here. Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
Both, really.
And they think that you're low functioning?
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take my intentions away from this. Can I correct it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or can I give you more?
Yes, more information. Heck yeah.
So, I'm not married, right? I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
by how
8.
many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more. Now.
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I just want God
about your wife?
I just want God to bring him.
Oh, okay. And you have, so you just.
Because my point is this. My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. So, as you had said, Dr. Brian, you said it, I didn't say it, I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
You're not taking your time.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay? So you're creating, and disclaimer, the kids are innocent. They are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the kids, period. But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father, and I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there. Now.
Okay, first of all, ladies, I don't like his attitude, so I'm going to hold back a little bit on what I need to say, because I would really love to see what you have to say. So let's start with Cam. He's got 8 kids with 3 different women and is now talking about wanting more. What is your gut reaction to this? I'm going to start with you, Moya.
Well, my gut reaction is really thinking about the kids, because she said something so important. They're going to all grow up, all or most. We don't know how long he's going to stay with his current partner, but without him actively in the home. Therefore, they have to accept a deficit or accept this lifestyle. And it seems very unfair to them to not have that and have his presence.
I think in the end the kids suffer, period. When you don't have, two parents in the home or two parents that can co-parent very well, it's the children that miss out on this. I mean, I often think of Nick Cannon. Cam's not the only one. Nick Cannon's got all these children, and he even said for Father's Day he was going to allow them to spend time with them. To me, there's something really wrong with that. And I know Mariah makes sure that she wants full custody. She said, because he's not really around a lot. So I would imagine this would be the same case with him too. Athena, what are your initial thoughts on this, and how do you see it?
My initial thoughts was, thank God I am not baby mama out here. Listen, Poons on lock. So that was my initial thought. I did feel like this is indicative of a mindset that is growing. I do have a question for the chat, though. Do we think Cam is low functioning? That was the word of the day. That was the first time I heard that term. So I was like, whoo, this might be something that needs to get some legs, honey. I think that the key thing that also stood out to me was when he said that his fear of marriage is higher than his fear of divorce. And I think we need to explore that. Oftentimes I feel like maybe there's avoiding doing some personal work on self in order to be in a healthy, committed relationship.
I'm not really thinking that he even considers anything to be dedicated. He's so woo-woo on this. I can't even really take him seriously. And I believe that the interviewer that interviewed him did an excellent job on calling him and trying to get him recentered again. And he still was just flying all over the place. We also want to hear what your thoughts are. Okay, we know we're a panel of women today. This is Fly Nubian channel, but we would love to hear from some of our brothers out there as well. What are you thinking about this? What was your initial thoughts? Because we want to hear both sides. So Lindsay, what is your thought on this?
So I didn't see the whole interview. I've only seen that same clip that went viral, like I think most of us have. And I thought it was very selfish. Obviously, I don't know Cam Newton, but what I got from that clip is that him and Nick Cannon too, all of them of this mindset are very selfish. It is hard raising kids. So you don't want the responsibility of a marriage because of your fear of divorce, but the responsibility of raising a child is way higher and a lot more at risk than a marriage. It was very selfish.
I think it was very selfish. And can I throw a cog in the wheel? You're so afraid of divorce, but what, you ain't afraid of that child support?
Right.
Because I mean, y'all look at him. He's got the cutest babies. Listen, I'm always for the babies. But being able to give them the love and the nurturing that they need is also very important. We're showing a couple of his families and with their mothers, and there's 3 of them. As we said, 8 children. There's 3 mothers, and I want to know why this is okay with the women as well. But I do want to address a couple of the comments that we have. But before we move on to the comments, I threw out there something, guys. I said that he said he was more afraid of getting divorced than having more children, but that children comes with financial responsibility. Moya, I mean, you're a tax professional. Yes, there's a thing called tax credit for children, but should he keep going?
Well, one of the comments that was just posted right now, they talked about how much his contract was worth. So when he was in the league, it's rumored that he had a contract for $100 million. So I don't know if he's really super worried about the cost of child support. My only thing is, what makes him think that he's going to be much better of a father just by giving them money? It feels like there's more to it. Like, what does he want? Like, does he want to start his own league? Does he want to say I can have 5 of my kids go to the league? We can all get $100 million contract. Like, what is his goal right now? I don't get it.
Well, somebody in the chat said, isn't that a show already? 8 is enough. Yeah, I think that 8 is enough. Now, I'm going to twist it back to what we said about the women. Athena, you're single, you're still dating. We've discussed many times how the dating pool is kind of shallow in the fact of finding someone. I try to put that the best way possible.
I'm trying to keep a straight face while you're like lining it up. I'm trying to keep a straight face. Go ahead.
Right. So, do you think that women accepting this type of behavior, because now polygamy is also in our community, do you see this as acceptable for something in your life? And how would you handle this if you had already had children with someone and he's doing the same thing with other women?
I'm single again, back on the prowl. I thought it was worth. Listen, okay, so this is my thoughts on this. I know poly and polyamory and all this is the wave, but we're trying a new thing, this, that, and the third. I've actually had mentors who have had, I guess they were Muslim, Islam, whatever, those type of marriages where the man can have X amount of wives. Ladies, first of all, ooh, that's tambourine. I guess the spirit was coming through. First of all, the man will always have a favorite. He always got a number one. So if you ain't a number one, you in the lineup back there. Two, I don't think that, especially where we are as a group, as a collective, as a Black community in America, I would not advise women to sign up for the baby mama child support wave, even if the man is an athlete, because I'll tell you why. All right, say we use the example of Cam and that $100 million contract. Uncle Sam taking 40% of that. His agent is taking X amount of percentage of that. His legal team is taking X amount. By the time you're done that, it's maybe 30%? Okay. So that's 30 million over how many years of a contract? Plus the spending and all of that. So that's separate from any endorsements. But what I'm saying, these men don't have that kind of money like that. I think Mick Cannon, baby mamas are on like a $10K a month payment. So you want to get $10K a month because your ass probably don't want to work as a woman. Let's be honest. And you want to deal with your child growing up, not having a full-time father around, all these, not getting the care and attention. And you think in the beginning, you signing up, okay, at least I'm going to have my bills paid. Mm. Having a man's ability to pay your bills won't fulfill you in a relationship. I have known plenty of rich women who have left their husbands because they didn't devote the time and energy it was needed. So
I agree with that. And we have some really great comments that I want to pull up because they're comments that make you go, So G Powers at 606, she said, I blame the women, period. Wow. I love all the women's eyes got really big. Moya, I want to hear your thoughts on that because you went, and I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, I blame the women, period. So let's say, Athena, let's say that they went in thinking that they were the only one at first. Like the first one, I don't know in that picture if that was his first one. It looks like they had, 3 to 4 kids. I'm thinking you're going in, 3 kids and then 1 on the way. And then saying like, what if I'm different? Isn't that always the case? Don't we always feel like I'm going to be the one that changes him? Yeah. Like, I'm going to be that. And then I'm going to give him these kids. I'm going to show him the best that I could possibly ever give a person, a human being. And I'm going to make sure I stay looking good. I'm going to make sure all of these things. And he's going to change. So like, is that wrong for a woman to think that?
Yes. Cue Mary J. Blige not gonna cry. This is why I don't. This is why I said, listen.
I think get
that paperwork, marriage certificate, deed, and life insurance, and then we can talk. That's why they don't want to get married, because they don't want to be accountable and go through the headache of a divorce and be responsible. And that's why my daddy told me, regardless of anything, you still need him to marry you. So go.
Yeah, what we say, my mama always said, don't buy the cow You know, if you get the free milk, and I know that seems old school and old country, but that was taught to me and instilled in me over and over and over. Janelle Matthews says he seems cocky and condescending and didn't understand what the doctor was saying about a family. I do want to make a correction, because y'all know if I do something wrong and I find out that it is something wrong, it was actually his show. But girlfriend was running it like it was her show, breaking things down. So that's why I thought it was her show. And then also Tiffany at 610 says, also of not knowing who's in the house, who's influencing your kids, right? Do you not want to be the biggest influence in their lives? Do you love them enough to give them an unbroken home? Lindsay, man, that right there is a word to be said. And what words do you have to add to that?
That's what I was getting at earlier. So you're okay with your fear of divorce, but you are clearly also okay with passing down those traumas to your children, because yeah, you might be a great dad when you're present with them, but how often are you truly present with those children?
Exactly. Can we pull up the pictures of these beautiful babies again? Let's see them once again, because I want y'all to look at these babies, how precious they are. Now, the first mother is Kia Proctor, and she has 4 children. The second is Lorena Shaw, and she has two. What did it was it 3 or 2? And then Jasmine Brown has the third baby, I do believe. The 8th baby. Well, I done lost count already, y'all. Look how many it is. I can't even keep up. So how the mama's keeping up? Oh Lord, this is just too much for me. I don't understand. So
Listen,
I don't. I can't. I mean, my family was split. I mean, my birth mother, I'm the oldest on my birth mother's side. I'm the baby on my father's side. Now, my birth mother wasn't a part of my life, but she had umpteen kids, and 5 that I know of. And we were raised completely different. So there was no dynamic between me and the mother. There was nothing at all. So, and she didn't seem to care how many children she had either. So I'm coming from a female perspective, knowing that my birth mother, y'all, we stopped counting at like 17. I kid you not. She had a couple of twins in there, and you don't hear about the woman's side of doing that as well. But a parent not there, period, is always going to affect the child. I grew up wanting to know about my mother, even though I knew I was in a better situation. But who did I look like? Because everybody kept saying, you look like your mama. Do you know, you sound like your mama. And you're like, who's this lady? So I wonder just how much quality time this man can give these babies, especially when he keeps saying that, you know, he wants more. So do you think it's fair for Cam to avoid marriage because of his fears, yet
no,
continue to have more children? And what kind of message does this send? Who said no? Athena?
I did. It's not
Go,
fair at
Lindsay,
all.
go.
It is not fair at all, because those babies are going to feel something when he's not present with them. Listen, it is hard to raise children, period. It is hard to raise children in a 2-parent household, let alone a 1-parent household with multiple houses. It takes a lot. Like, I can speak for myself. I have 2 children with my husband. And there are some times whenever he's working a lot, or I have to do this or I have to do that. And if I think it's hard with a fully present husband that's in their lives on a regular basis, like, I can only imagine what it's like if I didn't have him 24/7. And how many
Right.
people feel like that. And then speaking for myself, having a father that wasn't presently in my life, consistently in my life, I should say. I knew who he was. He came around. We had our times. And when I was with him, I was happy to be hanging out with my dad. And I felt like he loved me so much. But when he wasn't there, I had subconscious resentment. It caused me to be a perfectionist. It caused me to be a people pleaser. It caused me to be an overachiever. Obviously, I don't know that as a child, because this is subconscious things that's happening, but it showed up in my behaviors. This is why I preach that you have to heal yourself as much as possible before having a child, especially if you are wanting to not be married or be in a committed relationship and have a child with a committed partner. You have to heal yourself as much as possible, because you are passing traumas on to your child, even if you think they're happy.
I have to agree with that. And what does that say for our next generation of children? That is what concerns me more than anything right now, is that we have to think about the babies. But do you think Cam's fears about divorce are valid, or do they stem from a deeper issue? Do we know that if he was raised by both of his children, by his parents or not? Do we know that? I know, Athena, I always ask you because you know all the things about pop culture.
Probably not. Probably not. But to be honest with you, I have a question that I want to pose to the ladies. Is Cam comments, right? Is that more so him expressing maybe how some men will feel? I wish we had a man on the panel about maybe it's not really, they don't really care about having kids. Like the kids are just a byproduct. I just want to have sex. You know, I just want to have sex. I want to have raw sex with these women. Like, is it like a sex thing? And I just so happen to have kids. And Cam and Nick Cannon, because they have money, they're like, okay, it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal, right? Because I can afford to have them. Is that where the mindset is coming from? What do you think, Moya?
I think that's a really good question. Like, I could take care of it, so why not? And then I just want to go out and have fun. Like, I could definitely see that whole idea of I want to go out and have fun. The thing that was interesting to me when she said, like, look at, we see Jasmine Brown right there. Like, how come he didn't say, and like, you know what, I'm currently in a situation, I'm currently in love, I just had a kid, and I would love to have more kids with her. But he went and said, I want God to bring them to me, however, you know, they're brought to me. Like, that's the part that I would have needed some more clarity on. Like, what does that even mean? Does that,
I think you know what it means, Moya.
Listen, that further proves that his desire to birth all these children, well, he's not doing the birthing, but to create all of these children is selfish, because what? Just, God, bring them how they come. Don't bring them in financial stability. Don't bring them in emotional stability and mental stability, but just bring them to me. And here's the thing, we all know money goes and money, like, it flows in and out. How many athletes have gone bankrupt, have then ended up, you know, payday loan? I don't count his wallet, so I don't know how he invests his money, but he could be broke 2 years from now. And then what?
I think especially, and this is my thing, and maybe we can do an episode on baby mama culture, but I think that when you see other cultures of women requiring marriage first, requiring that, okay, you make the commitment in your mind that it's going to be me and you, I think it denotes a higher self-esteem. And I do think that as a collective, Black women have low self-esteem by allowing baby mama culture. Now, if you guys break up or things didn't work out, that's different. But like Jasmine knowingly going into the arrangement, Nick Cannon baby mamas knowingly going into the arrangement, I think that it is indicative of a low self-esteem thing and low sense of self.
So one thing, and I know that, Lala, I'm glad that you're back, but I do want to ask. So Nick Cannon and Cam Newton, are they exactly the same? Like, he's only got 3 different women and he has 8 kids. I thought Nick Cannon has, like, please correct me, but like 10 kids and like 7 different kids' moms. Like, I think it's different, right? Didn't he go in saying like, hey, this is a situation between you and I? But with Cam Newton, because he was there for several years and had several kids over a span of time, like, we're in a relationship. Isn't that different?
No, I throw them all in the same boat. I throw them all, him, Nick Cannon, Future, whoever else in the lineup, whoever else.
I do too.
On the
but guys, it's not just in our community too. Musk is doing the same thing and encouraging people to go out and continue to have all these babies, and his kids ain't happy neither.
I think a lot of these, I don't want to cast aspersions on a whole group of men, but there is a good portion of men who are degenerate and sexually degenerate and who I think indulge in practices like this. And I think that's indicative of that as well.
Well, that's a lot to unpack, and we're not even finished. We just beginning, and we got all sorts of great comments. But if you're just joining us, we done got all the way through here, and I haven't even had a chance to tell you who you're watching. Now, we know we got all these people who are here every day, and we appreciate you, but you're watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't want to miss our show and you love being able to talk to us because we talk back, make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Guys, I got that down pat. I sing that in my sleep sometimes because that's how good the show is, right? And then if you want to take us on the road with you, get your coffee, get your little energy drink, and you just walking. Maybe you want to take us on your walk with you. You want to hear. Go ahead and download us on Spotify, right? All you got to do is go over there, put in Fly Nubian Money, and give us a 5-star rating, because guess what, guys? That really does help us out, and it means a lot. And we know you love the show. So let's get back into the conversation, because I'm mad about it. I'm going to be real honest. I'm going to be real honest. I think we have enough children from broken homes. And I know that some people are saying, this is not a broken home, but yes, it is a broken home. When you don't have both parents there to bounce off other, to the yin and the yang to raising your child, or at least in a very committed relationship where you're sharing responsibility equally, that is a broken home to me. And so, I mean, do you think that how do you think this is going to affect the next generation? Moya, your thoughts on that?
The next generation, I think that's really, really important. And getting pregnant with the men. Yeah. And I think it's also, and I know that someone just commented in terms of why are we getting pregnant while not asking for marriage. I think that all that's important. I know that for me, when I was married, before we had kids, we were married. That was something that was important to us. I still don't know in this day and age, unless we are going to decide that through thick and thin, we are going to stay in this and we're going to work through it. And we were together 14 years. I don't think that automatically means because we were married first before having kids, therefore we're going to stay together.
You know, it's really interesting. I had someone tell me, and I don't know where we were in context about her daughter was getting married to a young man, and he was out there doing everything he can, and this daughter wanted to stay with him, and he ended up getting someone else pregnant before getting married with her. And the family accepted this other young lady because that was their first grandchild. And so my friend was very upset, but she said she fooled around and she let that man have a baby with another person, and now she'll never be the one to have the first grandbaby. She was blaming the woman. So this brings me to a question, because Big Mac, we see you, Big Mac. We appreciate you. He said he has a question for us, and I want to hear what we have to say about this. He says, why are women getting pregnant for any man without requiring marriage? Athena.
Listen, Big Mac, you preaching a word today, honey. I wish you was on the panel right now so we can pick your man brain right now. I do agree. I do think that we need to require it for children. Now, I know marriage is not for everybody, and that's cool, right? But if you're not going to have children, of course, we can just be together and write it out. But I think that structure is very important in a child's life. And as a woman who dates men, I can see a difference with the men who grew up in a 2-parent household and the men that don't. Even though they may say it has no difference, I notice a difference. And then 2, what I want to also address from Big Mac, women carrying children, not men. So I personally think women have a little bit more responsibility not to get pregnant. I actually agree with this statement, only because I know, based off experience and what we see in society and in nature, the men are not going to take that responsibility. And you have to be the one at the end of the day to carry that child. So I do think women, especially with women's rights, which may go away with Handmaid's Tale, I do think that women have the responsibility of not getting pregnant because we have so much more to risk.
Well, guess what, guys? We are going to have a special guest that is going to give us a little bit of the other side's views, and we'll be bringing on Dr. Boyce Watkins today so that he can talk to us from the man side. Hi, Dr. Boyce.
What
So
else
good
is
to
so
see
sweet today?
you.
What do we owe the pleasure today?
Yes, we
Oh.
talking stuff.
You know what? Y'all are so smart and so good. And I was listening. And so I heard you mention that you wanted to hear from a man. And I did a podcast episode about this very topic today. And I said, I'm a man. I have something to say. So how you ladies doing today? So good to see you.
Great.
Yes. I you know what? I'm not gonna even start with like too many comments on it. I'll let you. You're doing a great job, Lala, leading the conversation. But you know, I'll say that I was taken aback by what Cam and Nick are kind of doing. It's definitely unconventional, and the way I kind of wanted to address it was more so not in a way that was sort of degrading to anybody, but to really just kind of say that I fundamentally believe that our families are a mess in a way in the African American community. I think we have a big problem with the fact that so many of our kids grow up without a father. In fact, if you look at the fact that 76% of Black children grow up without a father in the house, and so many people we're conditioned to say, oh, well, that's no big deal. That doesn't have an effect. I just say, well, what if 76% of our children grew up without a mother? Would we see it differently? You see people do crazy stuff. And then when somebody says, well, his mother abandoned him when he was 5, you're like, oh, I know why he's crazy, or whatever. Right. So I kind of feel like we don't understand how important the father's role is. I don't think women or men, I think some of us have really kind of forgotten this. And I haven't forgotten that. I think about what my father meant for me and stuff like that. So I didn't quite I did not understand why Cam and Nick are doing what they're doing, especially as a father in my own house. I think about how much work it is for me and my wife to take care of these kids, right? A lot of teamwork, a lot of passing the ball back and forth, a lot of covering for each other, blocking for each other, etc. And so I don't agree with it, but I think that, and I'm going to pass it back because I want you to just feel free to ask me any question, but I kind of think that we're not really hearing men in terms of, remember that the key thing Cam said to me that got my attention was when he said, my desire for marriage is outweighed by my fear of divorce. And people say, well, why are you scared? Why are you scared? Well, if the majority of these relationships are dying and you're rich, you've got a lot of options, you're happy with your life, why wouldn't you be a little bit nervous about that? If I get a car and somebody says, well, that car breaks down 60% of the time, I don't know if I want to buy that car, so even though I did get married and I was happy to do it, I kind of heard what he was saying a little bit. And I don't know if we're really addressing that, in the midst of, not that y'all are doing this, you're not doing this. I heard it's a great conversation, but in the midst of everybody shaming and saying, why won't you do it? We're not hearing some of the men as well.
I have a
and
question.
That's what I want to ask you. Oh, go ahead, Athena.
I have a question. Is the fear of divorce, because the statistic is 80% of women are leaving and it's really common issues, right? Is it because they don't, I have a theory that they're not willing to do the work, the empathetic, emotional, interpersonal relationship work with the woman to make sure that relationship sustains? And I think because they're not willing to do that work, they're like, all right, well, I'm just not going to get married, right? Because it takes work to make the marriage work. You know what I'm saying?
I think that the lack of willingness to do the work could be a factor. I heard someone on the panel mention that difference between seeing parents who did the work versus seeing parents who didn't have to do the work. I watched for 50 years. My parents are having their 50th year wedding anniversary this year. So I saw up close marriage, not as the fairy tale that everybody believes it is. Everybody thinks marriage is just like the wedding day. No, it's not. I saw the reality of it. I saw those two people forgive each other at a level that I believe most people wouldn't be able to withstand on both sides. I remember hearing my father say, well, if that's what your mother wants, and that's what we're going to do. I saw my mother super loyal to my father, even when he wasn't a perfect man, whatever that meant for them. You can probably guess. And I'm not even here to say that that's necessarily always the best outcome. I can only say that for those two, if you were to ask them, are you glad you stuck it out for 50 years? They would say absolutely yes, completely. But maybe if you'd asked them 20 or 30 years ago, I don't know if the answer would have been the same, right? So I kind of feel like the willingness to do the work comes down a lot to culture. So my father, because I saw him do the work and because that's who he is, if my brother and I were to go to him and say, gosh, my wife's driving me crazy, you know, this stuff is stressing me out, he would say, go home to your wife. This is what you don't do. This is you got to respect her. You know what I mean? Whereas if I came home and every time I came home, I came home to a parent who never had to make that sacrifice, I might get a different answer. Like, well, if it's too hard, you know, you got to do what's best for you, and you got to think about your happiness, and that's where I think I end up getting off the bus for some of our culture, because I never ever made the decision to start a family or to head a family with my wife, thinking that my feelings were the most important thing in the room. You know, if I wanted my feelings to be paramount in every decision I made, I would probably be single, because I was not unhappy as a single person. I'm happy as a married man. I was happy as a single man. So I think culture matters, and I don't know if we think about that enough.
But that's where my question comes in, because we discussed that, you know, we teach these things in our family. We're the ones who are there giving the children the role model to see. But is it our responsibility as women, for young ladies and men, to also be the guiding light to say, hey, man, let's go have coffee. Let's talk about some things, and just become a mentor to someone who you feel like you could help to see things differently, or to explain what being responsible really looks like. Are we dropping the ball as mentors and mentees in women and men?
I think that's a good question. I think that, I think our young people need mentorship. I don't know if mentorship though is the same as just raw experience. You know, it's like I really honestly think about marriage like running a marathon. You know, when I ran my first marathon, it was horrible. It was like, there's nothing more depressing than to run 17 miles and then have somebody say, you only got 9 miles to go. You know, it's terrible. And so, you know, what the difference was, that when I ran the marathon, I ran it with my wife, and she was a marathon runner. Now, if I had tried to run a marathon with a sprinter, I wouldn't have gotten very far. And I think that sometimes we get married to people who are sprinters and not marathon runners. You know, they've never been trained. If you took Noah Lyles, the fastest man on earth, and asked him to run a marathon to save his life, he couldn't do it. And so I think how people are built, what their value systems are, makes a big difference. And I would just say, I don't tell people that they should or should not get married. I just say, make sure you know what you're getting into, and make sure you start this institution of marriage. This almost like starting a business. Start it with somebody who's ready to do the same level of work that you're willing to do, because it does kind of stink to have one person doing all the work and the other person not doing all the work. I don't, honestly, just to be quite frank, I don't see Nick and most of the celebrity guys I know, a lot of them, honestly, to be honest with you, are not usually built to do all that work. You know, you got 1,000 pretty women chasing you down and stuff. And it's like, well, why would I go talk to her when I can just go talk to someone who's going to be nicer to me or whatever? And I think the question becomes, if you're not built for marriage and you know this, does that undermine your right to reproduce? You know, because I think what Nick is saying, and again, I'm not going down the Nick Cannon camp. I think he's creating a lot of challenges for himself. But you know, if he's a guy that says, look, I don't want to get married because I don't want to do it wrong. I don't want to be shamed because I did something, I broke a rule. So instead of me making a promise I can't keep, I'm just going to still have children because that's my right to do that. Who are we to tell him that he can't do it? I don't know. That's obviously between him and his kids. But I do think, though, to your point, that he's going to have some challenges with the kids. I think the kids are going to grow up and they're going to feel like they missed out, some of them. And it's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, I do too. There was a question for you about, do you see this as any different than the poly situation, like the poly marriages? I can tell you, I kind of see that differently because they still work together, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. It's
definitely different from poly because, you know, I don't think people are allowed to completely live their truth in their relationships. I think that I would actually feel better for Nick's kids if they did. It's like, look, man, you're making all this money. Okay, buy 7 houses on the same street and just, you know, y'all all live in the same little neighborhood. That way, at least you're maximizing things for the kids. And again, it's a bias, but my bias is that when we have children, what we want and our happiness is secondary. It's the kids. We got to protect them emotionally. And I think so many of our kids are traumatized and damaged, and I just see it everywhere, and it breaks my heart. And I just wish we were able to be more conscious of that.
Yeah, I do too, because it seems like everything right now is always me, me, me. Lindsay, I know that you had something that you would like to interject to this conversation as well.
Yes, I know the one comment had mentioned that we are not hearing the fear that Cam has, but what makes you think us women don't have those same fears? We do, and this goes back to my point earlier that I said that this is why we have to be intentional about healing, because if Cam was willing to heal that fear that he has of divorce, then he can attract women that have also done the healing work, and they can make a decision together that we both are healing ourselves and we're going to enter this relationship doing the best that we can. Now, we know that marriage is not the end all be all. People still end up getting divorced. But if I'm healed as much as possible as I currently can be, and you're healed as much as possible as you currently can be, and we decide together, then our chances of overcoming that statistic is much, much greater than those people that are just doing whatever they want, not willing to do the work, because it takes emotional work, mental, physical, spiritual, financial work. All of those things are included in creating a healthy marriage. And we know also that all marriages, you don't have two happy, healthy parents. They also need to do some healing. So it always goes back to, we have to be willing to heal. And we know statistically that Black men, the Black community in general, aren't, prone to therapy, especially Black men. So we have to go back into that discussion of what are we willing to break and not pass down to our children, so that we can create an effective and prosperous mental health, spiritual health, physical health, financial health, all the health of the child that we're supposed to be raising and protecting.
I couldn't agree more. That's where we also need to start within ourselves, seeing that getting therapy there's nothing wrong with getting therapy. If you had all the answers, you wouldn't be going through the problems that you got. Sometimes you need to have someone from the outside look in and to help guide you. Moya, I'd like to hear some of your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we really have to consider is there's something going on that we're really not addressing with this Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and their whole mindset of women. I feel like men nowadays, their pinnacle is, I just need to get rich and wealthy. Once I do that, and the role of a woman has now been minimized to, what do you do? Like, isn't that always the question they ask women? What do you do? Like, you cook, I can pay someone to do that. You clean, I can pay someone to do that. So now the role is just minimized to the bare minimum of, you only procreate. I only have you here when I need you to procreate, and that's it. And I think healing is important, but we have to really come back together to say, what's the role of a great woman and a great man, and how they can make a great family, versus just this minimized level of who a woman is within the scope of a relationship. I don't feel like there's something happening in our society that we haven't really done.
Yeah, it's always when my thoughts are here's what I feel like a lot of times happens. People only listen to hurry up and get their thought out to the next thing, instead of actually listening to what the problem is or what your significant person is saying to you. You're so anxious to get out your comments and your thoughts and your feelings that you don't listen to the other party and respond respectfully. Because if you continue to talk over top each other, you never can get to that thought. If you are just now joining us, you are in for a treat. We've got our special guest here. Dr. Boyce is here with us today to give us a man's perspective on what we're talking about today. We are Fly Nubian Money. We're here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't want to miss an episode. And how do you not miss an episode? All you have to do is take this little assistant right here and text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. And you'll be notified every time we go live. Now, listen, we could tell you we love guests. We told you we love guests. And if you feel like you want to come on and talk to us too, all you have to do is email us. It's real simple. Do this assistant again and pull that on out and email us at info@reelvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to twist this story around a little bit. We've talked about Cam. We've talked about how many children. We've talked about broken homes and things of that nature. But let's flip it to the other side, because today we're going to address that Judge Mathis's marriage will be ending in divorce after 40 years, almost 40 years. His wife has decided to file for divorce, and she's just unhappy in the relationship. And being married myself 31 years, and I know you said, Dr. Boyce, your parents have been together 50 years. I just can't imagine how this feels to both of them after being together for so long. She's stood by his side for many years, but she's also feeling that she's no longer getting satisfaction from the relationship as well. 40 years is a long time. Dr. Boyce, I'm actually going to start with you because I know you're married. How would you, if someone is not getting served after 40 years, do you think this is something a long time coming, or maybe a new self-realization in a relationship?
Probably a long time coming. I personally think that being married to a celebrity is different from being married to a regular person. And I think I've just seen stuff get real weird and messy and everything else. And it's sad, you know, and I'm sure it's sad. I don't know if they have kids or not, but the kids are sad. And it almost makes you wonder, like, is there a point where you say, look, we've done 40 years. Like, we might as well finish running to the finish line. You know, but then again, maybe you say, you know, I'm going to go out on the dating scene and try it again. But like, I just had a conversation with a woman I know who's 68. And she had real issues with her husband, you know, a lot of the standard stuff. And now he actually died. And it was interesting because she wasn't real sad that he died, which is kind of sad to hear. And now she was like on the dating apps, trying to figure the world out, you know, because it's changed since 1987, you know, and I just don't know what to say in that situation. I mean, that's hard. So it's like, choose your hard, right? Is it easier to just deal with the person I've been dealing with, or is it easier to go deal with this world that I don't understand? I'm not here to judge it for anybody. I just think it's sad. And I think it also speaks to the idea that I don't believe that when you talk about something as emotional as, you know, as dating, mating, and procreation, that we are always as thoughtful and do our due diligence as much as we should. I see people that'll spend more time researching maybe the profession they want to go into or the university they want to attend than they spend studying, you know, the situation they're entering into when they get married. I mean, you're really talking about your life. And to me, I'd want to just really, really take my time and get to know that person, study the process, learn how to maximize once I've selected that person. You know, that's the therapy, that's the reading the books together, that's learning all the tools, getting the mentors and all that, so that when you make that commitment, you're able to create the best situation you can. Because when you try to reverse all that, especially after 30 or 40 years, that's hard to do.
Listen, before I grew up with my mother telling me, and this is what keeps me going. And I always tell this to any of my nieces, nephews, friends, children. What's your therapy for? What's your answer to being married for so long? My mother told me, baby girl, you married that man for a reason. There are many reasons that you fall in and out of love during the course of your marriage. And during the times where you're feeling out of love, you need to sit back and really think about the times that you wanted to marry this person in the first place and work toward that feeling that you had before you said I do. That has saved me a many time. And many of the people who I've given that advice to said that comes into their play too. So this marriage is hard work. It's not, just like you said, you don't get in this marriage and be like, I'm on a honeymoon every day. You know, someday you don't have good days and you have to uplift one another. Or if you disagree, be able to disagree and then go breathe and come back together. So this is really hard for me to swallow, in the fact that I know that they've been together for so long and she feels like she hasn't been served. So Linda is saying that he isn't prioritizing their relationship after 40 years. So I'd like to hear what you think, Lindsay, because you're married. I had to think of who was married on my panel. Do you think that work life plays into the long-term relationships?
Definitely, definitely. We really have to be intentional about, okay, you got your work time, but you also need to prioritize family time as well. And it's not always going to be an even slice of the pie. You know, maybe in this season, work is a little heavier, but in this season, work is a little lighter and family is heavier. But from what I've heard about the Mathis's divorce is that he was always on the work side and never really prioritizing family, and she just got fed up. Obviously, I don't know all the details behind their marriage, but we have to be intentional about, okay, I am going to make my family a priority in my life, because what are we really doing it for anyway?
Right. Now, there has been an insider that is close to Linda that, because you always have insiders that's always going to come out and talk, right? Or a book or somebody telling everybody business. But, she said that Linda sacrificed her whole life for Judge Mathis and that he's been working 24/7 for the better part of the last 30 years. Her friend also continued to say that Judge Mathis promised Linda that he would slow down and they could travel the world together and enjoy the rest of their lives. But he's not trying to slow down. Linda's decision to file for divorce reflects her desire to prioritize her own well-being and happiness. Life is too short. And if Judge Mathis wants to run, I don't think she's ready to run with him. How do you feel about those comments, Moya?
The
I think she's muted.
She's like getting muted, unmuted. Okay, so I think what happens is that we have to, and it's very difficult, but you have to know the vision of the person that you're going to marry. And many times when you're with the person, it doesn't appear to be very clear. But if you listen to what they say and listen to what they're not saying, you're going to get an understanding of, what does this person truly think beyond this moment? And does my vision match? Like, she could have seen Judge Mathis 40 years ago and said, wow, I like the fact that he's hardworking. And I know that we're going to have a very stable marriage and I'm not going to really want for anything. So let me just super stick this out. But in reality, she probably wasn't really looking for this hard working man. She just wanted somebody that just covered everything, like the bills, but not so ambitious. So I think it's important to know what type of partner I'm going to have. Am I going to be okay with someone who's really ambitious? Then you have to be okay with that person. And I'm also curious if part of this is to kind of test him to see, can you do without me? You've been with me for 40 years. Like, can you really do without me?
That's a dangerous thing, though, because you might not get the answer that you want, right? And that could be heartbreaking in itself. Many of our viewers are saying that, yes, they have children and they also have grandchildren. So now we always think of the children, but now we also have to think about the grandchildren as well. This is another generation that this is going to affect. But this also ties into our first part of our show. So Cam said he's afraid, right? And now we're talking about a couple that has been together for 40 years and now they're separating. So what lessons can younger couples learn from this experience regarding the work balance and prioritizing their relationships? Athena.
Well, I think that going back to what I asked Dr. Boyce, his wife was asking for us to slow down. His wife was trying to prioritize him because he was working 70, 80-hour schedules. They met in college. She did not know he was going to go and be the Judge Mathis of today. And instead of taking the time to slow down and prioritize the quality time, he's prioritizing his career, his money, everything about him. So at some point, you have to come to the table and be like, okay, where are my needs being met? I do think that men do have reasons to be fearful of divorce. I actually do think that, because there's a shift occurring in women. And I think back in the days, women were, more along the lines of, no matter what, I'm going to stay with this person. Nowadays, the energy has shifted. I think women are very much so thinking about themselves and their needs and really questioning if those needs are being met in relationship. And what a lot of the men are finding is that, which probably heightens the fear, if I do not take more time to be intentional and put in that work to nurture my relationship and keep that woman happy, she will leave me even after 40 years.
Now, I'm going to throw that to you, Dr. Boyce, because I can ask you this same question that I asked Athena, because you are also married to someone also very successful. You both have successful careers and you both have different work areas. How can someone look in and see that this work balance can still work for their relationship? The younger generation looking to see, and how Cam is seeing it. You're doing it. I'm doing it. It can be done.
Well, you know what? I'll say this, Lala. That's a great question, and you're really making me think on this. Marriage is complex. I think comparing it to owning a business is a good comparison because it's an institution that can really benefit you in a lot of ways. Financially is one of them, but in other ways as well. And like any other any other kind of business, how you run it is going to determine whether it makes your life better or destroys your life. And that requires skill. It requires a certain amount of commitment, sacrifice, a good business partner, etc. And so the way I personally became comfortable, because I've seen women evolve through time. Most women today are not like my mother. My wife is not like my mother. They look alike and they're in the same profession. It's funny, they say you marry your mom, and I did. I think because they look so much alike, but they're different. You know, they're built. I don't know if my wife could be married to my dad, if you know what I mean. So that meant, in my view, that out of my respect and my love and appreciation for Black women, I had to evolve with that. And also, I made a decision to say my energy is going to be collaborative, not competitive. And that's really true with any other Black person out here. Like, even in politics, I say, I'm not going to fight you over Democrat, Republican. I want to collaborate with you. I want to learn from you. That's it. I'll fight with you against a bigger problem, but I'm not going to fight you over something silly. So the same thing is true, I think, with my wife. It's like, okay, she's kick ass. She's good at what she does. She's amazing. Sure, I could be negative about that, right? Maybe, some people jealous, insecure. What benefit is that? How does that help anybody? It diminishes her, it diminishes me. It doesn't, we're not winning, right? So it's like, no, let me just see which way the stream is flowing, and I'm just going to roll with the wind, and we're going to get behind it and push it, and accelerate that and cheer it on, right? So she can be the best she can be. So that was a conscious decision that I had to really process in terms of how to be that kind of person in my marriage. And the last thing I'll say on this is really simple. And this is all opinion. This is not scientific fact, because we're trying to figure the world out. Is I believe in a relationship and marriage, there are things that are going to happen that you don't expect. You got your knowns, your unknowns, and then you got your unknown unknowns. Like, you really don't know what life is going to be like in the year 2045, or what decisions you're going to have to make, or what opportunities are going to arise, or how things are going to change. So you have to, it's easy to understand the knowns. It's easy to kind of even commit to some of the unknowns, but the unknown unknowns requires a level of faith and consciousness that goes above and beyond this sort of idea that says, well, if something unexpected happens, I'm going to leave because I didn't expect all that. I didn't think I was going to see all that. No, expect the unexpected, right? And commitment to me means that you say, I'm ready for the unknown unknowns. I'm ready for one day for my wife to come in the house and be a crazy person. I'm ready for something weird to happen that I never thought was going to occur, because my commitment to my marriage is bigger than my commitment to my wife as a person. It's a commitment to an idea that says, I said I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this thing, period. And that also requires a certain degree of humility to just say that, yeah, sometimes she's going to she may decide to go become, a mountain climber in Alaska. And I'm going to hate that maybe and say, damn, I want to stay here in Chicago. But no, my wife is going to be a mountain climber in Alaska. I can't stop her. I might as well find a way to support or coexist in that space. But I would prefer not to say, oh, I'm going to divorce you now because this unknown occurred that I didn't expect. So that to me, I think, just requires a type of humility that I don't think is really very popular anymore. I really don't. I think that people make fun of people who say, yeah, I'm up here willing to simp for my wife. And I'm hoping, they have the term for women, they call them pick-me's, where they are accommodating to their husbands and supportive and all that. Well, the pick-me's get picked, and the simps stay married. But you ain't gonna call me no simp, because that's not what I call it. I call it being a solid man. And my goal is to be as solid as I can be
Like
for the
Russell
people I care
Wilson.
about, period. That's it. So I'm done. Thank you for letting me get that out. I didn't mean to say so much. As you can tell, this is an emotional topic for me too. I think it affects everybody. So
it does, but we're tackling it. And that's what I love about this show, is that we do tackle it and we listen to other people's opinions, and it's never a you're wrong, you're right type of situation. It's let's to get together and see what we can do about the solution, right? And there are a couple comments I do want to address. C. White says, I think men feel like they will miss out on money to support the family if they take a break from work. I think that's a valuable, because men are providers. They want to provide for the most part. You always say you never lump everybody together, but for the most part, men want to be able to provide. And I think that is an issue. Big Mac also says, stop with the she sacrificed her life. She's a grown woman who made choices. But he also says, but her husband should spend more time with her if that's what she truly wants. There's always going to be a give and a take in any kind of relationship. You do it at your job. You do it everywhere that you go. And even in churches, you're giving and taking. Even in politics, you're giving and taking. So there is no difference in a marriage. Boy, did we get this topic going. We are really hopping. We got a lot of people who have got comments. Keep the comments going, guys, because you know what? Even when we're not live, we go back and we read those. And we also put in our comments there, y'all family, you know, your family won't talk back to you. But before we end this up, I always want to get everyone's final thoughts and then let us know where we can find you. So let's start with you, Moya. What are your final thoughts on our two stories today, and where can we find you?
So my biggest thought is really just being able to really have an understanding of what you're looking for in a partner and what you're really expecting. I like what Peter Alma said when he said, relationship is a spiritual institution. And that's because it really is. You guys are really connecting on a level that you never even thought you would. And so if you know what you want in your life, even as Dr. Boyce said, the unknowns of the unknowns, I think you still have an idea, a centerpiece of what you would like your life to evolve into. And so just always staying true to that, I think will help relationships prosper. And I'm Moya Smith, and you can catch me on Instagram at moya.business.
Make sure you go check her out. Yeah, she's our tax professional and she can help you. So make sure that you go and tap that like button and then communicate with her as well, because we'd love to talk to you on personal levels as well. Athena, what is your thoughts on this, on both of these pretty topics? It was a lot to unpack, and we could probably talk about another 5 hours. And then also, where can we find you?
What I want to say is this. I think that both men and women need to look at ourselves, and we are living in a time where we have shifted from certain dogmas of what we should do. Now we're questioning what values, what characteristics, what are the things that we want for ourselves in our lives, and who is the type of person and partner that we want to have that best complements that. And I think the issue with our community especially is that there needs to be a lot of nurturing of character development, personal development, and self-improvement in certain emotional, mental, and intellectual areas in order to facilitate us coming together. My name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and founder of We Wealth Women. You can find all things about me at wewealthwomen.com, at We Wealth Women on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and listen to me at the We Wealth Women podcast.
And as you know, she's got wealth in the name, and that's what we're all about here. We help people build their wealth, which, by the way, don't forget, guys, y'all could go to our website, flynubianmoney.com. Lindsay, I'm going to throw it to you now.
So 2 things. Make sure you're taking the time to find and develop your identity, especially if you're looking to be in a committed relationship, because you need an identity outside of your spouse. When you become a parent, you need an identity outside of just being someone's mom or dad, and just understanding who you are and what you desire and what you like. And part of that comes with the second thing, healing. Y'all know I'm going to always preach healing, because I agree with Moya. You need to determine what it is that you want out of your future, out of a relationship. And part of that comes with healing, because what you desire and who you attract when you're broken probably is not going to be the same thing as what you desire, as who you attract, and what you're willing to put up with or settle for or accept in your life as when you're a whole person. So it's important to remember that you are finding yourself, doing self-care and practicing healing so that you can be the best you moving forward for yourself and any future relationship. So my name is Lindsay Vertner, international mindset coach and speaker, and you can find me at liveafirstclasslife.com. Thanks.
My woo-woo sees your woo-woo, and we woo-woo together, and I love it. Make sure that you go and check out and get your mind right. We always say mind, body, and spirit, right? And don't forget those finances. Now, our special guest, we're going to throw it to you for your final thoughts, Dr. Boyce, and where can we find you? Not that then nobody knows how to find you, but we know what we want to know, where you want us to go.
Well, I want to say thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the fact that you listened. That means a lot. And my name is Boyce Watkins, and my website's boycewatkins.com. So people can check me out there, or Dr. Boyce Money is my Instagram. My final thought on this topic is that our families are important. That's our $1 trillion asset that is being significantly underutilized, that's been harmed through no choice of our own. And I personally would encourage anybody who wants to be collaborative with other people in your community, whether it's building a family, building a business, or anything, to do the healing that was discussed earlier. That's critically important. Also work with other people who are willing to do the healing. Now, if you're going to do the work with people who are willing to also do the work. Then you can do the work together, and don't give up on each other. I think that in our space, we should really kind of be careful about how we talk about our women, how we talk about our men, because we're all we got, and our kids are even more important than we are. So don't let nobody destroy our families. We can do this. So that's my final thought. Thank you for allowing me to join you.
And we are so happy to have you. And so listen, guys, I have some final thoughts too. Guess what they are? Somebody else's path may not be yours. Don't follow in other people's footsteps if they don't fit your life journey. It's as simple as that. You can cut down on all this mess that we've talked about today as long as you have a basic understanding with the person that you have that relationship with. You get that understanding in place in the beginning, and then there won't be any right and wrong because you're walking that path together. So somebody else's footprints may not fit yours. Just make sure that you be the best person that you can be, and you're the light in the world, and help us to create other people in the future generations to give them light as well. You can find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. I'm an international real estate agent. I specialize in the United States on both coasts and also Portugal, which, guys, had a little bit of an earthquake today. So that's all over the place. So we thank you for joining us. We love everybody who comes in. We know we've got our dedicated people. And if you're new, you're watching Fly Nubian Money. We're here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you don't want to miss any of our shows and this great conversation, all you have to do is text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Then if you can't catch us and you're on the road or you're going jogging down the street and you want to hear some good things going on in your ear, go ahead and download us over on Spotify. Just look up Fly Nubian Money. And then when you get over there, give us a 5-star rating because it really does help us. But finally, I want to tell you that we can help you get your money right and your money tight. That's what this is all about, right? We want to be able to get your financial house in order and to pass it down to the future generations. So go to our website, Fly Nubian Money. We have plenty of resources and courses there. That's where you can start. Sometimes you get so worked up about you don't know where to start, but we're giving you a start, because once you have that start, you can see the goal line. Finally, we appreciate you, and you'll see us again tomorrow. Don't miss it, because we got great topics. Have a blessed day. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are having a great day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And today I want to talk a little bit about something that I just saw online that I thought was really interesting. I saw Luke, a.k.a. Luther Campbell, from previously from the Group 2 Live crew. And he seems to really be interested in politics, which it's certainly his right to do so. He's OG status in hip hop, and he's somebody that, you know, I'm sure has something to say, and I think it's worth hearing. But as you notice, he's become quite political lately. He's gained a lot of opinions when it comes to who we should vote for, and seems to be concerned that we're not all sort of jumping in line to support Kamala Harris. And again, that's his right. But at the same time, it's also our right to resist if we feel compelled to do so. I'm not telling you not to vote for Kamala. I'm just saying that I think that there's space for some sort of resistance on not letting anybody tell you what you should do with your vote. I don't believe anybody has a right to do that. I don't even believe I have the right to tell you who to vote for. I certainly don't have that right. And I want to just start the conversation there. Give me a yes. First of all, let me know you can hear me. Let me know, can you guys hear me okay? Give me a quick okay. What's up, Max Law, Justin Pender, Jermaine Trusty? I see you. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Let me know my audio is good. Also, give me a yes or no. Do you think that people should have the right to vote for who they want to vote for? Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you agree with me on one fundamental point. Do we fundamentally agree on the definition of freedom? Freedom means do what you want. Freedom means vote for who you feel serves your interest the best. Give me a yes if you agree. If you agree with that, then we can be friends. If you agree with that, then we can have a great conversation. If you agree with that, then there's nothing really to fight about. Do you understand? I believe in making things simple, and sometimes we make things complicated. You know, Massa got us in a cage fight. Massa created this really jacked up two-party system, this ridiculous system where you literally have two options, Democrat or Republican for the most part. And both parties, Republicans and Democrats, are quite sinister when it comes to undermining your freedom. They are quite sinister when it comes to making sure that you have no choices. And so what ends up happening, tell me if you have seen this, if you've seen this regularly, when you're black and you say, I don't want to be a Democrat, I don't want to vote for the Democrats. What do they call you? Tell me in the chat. What do people typically call you if you're black and you say, you don't deserve my vote. You haven't earned it. I've been asking you for stuff for the longest time. You haven't given it to me. You're not delivering for our community. A lot of communities that are run by your people are destroyed. They're worse off than they were when you got there. What typically happens? What do people typically call you when you say, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do? When you say, I'm not going to do what I'm told? They start calling you a Republican. They call you a Trump supporter. It's an easy play. And let me just tell you why that is fundamentally flawed. And this is where my issue is with what Luke is doing. I was listening to his Twitter live, and I saw some other people in there, interesting people, Yvette Carnell, Tommy Sotomayor, a few other people. And I really just think that the problem that you have, it became a really dumb conversation, to be honest with you. It got to where people were cussing each other out, yelling and screaming at each other. You motherfuckers, you dumb motherfuckers, you stupid motherfuckers, who da-da-da. I memean, I saw a lady, she was screaming her ass off. I wish I could have the recording. It was pretty interesting. She was screaming about, all of you dumb blankety blanks who won't support Kamala Harris. Wait till these Republicans get in office and look at what they do to you, and all this other stuff. And it just became a ridiculous conversation. It wasn't a productive discussion. It wasn't a discussion that it was going to bring anybody closer together. It was like a civil war. It was becoming a civil war. And I don't think that's productive at all. And what you have is you have a type of thinking that is not evolved in the sense that you don't understand who the real enemy is. The enemy, if you're a Democrat, your enemy is not black people who won't vote Democrat. Your enemy is not Republicans. If you're a Republican, your enemy is not people who are not Republicans. Your enemy is the people who trapped you in this two-party system. It's the wealthy people. Now, mind you, the wealthy people who fund this two-party system, the wealthy people who put billions of dollars into making sure that no other political party can be built. The same wealthy people who gave money to the Democrats and gave money to the Republicans so they can file challenges, against Cornel West's campaign. We had we had Cornell's vice president, Dr. Melina Abdullah, on this platform. If you remember, she came in and talked about how the Democrats consistently did everything they could to undermine their third-party initiative. The reason they get this money is because they're not really arguing over the same things you're arguing about. You're arguing about certain legislation, maybe whether or not a trans person can use the girls' bathroom, or whether or not it makes sense for, for people to be able to have an abortion or not. they're not giving money because they care about that stuff. They're giving money because they're getting government contracts. They're getting money from the tech industry. Doesn't give billions of dollars to political campaigns because they care about gay rights or whatever you think that matters, or whether or not they think Trump is a good guy. They do it because Trump told them that he was going to get rid of the SEC chairman, Gary Gensler, so that they won't get investigated for various forms of antitrust violation. So really, what you got to understand is you're playing a different game. You're playing the battle my neighbor game. You're playing the Civil War game. They're playing the big money game. So anyway, so I watched this live with Luke from 2 Live Crew, and he mentioned Tariq Nasheed's name in the title. I didn't hear Tariq's name come up during the conversation. I do know Tariq, and I did text him about it, and I was curious to get his perspective on it, and where I agree with Tariq, where I align with Tariq on this, is that I'm a strong believer in reparations. I also align with Tariq Nasheed because I get this idea in this, and I agree vehemently with the idea that African Americans who are descendants of American slavery are owed a specific debt in our specific country for specific things that our specific families went through. Now, this does not mean I do not have the love and respect for Black folks all around the world. I just went to Egypt. Saw Black folks there in the Nubian village, been to Ghana, connected to people in the Caribbean, went to the Caribbean last year, all these places, and love them all. But I think that there is a conversation that certainly needs to be had between the Black people who have a lineage in America that goes back, say, 200 years to slavery, that has to be different and unique from anybody kind of rolling up and saying, hey, I like Kamala saying, hey, I got a Jamaican daddy, so that makes me just like you. I do think that Kamala and her lineage is different from yours. Kamala has full support of the Indian community. Let me ask y'all this. Give me a yes or no. If your Black ass, your African American ass, how many of y'all are African Americans? Let's start there. How many of you are African American? Give me a yes in the chat if you are an African American and you believe you are a descendant of slavery. Now, if you're not excluded. I do not hate you. I love you. I probably will be defined as a Pan-Africanist because I love Black people everywhere. But how many of you are straight African American, like trace your great-great-grandparents back to something that related to slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, all the other things that happen to Black people? Give me a yes if you're foundational Black American. You can call it FBA, you can call it ADOS, whatever you want to call it, B1. How many of you are in that category? All right, so as you put your yeses in the chat, let me ask you this other question. If you ran for president, if your African American butt ran for president, would you get as much support from the Indian community as Kamala Harris is going to receive? Yes or no? Would you be able to then play both sides of the fence and just say, hey, I decided I want to be more Indian today than I am Black, so I think I'm going to go to my Indian side from the people from India who are going to send money to help me to achieve my goals? And what do you think? The answer is no. Hell no. Hell no. Kamala is not the same as us, and it's not just identity politics. It's not just who she is. It's also what she's going to do, what the incentives are. And she's not lying about it. I mean, she's telling you how committed she is, for example, to Israel. That makes sense. But because Israel has AIPAC, they produce billions of dollars. They're not going to defy the Israelis and the Zionists. They're just not going to, because there's too much money involved. So that's Democrat and Republican, right? So what I'm going to say to you is that this conversation that I saw with Luke, I didn't like it because it was I listened to it for about 15 minutes and I said, man, all these people doing is they getting online and cussing each other out. And what are you cussing each other out about? Democrat versus Republican? Really? I mean, this ain't nothing but a political version of Crips and Bloods. That's what it is. It's gang warfare that's been created by other people. And I can tell you, I'm not really a fan of any of that. So let me kind of give you a different context on that. Now, before I move on, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, don't forget this podcast is on Spotify. So if you like the content here, you can find it on Spotify. Just look up my name, Boyce Watkins. I also give you stock market tips on another podcast I created called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. If you want to know what I believe, I'd rather tell you what I'm for than to tell you what I'm against. Now, if you talk to a Democrat, they'll tell you how much they hate the Republicans. You talk to Republicans, they'll tell you how much they hate the Democrats. I don't want to tell you what I'm against and what I hate. I'd rather talk to you about what I love and what I believe. And here's what I believe. I believe that wealth is the key to Black liberation. I believe that if we get our economics right, that will make us successful. If we push ourselves financially and make individual choices and family choices that are going to save our money, invest our money, build our wealth. I think that's going to do more than any Democrat or Republican's ever done. And if you don't believe me, go look at the history. If you don't believe me, go look at the facts. If you don't believe me, go look at the data. The data shows, y'all can't argue with me on this. The data shows that under Democratic administrations for the last 30, 40, 50 years, Black wealth has gone down. Black wealth has not gone up. Under Republican administrations, the last 50, 60 years, Black wealth has not gone up. Black wealth has gone down. So at the end of the day, your wealth moves because you move. Your wealth moves because you make certain decisions. That's what I believe is the solution. So if you want to know what I'm doing, some people may say, well, what are you doing other than talking? Here's what we're doing. Every morning I have a PhD in finance. I understand money. I'm like a financial ninja. I know how this stuff works. So every morning we do something called financial consciousness training or economic elevation. It is a free class. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of you that are signed up for this free class. We meet every morning, 7 days a week. We train economic soldiers. We train our families and our children to be economic leaders. I went up to Atlanta for Invest Fest this weekend, but actually I was there for the Black Business Conference, and I'm going to tell you about both of those in a minute. And I saw a kid named Caden. Caden is 14 years old. Pay attention now. Listen to me. This is the future for the Black community. Caden's 14 years old, and I said, so you're starting high school? Wow. He said, no, I just graduated high school. I said, what? He said, yeah, I just graduated. And his father, who had been mentoring this kid, told me his son had finished high school. And I said, well, is he going to go to college? What's next? Pay attention. Listen to me. He said, no, because he makes more money than most college graduates. He's already a millionaire. I said, what? And here's the thing. I have been following Caden. Caden is a student of the Black Business School. Caden, he has been connected to us since he was 5, 6, 7 years old. And his parents, they didn't sit around and say, well, boy, you need to be a Democrat. Make sure you show up to your job. Get you a good Black job. And then you get you a good Black job. And then you're going to go to college, son, and go $200,000 in student loan debt. And maybe by the time you're 40, you'll have something. No, his father, who I talked to extensively, told me what his plans was for his kids. Both his kids are killing it. Both of his children are making more money than 90% of the people in this chat. So don't you tell me. And here's the thing about Caden. Let me tell you about this too. Caden could not talk until he was 5 years old. Caden could not talk till he was 5 years old. If Caden had gone to the public school, they would have ruined him like they do every other Black boy in these schools. And a lot of these schools are run by some damn Democrats. Damn teachers unions that don't educate our kids, don't give our kids what they need. And then you up here fighting for that. Why are you fighting for mediocrity? Why are you fighting for mediocrity? If you're going to do all that fighting, fight for some damn Black excellence. Fight for some Black success. Fight for some damn Black wealth. Fight to put some money in your pocket. Fight for your legacy. Fight for your family. Fight for something that's going to help you win. Stop fighting for Kamala Harris. Stop fighting for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris don't give a damn about none of y'all. She would lock half of you up if she had the chance. Donald Trump, I followed this man 35 years. He don't give a damn about you either. So what I don't understand is how in the hell we got a civil war fighting over people that ain't gonna never fight for us. Let me just say this. You will never, ever in a million years ever see Kamala Harris in a heated debate cussing somebody out over the fate of the Black community. You will not see that. You will not see that. Yeah, now maybe she'll go to the line for the Israelis, maybe she, so they can have nuclear missiles and whatever, because that's her job. But she gonna do that for you. And Donald Trump show us how he ain't gonna do it. So what are you fighting for? That's my question. What are you fighting about? Like, it's silly to me. It's as silly as fighting over whether or not you think the Cowboys are gonna beat the Giants. If the Cowboys beat the Giants, Jerry Jones is not gonna send you a check. Jerry Jones don't like you. He don't even know who you are. So you're majoring in the minors. That's what you're doing. When you get in these little civil wars, these little Negro fights, you're majoring in the minors. You're literally fighting and stressing yourself out, giving yourself high blood pressure, raising your cortisol levels over something that ain't gonna make a difference in the damn price of tea in China. So if you want to know what I believe in wealth. In fact, if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, every day I have a PhD in finance, people. I know what I'm talking about. Economics is easy if you understand basic concepts. Text the word morning to 87948 and you can join for free. Text morning to 87948 if you live in other countries. Because again, because I defend the descendants of slaves does not mean I hate any black person around the world. I don't hate you. I love you. I love all my black folks in London. I love my black folks in the Caribbean. I love my black folks in South America. I love my black folks in Africa. I love my black folks all around the globe. And some of y'all that are isolated in places like China and Japan, I know y'all everywhere. I love you. So if you want to join class, you can join for free at drboyceelevate.com. You can also go to drboyceelevate.com in case you can't text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation tomorrow morning. We meet every single day, 10 a.m., 7 days a week, because that's what you got to do to be good at something. If you want to be a great basketball player, you practice every day. You want to be great at football, you practice every day. You want to be great at cheerleading, you practice every day. So we practice every day. We practice our economics every day. That's why we're the best. Anyway, Nat Cole says she's in Portland, Oregon. Wow, that's like being on Jupiter. Portland is a very weird place. But the liberals jacked up Portland, by the way. The Republicans have jacked up, places like Appalachia, right? They created all these meth addicts and fentanyl addicts, whereas Portland, ooh, buddy, Portland is a mess. I went to Portland. I went to the Nike place. Larry Miller, who was the CEO of the Air Jordan brand, invited me in and gave me a tour. They gave me a nice tour of the Nike campus. It's a beautiful campus. And let me just tell you, in Portland, that city is unfortunately, it's been destroyed. It was destroyed during the pandemic, and it made me very sad. I did not feel safe in Portland. I could say that I did not feel safe in downtown Portland. I thought I was going to have to hurt somebody. But anyway, let's get back to it. Okay, so let me tell you about this weekend. This weekend, I went to Atlanta for the Black Business Conference. I also popped into Invest Fest. And you know what I loved about my weekend in Atlanta? I told my friend about this. When I was there, met a lot of good people. I saw the brother. I didn't see all the brothers from EYL, but I saw Troy. He and I were together. I took a picture with him and bumped into Armando Panteo, tall guy tycoon who's doing great work in crypto. Ran into my homeboy Ash Cash. Saw my best buddy D1, who performed on stage, and also Dr. Ken Harris, one of the greatest leaders in this country. I met Black millionaires. I met Black people that are doing delegations to Africa. Dr. Ken Harris brought probably about 36 African countries over to do business with African Americans, and they're doing hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in business. I talked to billionaire Mike Roberts, who's going to join us this year at the All Black National Convention, who told me about the radio station he just bought. He and his brother were on CNN because they own over $1 billion worth of hotels and communications companies. And he's going to be at the convention if you want to meet him. allblacknationalconvention.com. I'll put the URL on the screen. And this is what my weekend was. These are the people I was talking to. I was talking to Black people who love Black people. I did not. And here's the beautiful thing about this weekend. Let me tell you what was awesome about this weekend. This whole weekend, when I was over at the Black Business Conference, when I was over at Invest Fest, not one single time did I hear the names Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Not one time did I hear Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Not once. I did not hear. Think about this. In fact, I got there Wednesday. I was there till Sunday. I usually don't announce where I'm at until after I'm gone for security reasons. And I went to Invest Fest, got so much love. I couldn't walk 10 feet without somebody stopping me. And that was, it was awesome to meet everybody. I was so impressed with all the young people. I saw thousands of young people gather together for the sake of building their wealth. I saw thousands of young people gather together for the sake of building for their family. I saw tens of thousands of Black people this weekend at the Black Business Conference and also at Invest Fest who have an interest in building their wealth. I said, this is it. This is y'all. This is the juice. This is it. You are better than the previous generation. You are better than the civil rights generation because they should have been fighting for civil rights, civil rights too. You're better than the Generation X. You're doing better than the boomers. You're doing it, man. You are doing it. And I'm encouraging everybody in Gen Z, keep on doing it. Keep on building that wealth. Keep stacking that paper. Keep buying that real estate. Keep making those moves. Keep investing in the stock market. Did you know that 89% of the stocks are owned by only 10% of the population? Did you also know that every study shows that people who invest in the stock market have higher wealth than people who don't? So if you care about things like Black wealth, then you're going to do things in your family that are going to help you to become successful, that are going to help you accumulate that wealth. And if you're not, if you think that the politicians are going to do it, then you're wrong. We sat under Democratic politicians, we sat under Republican politicians, and not one single time has Black wealth gone up. In every single election, they do the same thing. They scare you. If you go to a Democrat and say, why should we support Kamala? Because if Trump comes in office, it's going to be Project 2025. I'm like, oh, that sounds what that sounds like? That sounds a lot like Vote or Die. Did anybody remember? How many of y'all remember Vote or Die? When they were telling you that literally if you don't vote, you're going to be dead. What does that sound like to you? That sounds like people who sat in the lab and said, oh, we get it. Black people are easily triggered. If we just scare the shit out of them, then they'll just do whatever we tell them to do. We'll get them on that low vibrational frequency. We won't get them dreaming about the future because the Negro don't deserve to have a dream. We don't want black people dreaming and planning and preparing and being proactive. We need them to be nothing but reactive. We need them scared to death. We need them to be a bunch of bug-eyed slaves who are going to do whatever the hell we tell them to do. So every election, what they do is they do something to scare you. That's what they do. They just scare. That's it. It's an easy formula. If the other side gets in office, you go be dead. So you got to make sure you do anything you got to do to keep them out. We did 4 years of Trump. How many of y'all died during the Trump presidency? Did anybody give me a yes or no in the chat? Did anybody die during the Trump? Did any of y'all die when Trump was in office? Did any Republicans or Trump supporters show up at your house with an AK-47 and kill your whole family? How many of y'all went through that experience? Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. Did y'all die? See, what I want you to understand, here's what I want you to understand. I see you, Stefan Clay. You have a right to disagree with me. I forgive you. I understand it. I used to be very, very into the Democrat-Republican thing. Go look at some of the articles I used to write back in the 90s. I used to literally call the Republicans racist. I used to attack. And I didn't, and I don't disagree with a lot of the points I made. I mean, I stand by everything I've written on behalf of the black community for the last 30 years. But what I started finding is that what they don't tell you is that you find out eventually that the snakes are the ones that are also in your bed. You think the snakes are across the street, but you find that the snakes are in your bed. So I started seeing Democrats do things that were just as racist as the Republicans. I sat there and watched what happened in the Obama presidency. When I got excited and I supported Barack, I was one of the first people to predict that he was going to be president. Y'all don't know these things. This is, I guess I got OG status because around 06, 07, I said on CNN that I believe this guy has a chance to win. And at that time, Barack only had 5% of the black vote. He was nowhere near Hillary Clinton. It was going to be Hillary's presidency, if you remember that. So I get it. I understand. I sat next to Al Sharpton and I saw the inner workings of the game. The Obama administration, the Obama White House used to call me all the time. And I told them to stop calling because I said, y'all a bunch of suckers. You out here using black people. You're lying. So my problem is that, see, the thing is, and then here's what I want to say. If you disagree with me, I agree. It's your right. I have no problem with that. But what I am going to say is I need you to at least hear me too. I can hear you, but I want you to hear me too. I want you to say, well, maybe Boyce isn't just trying to be a hater. Maybe Boyce ain't just trying to be asshole number one. Maybe he's seen some things up close that have said to him, like, okay, this ain't it. This ain't it. I've seen these administrations up close. I worked with Russell Simmons where we confronted the Obama administration in 2013 to get them to change laws on incarceration. It was like pulling freaking teeth. It was so hard. I was shocked by the fact that it was so hard. We had a letter that I wrote to President Obama. It got signed by 150 celebrities and scholars. It got signed by Chris Rock. It got signed by Will and Jada Pinkett Smith. It got signed by, all the rappers, Rick Ross and Lil Wayne and all kinds of people. Justin Bieber even signed the letter. And I said, I'll be damned. It takes a tweet from Justin Bieber to get y'all to do something that you promised to do during your campaign. This made me very disillusioned with American politics. This helped me understand that they don't care about you, man. So my point is not to say that you shouldn't vote for who you want to vote for. I want to reiterate that. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm just here to say, why are you fighting for somebody who don't care about you? If you had a daughter who was ready to fight another girl over a man who just peed on her, you'd probably have a talk with your daughter about her self-esteem. If you see two dudes about to take a bullet over a woman that don't like neither one of them, that's taking both of their money, you'd probably say something to the guys like, hey, she ain't really it. This ain't really worth your life, man. This lady ain't worth doing 50 years in prison. So that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying that these people don't care about you. And the best part of this weekend, when I went down to the Black Business Conference and Invest Fest, shout out to all of them. They did a great job. I didn't speak anywhere. I was very happy to not speak. It's very rare I go to conferences I'm not doing something. In this case, I just got a chance to walk around and take it in and enjoy it. The whole weekend, the best part of the weekend was I did not hear anything about Democrat, Republican. Not one single person got on stage at InvestFest that I saw or the Black Business Conference and said the pathway to Black wealth and prosperity is to all go out and vote for Kamala or to all go out and vote for Trump. Nobody said that. So that's my position on that. I think that Luther, Two Live Crew guy, he has a right to have his opinion. I respect that. You know, it seems like he's evolved out of hip hop. He's getting more political. I don't know his credentials in this area. You know, I think that, you know, if I question his ability to do that, I think that's no different from if somebody questioned me if I decided I wanted to become a rapper. You know, that I think that would be kind of weird, right? If I decided, hey, you know what, y'all, I'm about to drop an album. It's called Poppy Coochie Part 2, and I just want to be the new Two Live Crew. Instead of being Two Live Crew, I'm gonna be Two Live Boyce. Instead of being Dr. Boyce, I'm gonna be Two Live Boyce, and I want to do what Two Live Crew did because apparently it must be easy because all you gotta do is get some women up there to shake their cooches and in the camera and whatever. And I think Luke would probably question that. He would say, well, you don't really have the skill nor the background to do this. So I think the same thing is true when you see a rapper who decides that he wants to become a political analyst. Do you understand? I know he ran for mayor of Miami-Dade, and I respect that. I think that he's got the popularity to do a lot of things that a lot of people can't do, and I have no issue with him being involved with politics. But I also think that sometimes you also have to understand what you're skilled at and what you're not. The areas where you have experience and where you don't. The areas where you have training and where you don't. So even though, again, I mean, I've gone in the booth. I've done what rappers do. I have friends that are rappers. They've explained the game to me. D1's one of my buddies. I got a lot of other Willie D and Ice Cube, and I know all those guys, but never once did I really think I could rap as well as they do. So if I did decide to rap, I would do it carefully. I would go in with a respect for the game to basically say, look, hey, Willie, man, I need you to help me do this. Hey, D, can you help me put together a good song? Can you help me with the metaphors? I would ask for help. So I think that a Luke, and I'm not saying he doesn't do this, but I haven't seen evidence of this. I saw Cube do this. But I think that you should get help. You should listen to the people that have expertise in this area, and I think he's trying to do that. I he had this live, but unfortunately, the only part I heard was like some women cussing each other out and all this other stuff. And also I see him really advocating quite heavily for the Democratic Party, which unfortunately can give the impression that you're kind of in that camp with the D.L. Hugleys and the Plizes and just these people that are kind of like almost like puppets of the party. And I think that you can facilitate a political discourse within the Black community without committing to any particular side. I don't think that anybody who overcommits to the Democrats or overcommits to the Republicans is neutral enough to have a conversation that is required for Black people. For to be Black in a political conversation, you must overcommit to being Black. Overcommitting to being Black is like what Malcolm X used to talk about, where you don't give away your loyalty for nothing. You don't unconditionally commit to anybody. You don't say I'm gonna vote blue no matter who. That's a simple-minded perspective. You don't say I'm a Republican no matter what. You don't do that. What you do is you say I'm Black first. So let me hear from all the sides. Let me hear from all the parties. Let me hear every point of view. Let's talk about what the community needs, and then let's see if we can tether what they're going to do, what their policies are with what the community needs. And I don't know if people really do that. I think the best thing I ever hear is, well, the Democrats are going to do something for poor people and a lot of Black people are poor. Well, you can say that about anything. The Republicans can say, well, we're cutting taxes for the rich. There's a lot of rich Black people who are going to benefit from that. So what you're effectively saying is that Black people are everywhere, which is the truth. That's a truth that we don't want to deal with. We don't deal with the fact that Black people are diverse. Every Black person is not trying to get a better job. Some Black people want to build a better business. Every Black person ain't trying to get out of the projects. Some Black people been out the projects. Every Black person ain't trying to figure out how to learn how to read. Some Black people been knowing how to read. Some Black people want something better than that. So I think that just the lack of understanding that we are different, we are diverse, and that we have different perspectives is a big problem. Anybody who says that because you're Black, you're supposed to be a Democrat is fundamentally incorrect. And I think that is where we get dehumanized even by our own. We get disrespected even by our own. We have people, even our own, who tell us that no, you need to fit in the masses box. And if you don't fit in the masses box, then you have no place here. I fundamentally disagree with that. So I'm going to just say this at the end. I'm going to go ahead and bounce out. Is I tried to listen to that live, and and I respect everybody that was there, but it just sounded like a bunch of cussing and yelling and screaming, and I just really hate seeing us waste all that energy fighting each other. I think if we put as much energy into building our wealth as we put into fighting for the Democrats and Republicans, we would be the wealthiest people on the freaking planet. Tell me if you agree with that. If we put as much energy into educating our own kids instead of fighting over which white man's going to educate our kids will be the most educated in the world. If we were to put as much energy into rebuilding our families and learning the tools for that as we put into defending bullshit, defending Cam Newton wanting to have eight kids with 3 babies mamas, or defending this idea from men that single mothers are the problem, even though we play a role in the creation of single mothers, then we would have strong families. So what you're having these imbalanced debates where you are so focused on whether or not you can have a discussion that you're not really asking if you should be having that discussion. You're so focused on what you can do that you're not thinking about what you should do. You're not thinking about where you should be applying your energy. And a lot of energy gets wasted. And the reason the energy gets wasted, the evidence of that is that if you look back, I want you to pay attention. I want you to look at the facts right quick. Look at how many decades Black folks been arguing, fighting each other, cutting off relatives, threatening to beat each other up over Democrat Republican nonsense. And I want you to point to me any administration in the last 40 years that has significantly improved the conditions of Black people in America. Every single year we at the bottom. Every single year we have the worst in terms of families. Every single year we're the worst in terms of education. Every single year we're the worst in terms of wealth. Every single year we're the worst in terms of income. So what are you fighting for? What are you fighting for? Why do you fight harder? Pay attention. Why do you fight harder to defend mediocrity than you're willing to fight to pursue excellence? Why do you fight harder to defend mediocrity than you're willing to fight to pursue excellence? If you want to know what the problem is, that's the problem. I'm not participating in none of that. I don't care. I don't give a damn who you vote for. I just want you to know that. So when you come to the convention, be prepared to be around people that want to elevate. Be prepared to be around people that want to be smarter. Be prepared to be around people that want to support each other. Be prepared to be around people that want to collaborate, not to compete. Be around people that want to see our community happy, prosperous, successful, connected, and winning. And I'm going to just tell you, when I was this weekend, I keep going back to the Black Business Conference and Invest Fest. And in both of those events, the Black Business Conference had thousands and thousands of people. The president of Liberia came in. They're working to form connections with African Americans. So they're doing hundreds of millions of dollars in business. And y'all don't hear about none of that because y'all paying attention to rappers. You don't even know about Black folks that are quietly forming these companies. I met a brother from the Department of Energy who had a PhD in applied physics from the University of Michigan, who's helping Black businesses secure multi-million-dollar contracts with the Department of Energy. You don't hear about none of that because that's not lit. That's not interesting. That's not entertainment. Because he can't dunk a basketball, but this man's doing very important work. So you got a lot of people in your community that are quietly getting it done, quietly building, quietly succeeding. And a lot of these folks came from regular, humble beginnings. Stop acting like they were all born with a silver spoon in their mouth. No, they went out and hustled and got them a silver spoon. Now they got the silver spoon in their mouth, but it's because they work for that damn spoon. Stop disrespecting a successful Black man or successful Black woman just because you, unfortunately, got stuck listening to people who wanted to keep you in the mud. Once you liberate your mind, you can climb to the highest heights of our society. Once you get out of your own way, you can become the greatest on the freaking planet. And that's all I want for you. So I'm not here. I'm not going to fight. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to fight with you over no Democrat, Republican stuff. I'm just not. So if people start fighting with me online, they're going to be shadow boxing because I'm not even in that discussion. I done left it and elevated out the building. You and they're fighting. You fighting with the image of me. You're not fighting with me because I'm not going. When D.L. Hughley called me and cussed me out and threatened to beat me up and threatened to kill me, I don't know what the hell it sounded. It sounded like that. It sounded like he was real serious. I did not say a word because I'm like, I'm not going to fight a Black man over Democrat Republican stuff. I'm just not going to do it. I'll fight for our children. I'll fight for our wealth. I'll fight for our community. I'll fight for us to win, but I'm not going to fight you over that stuff because I don't think it makes a difference. I don't. I hope that your candidate wins. Good luck to you, sir. That's it, guys. I got to go. By the way, so tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for class. So if you are interested in economics, if you want to have money in your pocket and you want to understand how this money thing works, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. It's called Money in the Morning Financial Consciousness Training. I also do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And that has to do with the power of stock options, selling stock options to make money. Buying options and day trading is very risky. I'm not really into that. But if you sell stock options, there's great ways to make money. When I went to Egypt, I met families and couples who literally told me that they literally use their stock options money to go to Egypt. And I know exactly how they do it. And it's something anybody can do. You can train your kids to do it. And it's a much better way to make money than going to work every day. So if you'd like a free copy of that training, How to Make Money Without Working, just text the word money to the number 87948. And again, it's not hocus pocus. My doctorate's in this stuff. It's easy stuff to know. It's just most of us never get taught this stuff. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I'm going to check back in with you guys real soon. Actually, I'm going to be on drboycetv.com tonight. I'll probably go live and I'm gonna hang out with my homeboys and play some Call of Duty. That's what I do for fun. My son got me playing video games, and I found that I really like it. So if you want to see a 50-year-old man go in here and get his ass kicked, feel free to join me at drboycetv.com. So love you guys. I'll see you in the morning as well, and have a good night. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down beyond
visions growing up, and it led me to where I'm at now.
Wow. Okay, so you had a lot of great influences.
Yes.
That really helped you to get to where you are now, and
Yes.
and that I find that's usually the case. When somebody accomplishes a lot at an early age, it's because somebody kind of gave them a blueprint in advance.
Mhm.
Like it's a generational transfer of knowledge and really wealth, because knowledge is a type of wealth, right?
Yep.
Like I'll tell you an example, man. When I went down to InvestFest recently, and there's this other kid that I just sort of been connected to for a while, named Caden, right? So I saw Caden, and he was 14 years old. And I was like, oh, hey, how you doing, man? I hadn't seen him since he was 7 or 8, but I knew he was in the Black Business School learning
Mhm.
business and all that at like 6, 7 years old, right?
Wow.
And I knew he
That's
was
awesome.
making money. Yeah. And he had the mentorship of his dad's always with him. Everywhere he would go, his dad would be with him, kind of teaching him the ropes and everything.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, hey, so how you been, man? He's like, oh, I'm doing good. I said, wow, you're 14, you're about to start high school. That's cool. He said, no, I already graduated. And I was like, wait,
Huh?
middle school? You graduated middle school? He's like, no, I finished. His dad was like, no, we finished high school. We went ahead and knocked that out. And and I said, so
Went
where's he
ahead and
gonna
knocked that out.
Right. And I said, so where's he gonna go to college? And he's like, no, we're not gonna do college, because he's already a millionaire. He's already making more money than most college grads, right? And to me, that I thought that was the coolest thing, because it kind of shows like how much untapped potential
Yes.
there is, like,
Sure.
because I'm sure yourself, and I'd like for you to kind of share this with me from your perspective as a young 20-year-old who's about to be 21. Happy birthday, by the way. When you look around and you see other people your age that maybe could be doing something as amazing as what you're doing, but they can't see that in themselves. How do you kind of process that? Like what's that kind of like for you to be so different from other people your age?
Yeah, I mean, it's growing up, I always knew what I was doing was different. I know most kids, they were going out partying in high school. Like still to this day, I've never been to a real party, house party, or any other type of function situation. I've never been. It was always the weekends I'm at the racetrack. So I always knew what I was doing was kind of different from most kids, I guess. I just didn't know being young, I didn't know how to handle it. Like, obviously I want to go out with my friends sometimes, right? But I got a race this weekend in Pennsylvania, so I can't do it. And sometimes it sucks. Sometimes when you go out and win, it's like, okay, like I should have came here. I should never have went to that thing. But like growing up now, like and being 20, obviously, and like college ages, like I see a lot of people that are having success, like in D1 athletes or college athletes in general, are having success and doing their own thing, but then they can still go out and still go party. You know what I mean? Have that work personal life balance. But for me in general, like for me, I feel like to be successful in this industry, everything has to be racing. Like you have to live it, breathe it, sleep it, eat it, like racing. So that's kind of been what I've stuck to. And sometimes like I want to be able to live the normal life of a 20-year-old, right, and go out with my friends. But I'm just going to wait to that stuff for down in the future after already hopefully that's one day.
Interesting. I saw Shannon Sharp, who's won, I think, what, 2 or 3 Super Bowls or something like that. And I didn't see his whole conversation about it, but I remember seeing where he was basically he seemed to be making the point that that to be excellent or to be a champion, especially like a world champion or something like that, where you're with the elites, you really can't be like this normal balanced person. Everything you're doing is abnormal. Like Michael Jordan was not a normal guy. He couldn't go to the parties like even the other NBA players. He had to be abnormal from them because he's like, no, I want to win championships. I want to be the leading scorer. How does that feel? I mean, how does that go? How do you process that in terms of what it takes to be an elite driver? I mean, it takes first of all, it takes a lot of courage for you guys to do what you're doing, right? And then also you're competing against people that are just damn good at what they do. What's that like for you?
Well, for me, it's more on what makes it the toughest. It's more on I say the mental side of things. Like I played every other sport growing up. I wrestled, played basketball, I played soccer, baseball. And like I can wrestling. If I lost a wrestling match, the other guy beat me. I lost. Like I straight up lost. He was faster than me. He had a better move than me. Something simple. But racing, there's a million components from the car that you don't know why you lost this race. Why did the guy pass you with 2 laps to go? Did you overdrive the car? Did the car just wasn't good? Was the tires going bad in the car? And with that being said, you're racing against 40 other drivers week in and week out, so you're not going to win every race, right? I mean, if you have a 15% winning chances, I mean, you're doing really good as a driver. So for that, it's just the mental side of things of staying strong and staying confident in yourself and your ability to drive. A few years ago, I had to get a sports coach because I just was losing confidence. I wasn't winning as much anymore. Things wasn't going right. And but once I got the sports coach and started talking to different people that were higher than me and had more success than me, you could kind of guide me and navigate me. That's when I kind of learned that you're going to have problems week in and week out. But if you stay confident in yourself and keep working, like nobody else is going to put the work in. You have to put the work in. Like that's simple as that. So 8 o'clock in the morning, we're at the gym every day working out. Then I hop in a simulator. I go home, watch racing film. I just raced this past Saturday, and I'll probably watch the race back 5 times already. Just seeing different things I can do better for next time. And that's just what you need to do if you really want to be a high-level athlete and be successful in your industry.
In your last race, tell me if I'm wrong. Did you get third?
Finished third. Yep. I started last and I finished third.
Nice.
We had some qualifying issues that made us start last in the race, but I started reading a book recently. It's called The Science of a Racer's Brain, and just kind of it's helping me understand what goes on while I'm racing and how to stay diligent and just smart and poised. Like I don't want to racing. It's so easy to overdrive a corner or just mess up because you're going 180 miles per hour inside a corner, right? So it's very easy to do something and slip your right tires or do something weird. But after reading that book, I'm just kind of learning how to stay composed, calm, breathe. And we did that, and it got me up to third place.
Wow. Now you do. Now, first of all, everybody who just came in, I'm talking to LeVar Scott. He's a NASCAR driver. He's also the Black Business School also decided to be one of his sponsors. And so he's going to be at the All Black National Convention, by the way. And you guys can talk to him directly and get to know him. And if you have a company, I know some of y'all are balling, some of y'all got Black-owned businesses and stuff that you're trying to grow. LeVar, I'm sure has space for many more sponsors as well.
Please.
Yeah. The financial side. Let's talk about that. Actually,
yeah.
Racing is expensive, man. That's what blew my mind. When I talked to Michelle and Anthony Martin at the Urban Youth Racing School, they were telling me how much it costs to fund, a NASCAR career. It's kind of crazy.
It's I don't know why or what was the turning point from talent to funding, but nowadays funding is everything. Before, like if you just had talent and get wins, a top team could hire you and want you to drive for them. But now it's whoever can bring the money, right? And it feels so bad to say, but that's just the truth of it. Right now, I've been in a position for the past five years with NASCAR Draft Diversity, where they've been able to, for DEI initiatives, they've been able to fund everything that I'm doing, from my Legends program to late models program to now the ARCA. But this is the last. Next year will be the last year that I can be inside this program, and after that, I'm kind of going to be on my own funding financially to try to find funding to keep racing. And if I don't do that, it kind of would be the end of it. But I'm hoping that we can kind of get deals done and start finding sponsorship for me. But I don't know why, but this past 10 years, things have changed in the NASCAR industry, and it's all about funding now.
Yeah, and, I don't know if you've been paying attention to like any of the politics around DEI now. They're starting to give companies a hard time about that.
Yep.
And I'm curious. In fact, I'm gonna ask some of my friends that are connected with NASCAR like how they're responding, because what's happened is like I think it was Tractor Supply or like one of the companies that does something for like people that are like in more rural type spaces, like and so they found out they had like this DEI program, and these people online like went crazy, and they got rid of it because they were like, no, we don't lose our customers. So you think about NASCAR,
yeah, it was probably, it wasn't to their certain brand or their audience. So that's yes.
Yeah. So you think about NASCAR, right? And where they're trying to do what I think is the right thing. They're trying to be more diverse. I met their head of diversity, and I respect him. And I think that it's great because they have this reputation, that they're trying to work past. I think it's smart for business reasons to do that. But I'd be curious, if they did get pushback, if that could cause problems, for someone like yourself. And I don't want that to happen. But I don't know if you want to have more you want to say to that. I wanted to throw that in there. It's not even a question.
Yeah, Twitter, like for me personally, there's some people on Twitter who are just, every day, every time I post something, it's all, you're only here because you're Black, you're only here because of the program, and that happens 24/7. And it is true in a way, because I'm only in this program because of I'm diversity, a minority. But that doesn't take away from the talent that I have or how hard I work to be here and move up in this industry. But people are going to hate. I can't change anybody's opinion really. So I just read it. I always say, hey, some truth to that, right? So there's nothing I can say. Thank you, and just keep on going.
Man, join the club. When I got hired at Syracuse University, they had 90 professors in the business school, not one Black person. Right. And they literally had to force them to hire Black people because they did not do it. They refused to do it. And so we got treated badly because of that. But it was like, my thing was like, no, I know I'm good. I know how good I was. I was the top person in my program and all that stuff, So the problem is not me. The problem's with the way you've done things up until this point. Because, you and I both know that talented Black people didn't just exist in 2024. They've existed for thousands of years. But if those doors are blocked and people are not even allowing our talent to be seen, like you look and think about it, the NBA was all white for a really long time. Yeah. That's crazy now, right? Because we know who can dunk that basketball, right? So when they open the door and they bring in the talent, first of all, it's as much of a benefit to them as it is to us. When the NBA became integrated, they elevated. I think when racing becomes integrated, it'll be elevated. When golf got integrated with Tiger Woods, it elevated, right? We saw what Tiger, right? So in my view, it's silly, and I'm glad you're ignoring that, right? And I think also I'll be curious to get your response on this, but I'm also thinking like when you're talking about everything it takes to be a driver. Mindset, focus, staying calm under pressure, going, learning as you go along. Those are tools for life, man. Yes. Like, do you see that? Like that?
100%.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Tell me about that.
Conversations that I have with my mom weekly. I feel like these past 5 years has been through a lot, just dealing with more, not even on track situations, just off track situations. Because when I came here on this team, I was 16, 17, and I'm coming here just happy, ready to race cars, right? Where you have guys who are here, just here working on cars, and we're just in a different. I'm this young kid, just always joyful, happy. Everybody's just in a different mood. So my biggest things was learning how to deal with people and deal with problems. And I learned so much with that these past 4 or 5 years. And those are, my mom says all the time, those are stuff I'm going to be able to take away from everything in the future and know how to deal with situations because everything I already experienced or been through. Which is, to me, it's a positive. I mean, I'm happy I got to go through things at a young age. It didn't really affect me or where I'm at now, my position, and still just learn and soak it all in. So I think those are situations and learning tools I can use in the future for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I'll if you allow me to, I'll be an old man giving advice for about 45 seconds. The thing that actually, you know what the secret to my so-called success was actually where it came from? It actually came from playing sports in high school.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. In high school, I'm, that's probably why we're cool with each other, man. Is I've always been very competitive in the sense of wanting to be the best I could be. Like if I play a game, I want to win, whatever that is, right? So I picked track and field as my sport in high school, which was the absolute worst sport for me to pick. This is where not having your dad really involved with your life can hurt you. But I had a stepfather, but he was busy working, and my real dad wasn't around. I heard my real dad was good at baseball, and in hindsight, I'm like, shit, I could have been great at baseball, but couldn't do basketball because I wasn't that tall, and our team was really good. And then and football, yeah, it could have been okay, but you get all those hits to the head, that ain't good,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I was never allowed to play.
Yeah. Football, that CTE, whatever. So I picked track again. I think baseball would have been great, but I picked track because I was kind of fast. But here's the thing: my problem was I could never be as fast as I wanted to be. I did not know at that time that track and field is highly genetic. Like if you watch the men's final of the Olympic 100-meter dash, you almost always see nothing but black men in that race. Because we got certain genetics. You can only go so you can train your butt off, but everybody can't be Usain Bolt. Everybody can't be Noah Lyles, right? So long story short, I was just painfully mediocre at track. I was good enough to, be in the race, but never good enough to win. Also, I was my dedication to the sport as I became obsessed with just figuring out like how to get faster. I'd read books about it, and I did stuff other kids didn't do. Like I would read books, I would practice 3 times a day. I did everything I thought I could do, and it didn't work. And it was the most frustrating shit ever. Like I remember like literally breaking down in tears one time because my body would not give me what I wanted. But here's what was interesting about it that was really powerful, man, was when I got to college, because I couldn't run track anymore, it was like, okay, I don't have any outlet for this competitive energy that I had in sports. So I took that energy from sports and just applied it to academics for the first time in my life. I'd never made an A in a class in my life before. I was a terrible student all through school, but here I was 18, I had a baby, which you get 18, you discover stuff like sex and whatever. And so I had this baby, I'm broke as hell. I'm on this college campus, so I'm thinking, okay, the only option I have in my life is to figure this academic thing out. So I applied what I knew, which was how to do sports. And what I didn't know at the time was that sports teaches you a lot of powerful things like how to be consistent, how to set a goal, how to keep going, under adversity, how to, teamwork, just a lot of stuff, So I applied all this energy to academics, man. And I just straight to the whole time I was in college, I was the undisputed like Michael Jordan of academics relative. Like they had a ranking of which black students had the highest GPA. I dominated everyone else for 4 straight years. And I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years. I could have got 3. I just didn't want to take the last class I needed, right? Kicked everyone's ass. And then I just sort of applied it to my doctorate and everything else. And that energy was always there, right? So I think that for yourself, here's what I'm going to say to you, man. Yeah, I think, and I've kind of alluded to this when you and I talk privately, is that when I hear you talk about how much work you have to put in, how much pressure there is, and you respond to the pressure, you're hungry. I know it. I can see it, and you're gonna be great. That's why I'm invested in you because I believe in you. But even no matter what happens with this, like, I want to make sure you take this and understand you've got a multi-million-dollar asset embedded in your soul. Like, you are a $100 million, billion-dollar commodity right now. And I don't care if you never ever raced again for the rest of your life. Like, you take that same level of intensity to everything you do, you're going to dominate. Look at Michael Jordan. Look at what he did in business. What he did in business dwarfs what he did as a basketball player. And he was the best basketball player ever.
He owns a race team now. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So okay. So now, thank you for allowing me to,
no, that was good, because now things like you said, you took that, like, a lot of, I don't want to say, a lot of the track and field stuff, yes, genetic, you still got to work hard. But now when you took it to academics, like, that's things that are really in your control. It's, if you work hard, you're going to get these good grades and smart. And you did that, and look where it took you. So that definitely is saying something.
Yeah. Like, I felt like when I was competing in track, I had a ceiling and I couldn't break through the damn ceiling. But once you took the ceiling off, it's like opening up a bottle of Coke where you've been shaking it, and the Coke can't get out. Then boom, So let me go back and ask you about this, man. So Michelle and Anthony Martin with the Urban Youth Racing School, when they were telling me about you, and by the way, this is LeVar Scott, who's a NASCAR driver, in case y'all just came in, and he's blessing us today with this time. And also, by the way, I'm going to keep this relatively short because he got stuff to do. They were telling me about things I did not know in Black history, like the Golden Glory sweepstakes, when our people used to have our own racing leagues, and fans, and fill up stadiums, and thousands of businesses connected to that. How much have you learned about that, and just some of the great people that came before you, and how does that sort of play into the significance of your role as a Black driver?
Yeah, a lot. That was kind of the basis of what you just said, or what I know about how we had our own racing league, and it was all of us, and it was pretty cool. And Wendell Scott, who was the first one African American to win a NASCAR race, that's what really pushed me over the edge to learn more about it and be an advocate for it. When I was growing up, Wendell Scott was the only guy I ever did all my reports on. Like, I went to school dressed up as Wendell Scott before it, like in my suit and everything. It was like, that stuff. It was awesome to see that, and because he was the only one at that time doing something big. For me personally, like, that is why I'm here. That's one of my biggest roles, is to try to bring youth, African Americans inside the sport, and show them how awesome the sport can be. I mean, I can't tell you how often I travel to go to Boys and Girls Clubs or go to NASCAR foundations and talk to the kids. I had to go to one in the next few weeks, actually. It's very, very, very important for me, because growing up, Kyle Larson, who is my guy, races now. If he would have came to my school and said something to me personally, I don't know what I'd have done. So, and I'm not Kyle Larson yet. So if I can be that guy and talk to the youth and talk to the kids somehow, I want to be the first person to do that. And I try to do it as often as I can.
Okay, so you carry that proudly, like, because you got some people that are like, yeah, I'm Black, but that's not important. Whereas you gotta know
it's extremely important, and some people don't know that, and you gotta show them. I remember I was in Chicago about a few months ago, and I did like 3 days of touring and just talking to kids, just talking to them, and wanted to be a part of it. And that stuff, it really does mean a lot to me, because if that would happen to me, I think obviously having my family and having them as my support to go racing, but if it wasn't for them or seeing people that I wanted to be like one day, or achieve the success that they have, I wouldn't have been doing anything I'm doing now.
Wow, man, I absolutely love that. I mean, I think, and in case y'all want to know why the Black Business School wanted to support LeVar, and it's LeVar with a V. So when y'all go look him up, make sure. Some people, I saw someone type Lamar. I'll make sure we got to say his name right. Say his name. If you want to know why we wanted to be a part of what you were doing and support you, is because I saw you at it wasn't Talladega, Daytona.
Daytona, yes.
Daytona 500, yeah. And so I was watching your race, and it was before, I guess, where the bigger names were racing the next day, and you and your car was out front for a really long time. And I was like, wow, that guy out front, he's really smoking. And then I remember Michelle Martin from the Urban Youth Racing School said, yeah, that's a Black guy. And I was like, really? Cool. I'm going to cheer for the Black guy. That's just what I do. And you did really well. I don't remember what place. What place did you get?
4th, sadly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
And so she introduced me to you, and we were sitting there talking. And whenever I meet somebody that is an athlete or even like a rapper or anybody, I'm always doing like an energy check just to see like what
mhm,
kind of dude am I talking to? You know, some people just are terrible, just bad people.
yeah,
And I remember I talked to you and I was really impressed. You know, I want y'all to know like he's cool, he was smart, humble, just a nice guy. And I relate to that. And we were just talking for a while and I was really impressed. And then over time we sort of became friends, and it was nice to be able to get involved. And I remember the first thing I was saying is like, I can't write those multi-million-dollar checks for a NASCAR team, but what can I do to help?
yeah,
So we've been trying to do what we can, and I
yeah,
want to invite anybody, to find LeVar on Instagram. And I'll give you his information. If you have a business and you want to support or in any way, every little bit helps.
yeah,
And so
seriously.
right, and I want to put my money where my mouth is, and so I've jumped out there first. And if you have it in your heart or have the ability to help this brother kind of get to that next level, I encourage you to do that. So that was my journey to kind of get to know how great you are. So I want to just, I guess, ask you a question now in terms of where you are right now, what your goals are, where you see things going in the future for yourself.
Yep. So right now, I have 5 more races left this season on my NASCAR schedule. We're second in points out of like 20 something, so we had a pretty good year.
Nice.
These past 5, 6 races, I finished second, third, fifth, second, third, and then third this past weekend again. So it's been a really, we're on a good stretch of racing. And then next year, I think I'm gonna go back again and run the same schedule I'm on this year, which is the ARCA National year with Rev Racing. But then I want to try to get some sponsorship and do some truck stuff and Xfinity stuff and move up pretty soon.
So when I hear you say second and third and stuff like that, that's really impressive, right? And
Yeah,
you had a great year, but
yeah,
I kind of pick up like a little frustration, like
yeah. Well, yeah.
that you.
There was a few that it's so important and so serious, like for me to get my first win on this type of level of racing in this big circuit that we're on, and we were so close about a month ago in Elko. I mean, the distance was that far away from my front splitter to his front splitter, and I just every time I think
Ah,
about it, it hurts. It hurts because that'd have been a life changing moment for me and for a lot of people, and it's just I let it.
oh. Yeah, I remember you telling me you want to do the donuts in the middle after
Exactly. I want
the
to experience those moments, and just, it was that close, and it hurt. It hurt.
what go I've always been curious about this because I met a few other through Michelle and Anthony Martin with the Urban Youth Racing School. I met a few of the drivers like I think Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson and a couple others, and I always wondered. First of all, I want everybody to know these drivers are good. I have to say that. They had the Grand Prix in Philly and we were racing in go-karts, but some of the racers were like real racers. And I'm literally sitting there thinking, oh, I've been driving 30 years. How hard can it be? When I tell you all, there's a difference. I've never seen people able to take a corner that fast. Like I would try to keep up with them and I would spin off and fly into the tires. These guys are good. That's the first thing I want to say. But I'd be curious to know. I want to ask you this, man. Like it seems like right at the end of the race, like that last lap or two, it gets real intense. Like it seems like tell me if I'm wrong. I notice a lot of. It seems like there's a lot of crashes at the
Mhm.
end when
It's
everyone's
like
trying to jockey for position. What's that like for you?
I would say the last 15 to 20 laps is the about the craziest feeling because these races are so long, right? You have about like 150 lap race or 200 lap race. Most of the race, you kind of just are saving your tires until the end. You want to make sure you have a good set of tires, so when it's time to push, that you have some grip. So your last 20 laps or 15 laps, people start really pushing. So that's when you see aggressive moves being made. People trying to go from fifth to first. So just a lot of cautions, a lot of wrecks, and then obviously the last 2 laps when people are close, it's going to get pretty hectic. Like 2 weeks ago in Richmond, Virginia, the Cup race, last lap to go, the guy in second hit the guy in first just to get the win. Like it gets. You're
Oh,
right.
I saw that.
Yes,
I saw that because the guy was pissed, right?
yes, very mad. very
Yeah,
much.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
remember that.
people when it gets to 10 laps to go, they don't mess around.
Wow. Wow. So what goes through your head? Like how are you feeling like, in that moment?
Um,
Like, okay, so you're neck and
composed,
neck with sorry, go
composed,
ahead.
just calm, composed. I mean, I used to get really worked up, and like I said before, it's really easy to make mistakes when you're not just thinking clearly or breathing. But lately, I don't know what's changed with me. I don't know if it's just the studying I'm trying to do, but like lately, I just no matter what situation I'm in, I really have been really just calm lately. Like even a situation where I finished second, I was just same, just chilling. Like after the race, it hurt, but while it was going on, I was breathing the same, thinking the same, just making sure I was making right decisions. So I think for me personally, the last 10 laps, I'm just still the same, just getting the job done.
You work with a therapist to help you with that, or you get that on
Sports,
your
sports psych. Yep.
really
And
interesting?
then I have a karting trainer who's been around racing for 40 years, and he's giving me some tips. And my sports psych is telling me how important breathing is. So now I do a lot of breathing practices just to make sure that stays really good.
Man,
Yeah.
this I mean that's got to translate into real life, right? You run
Yeah, it
into a
does.
stressful
It
situation.
does. Like it really does. I feel like I'll be honest and transparent here. If I have a situation with a girl I was talking to, something happened that was just out of my control. It's like, okay, I just breathe about it and just go about my day. You know what I mean? Like I think every situation's been just breathe, think, don't react, just do what you got to do. Think about it, then react. Don't react first. Just think first.
Now, y'all that are listening, by the way, this is LeVar Scott. He's a NASCAR driver. He's our homeboy. He's coming to the convention, by the way. So that may be another reason for you guys to come out. You can meet him and stuff. But do y'all understand, like when we talk, just so you know, in this class, we talk a lot about therapy and how therapy teaches you little things like breathing and not reacting right away. And I really think that the more intense situations you run into, the more that kind of pays off because it keeps you from reacting in a way that you're going to regret later on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just true if you're a NASCAR driver. It's true if you're a wife or a husband, and something happens. And you just mentioned a situation with a girl, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a valuable tool to have at the age of 20. I didn't have it when I was 20. How about y'all? How many of y'all knew how to keep your cool in a relationship when you were 20 years old? So I know some of y'all was out here cutting people's tires, busting windows, cussing people out, right? And so some of y'all have been doing that to you, in your 50s and 40s, right? So I think but I love that, man. I think that is so cool because I think about even when I went down to Atlanta. And I told you I went to the I went to a business conference and I went to Invest Fest, and it was like everything was all love, everything was all good, but unfortunately, when you're public, not everybody loves you, right? And sometimes people and there was a situation where a person got really irate with me and crazy and everything else, and I was inside, I was like boiling mad, but again, that experience just you keep your composure. Like, look, I'm not responding to that. But inside, it's like, okay, boys, we're gonna count to 10. We're gonna breathe. We're gonna use all these therapy techniques because we're not gonna go out here and do something that we're gonna regret later on. So I personally think that's a skill that just applies for everything. It's gonna help you when you have kids. You're gonna have kids one day, I assume, right?
Yes.
There we go. Right.
I want to have two, one boy, one girl. That's my dream.
Okay.
Things always change.
Yeah, like kids will piss you off, and as a parent, you can't go off. Like we have two teenage girls in the house, and some days it's like, oh, I love you. Next day it's like, I hate you. You're terrible, and you just have to stay like this, right?
Yeah.
So that's, man, powerful skills, brother. I respect that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you get back to your day because I know how busy you are, I know how hard you work, and what kind of regimen you keep, and I'm not gonna keep you from that. Can you give everyone, and first of all, before I ask LeVar to give his information where you all can reach out to him, follow him on Instagram for sure. Can y'all give me a quick yes? We're action-oriented people here. And can you give me a yes that you're going to go seek out LeVar, follow him on social media, follow him on the gram or Twitter or something? Like, can y'all give me a yes?
I've been reading all this stuff now. I love seeing everybody comment. You guys are awesome.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll be
he's
reading
one of
that.
he's family. Like, he's our cousin, right? So, okay, give me a yes, please. And I'm asking you to do that because we got to support each other, and even if it's just encouragement. Now, again, we know that there's the financial side of it. So if you're able to help with that, that's cool. But if you can't, that's fine. Just cheer the brother on. Go in there and make some comments. Hit the fire emoji when he makes a post. Little things like that, I think, are important. So LeVar, go ahead, please. Share your information, brother.
Yeah, so my Instagram is LeVar Scott 34. Facebook's LeVar Scott. Twitter's LeVar Scott. A website, LeVarScott.com. And you can see everything on there. And it's been like a super big pleasure talking to you guys and answering questions and talking to Dr. Boyce. I actually love doing this stuff. So thank you guys for listening to me and having fun. And if we can make a plan to help each other one day in the future, I'd love to be part of it.
All right. So let me give that back to you all slowly, just so you know. People gonna be asking like, what did he say? I didn't catch that. So your Instagram. Let's start with IG, and I'm a at you when I put up the post of this interview. But it's LeVar.Scott34.
Yep.
Okay. So everybody got that? Type it in the chat. LeVar, LAVAR, LeVar.Scott34. Because we're gonna actively, so we're gonna be very conscious.
If anybody wants to make like donations too to support my local racing, I have a Cash App too. If anybody wants that,
share your Cash App. I'll type it in the chat. What's your Cash App?
I gotta find it.
Okay, take your time and find the Cash App. I'm gonna give the other information. I'm gonna type his Cash App in here because y'all know driving takes cash. And so LeVar.Scott34, that's his Instagram. Twitter is at LeVar Scott, LaVarscott. And then his website is LeVarScott.com. And you got the Cash App?
Yep, it's money sign LeVar 1934.
Okay, LeVar 19. Now, why 1934?
19 was for some reason my favorite number growing up. I don't know why. Once I saw number 19, it was it. And then 34 was Wendell Scott's number.
Okay.
So I don't know why, but I always keep a piece of Wendell Scott with me somehow, whether it's one of my race car numbers or just a number on my phone. It's always Wendell Scott. LeVar, somebody said something. It's LeVar, LAVAR.
Yeah, LAV as in Victor, AR. So you said so your Cash App is $ LeVar 1934. Did I say that right? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna put this in here if anybody feels compelled to send something over in the Cash App. Also, once again, Instagram is LeVar.Scott, LAVAR.Scott34, at LeVar Scott, LAVAR SCOTT, LeVarScott.com. I saw somebody put at 19 Keys, reaching out to him. Yeah, I know 19 Keys. I don't have his phone number, but I have met him, and I think anybody, I'd love to see LeVar at Invest Fest or something, on stage. I think that you got to mobilize behind the people that we want to see do great things. Like y'all can sit all day and complain about what's going wrong with some of the youth, right? Like, I can tell you, brother, I know. What makes me happy and sad to see your success is that I think about another kid I know who's your exact same age, who's in rehab on a fentanyl addiction, right? And another kid who's in rehab on a meth addiction, right?
Yeah.
And it's the sometimes the culture can take away somebody. Like, think about this. You take away a LeVar and you replace him with a drug addict or something. Like, that's what they want to do, right? So I think as much as some of y'all might agree with me when we complain about it, I think we got to cheer it on when we see the positive. So I hope you can be involved in supporting in some way. So that's my plea to you. So I would say thank you, man. It was an honor. Awesome, brother.
It was honor for me. Seriously.
Absolutely.
I love
absolutely, man.
Questions.
All right, brother. Well, good to see you, man. And
thank you.
Everybody have a great day. God bless you. And we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So don't forget, if you want to get an invitation to Money in the Morning, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Secondly, tomorrow I'll send you information if you want to join the estate planning class that I talked about before. I'll share that tomorrow. And then also toward the end of the week, I'll give you guys the offer for the convention that I mentioned that I would give you guys in here only. So all that's going to happen this week. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great day and take care, brother. Good to see you, man. Really happening under the surface. And in case you want to know, I'm kind of considered by some to be a social media influencer, but I don't consider myself to be that. I'm a financial scientist. I got my PhD in 2002. And so I personally think that it's a little bit deeper than talking about economics, a little bit deeper than just sounding good on Instagram. But you know, that's part of the process. And I think social media is a valuable tool for the sharing of ideas. You know, when I started to talk about Black wealth and Black economics back in 06, 07, I remember seeing the internet and YouTube and all that and kind of thinking, I bet you. And I did the math in my head and I said, you know, instead of me teaching 30 people in the classroom, maybe I can teach 30,000 people at once. And that was literally my logic. And one area where I'm kicking myself, you talk about missed opportunities, is I started my first YouTube channel in 2007 and I got a lot of subscribers really fast because nobody was on YouTube. But the thing was, something happened, and I think that my content ended up getting banned because I didn't really think about like the copyright stuff at that time. Like nobody thought about all that. And I said, oh, screw this thing. And I just left YouTube for about 6 years. And it was in like 2013 where I remember just kind of noticing like, okay, this YouTube thing seems to be taking off again. A lot of people are getting on YouTube. So I got on YouTube. And again, I didn't even realize, like in hindsight, that was early. 2013 was early too. Like 2007 was super early. If I'd really pushed hard in 2007, I think I would have had 10 million subscribers. But even with 2013, it was very easy to get. I know like on one channel, I have like about 550,000 subscribers. I have another channel with almost 400,000 and another channel with 200,000 and another channel with 80,000. And so it was very easy to kind of still build that. It's much harder now. It's harder now because everyone kind of later on around the pandemic kind of figured out that the internet was kind of cool. For a long time, nobody did anything on the internet. Or I'm going to say nobody, but a lot of people didn't because they thought that this other stuff like TV and whatever was better. And I think when the pandemic happened, that's when even the celebrities like the Shannon Sharps and people like that started saying, oh, wait a minute, there's like this really big thing happening online. Maybe I should look into that. So that's kind of been the evolution of social media that from my perspective, also things have changed in terms of the business models. Back in the day, you know, people will create these websites and have a product on their website and do really well really fast. Like Jamarlin Martin from Bossip, they were making $15-20 million a year just from their little blog. And then what happened was that monetization model changed because what would happen is the companies would give money to these agencies who would then distribute money to the bloggers. Based on the amount of traffic you had, you would get ad revenue from that. And so the agencies were like, why should we give money to the bloggers when we can just keep all the money ourselves? So what would happen is you would get paid like money per thousand visitors. Like maybe it might be $25 per thousand. So if your article has 10,000 views, you make $250, or if it had 100,000 views or something, maybe you can make $2,500. But then it went down from like $25 per thousand to crazy numbers like 25 cents per thousand. So then it became a really difficult, almost unsustainable business model. So one thing about business that this makes me think about is that whatever industry you go into, whatever type of business you start, and how many of y'all are business owners? Give me a yes if you either own a business or plan to own one, or you're planning to build something, or you want to do side hustles or something. Everybody, any entrepreneurs in here? Or entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are people that just kind of want to become entrepreneurs. Just know that whatever you do, it's going to constantly change. And when you see an opportunity, you should probably move on it because the world is going to change on you and that opportunity may disappear. That's really true, especially now, given that AI is just here and it's growing and a lot of people are not paying attention. I was amazed by how many people I know who don't even use things like Chat GPT and stuff like that. I was like, ooh, you might want to pay attention because AI is pretty soon, I think within about 5 years or so, AI is going to be smarter than a PhD scientist. So if you have AI, it's like having, 100 PhDs working for your business. And so ultimately, just, making your move, brainstorming with other smart people, like in your family investment clubs, or maybe things you're doing in the Black Business School, or people you meet at the All Black National Convention, just talking. Like, don't even make it a pressure thing. Like, don't pressure yourself. Just talk. Like, hey, let's just get on a Zoom and just talk about stuff. Right? You will be amazed what comes up just from just talking to people. And I think that that's a better approach than like trying to do everything in a silo and in a vacuum. You're not as smart in a vacuum as you are with other people. And this is not just something that I'm sharing with you for your sake. It's something that I have to remind myself of because I'm naturally an introvert. I'm naturally an introvert, and you know how it is when you're an introvert. I have my most peace. I don't know, maybe I'm on the spectrum or something. I got to check into that. But anyway, it's like you get tunnel vision. You're okay being by yourself. I like peace and quiet because I can focus, because it's almost like a type of meditation that helps me think and understand the world better. And that's good for coming up with unique ideas. And that's been helpful, right? So, because sometimes I'll say something and people will be like, I never heard it said like that before. I never thought of it like that. And I'm like, yeah, me either, until last week. And because I was thinking about it over and over again, and I realized something that I wouldn't have realized if I hadn't thought about it 47 times, right? And that's also what makes me strange, right? It's also what makes me say things sometimes where people are like, what in the hell are you talking about? That's crazy, man. What's wrong with you? Right? It's like, no. You'll get the same thing. Just go sit and think about it. You haven't processed it, right? So that's good. But the downside of being an introvert, this is for my fellow introverts, is that you miss out on ideas that are outside of your own. It's very hard for you to see the world in any way other than the way you were trained to see it. That's it. If you get caught in that trap of only having one type of vision, that's your vision, and that's the only vision, which is pretty much a big chunk of the world now because everybody's like fighting each other over like Democrat, Republican stuff and all that, then I think that really, really limits your possibilities. And this is a consciousness exercise right now. We're doing a consciousness exercise because consciousness isn't just leveling up. Consciousness is broadening out and is going to additional dimensions of existence, right? So if I can only see the world from one perspective, then my consciousness is limited because I cannot imagine what my perspective looks like from to the person over there. I can see what I see. Do you understand? I have a first person visual on everything that I believe, everything that I see, but I can't see what I see from over there. I don't know how I look, to that person over there. All these are types of consciousness because it requires little tools like empathy and our ability to really connect and truly relate and understand other people's perspectives. And people just don't do that anymore. Nobody's really encouraged to do it. Or when you say people should do it, people just get mad and they just want to argue and fight and all that. And I can tell you that this hurts you not just in terms of just what kind of human being you are. It also hurts you when it comes to business. And again, this is not just me telling you this. This is me reminding myself of this because let me just tell you what happened this weekend when I was in Atlanta. Some of you were around for class this weekend, so you know kind of a little bit of this. But I was in Atlanta. I went to the Black Business Conference with Dr. Ken Harris. I highly recommend it. He's a great guy. Just amazing. Booker T. Washington started that organization. And I can just tell you also, like the individuals in that organization helped me understand Booker T a lot better. If you just write him off as some sort of Uncle Tom, I think you're missing the greatness of this man. I mean, this man really was extraordinary. And to the point where there are people that even speculate that they killed him, that somebody killed him. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what that's what the story is. And when I was there, I was meeting all these people from different parts of the world. I was meeting, I met a 40-year-old Black man who builds houses. I met another brother he's actually from the Nation of Islam who had built an engineering firm and his kids work for him and he homeschooled his kids. His kids never went to school. Again, I love the Nation of Islam because they have this thing called common sense. Like, why would you let your enemy educate your kids? And they're also action oriented. They're like, no, you're not going to educate my child. And I just respect that, right? I just think it's enormous. And I also respect builders. And he literally was a builder. I think he was able to build houses too. So you have builders and you're building a business, you're building homes, you're building your children in the right way. And I think that's a recipe for success. His children were very successful as a result of that. And so as I was meeting different people, I just sort of started seeing just so many different perspectives. And then I walked over to InvestFest, which was a different kind of vibe. The Black Business Conference, most people were dressed in business attire. The age range was maybe from the 20s, maybe 25, as high as 75. Probably more so in the 40s, right? But I did meet a young woman named Ketchy. I told you about Ketchy. She left an impression, and she was super smart. She was 30 years old. She read all the Dr. Claude Anderson books and was eager to be around business people that could help her kind of see things and grow and learn. But then I went to InvestFest, right, which has a different kind of approach. InvestFest, to some extent, they're deeply connected to hip hop culture. I think 50 Cent was there, and Steve Harvey and Tyler Perry and things like that. And I went over there mainly because D1 was performing, and D1 is my buddy. Y'all know this, and so I was supporting D and just kind of walking around, and I was seeing a lot of younger people. I saw people maybe in their 20s and 30s, and I got perspectives from them. I talked to a ton of them. A lot of people were stopping me, and if you were one of those people, I appreciate that very much. It was nice to see you and hug you and everything else. And I was just there to learn. I was learning and observing and just kind of seeing different ways of kind of viewing this economic thing. And so one conclusion that I came to that made me really happy is I said, man, this is what's up. This Black economic revolution is going full throttle right now. And I think it's only going to get bigger from here. I think this is just the beginning. This is the infancy. This is what I used to dream about. I told you all that Martin Luther King, unfortunately they limited him before his death to this dream of little black girls and little white boys holding hands and all that. I mean, you can hold hands whoever you want, but that's not my dream. My dream was something like InvestFest, something like the Black Business Conference, where you've got just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of Black people who are unified around one idea. We're not unified around Democrat, Republican. We're not unified around gay, straight. We're not unified around male, female. We're not unified around other. We're unified around economics. Tell me if you agree. Like, I think that if I walk in and I say, Black people, we need to build generational wealth, it's going to be almost like unanimous agreement. Like, let's test it right now. Do you believe Black people need to build generational wealth? Do you believe that we should have a legacy for our kids? Do you believe that we should have higher income? Do you believe we should own property? Right? All these things are easy ideas to rally around. And I don't even need to know if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if you're from the North or the South. I don't care if you're tall, short, gay, straight, male, female, young, old. We all like, yeah, let's get Black people money, right? And so to me, that's a beautiful idea. That's the opening that can help us run the ball to the end zone without any friction, with minimal friction. There's not a lot of disagreement. So I was at InvestFest and I thought it was so great. I was watching this guy, he's the master investor. That's what his name is. I don't know his actual name now. I can't remember his name. But I met one of the founders, the Troy guy. He was very nice to me. We shook hands and he said, "You've been working out?" I said, "Well, when you get past 40, you better work out or you're going to get fat." So I guess I had to, I got my little muscles and stuff. Because I didn't tell him I'm in the 5 a.m. club like 25% of the time. But anyway, Ian Dunlap, that's his name. Yeah. So he's doing this presentation on day trading, which I have to tell you the truth. Here's what the research says about day trading. You got to be careful about it because in day trading, the studies show that about 10% of day traders make money, 90% of day traders lose money. Right. So this is one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of that. I don't, the candlesticks and I know all that. We saw that in grad school. And when I was in my PhD program, they pretty much told us like, don't endorse that. That is not, but it doesn't mean that it's fine. It's fine, but it's not easy and simple, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned like the $5 a day plan and I say, just buy some S&P 500 stocks and do it consistently and your wealth is definitely going to grow. This has been proven to consistently work for anybody who does that basic thing, right? Whereas day trading is a little more complex. It has ups and downs, but I understand why people want to participate in it. So it's not in any shade toward those who like day trading. I personally just don't really get into it that much because it's, because of that, right? But what I was impressed by was I just saw him doing this presentation, and it was right before D1 was about to speak. And I was like, wow, this is so great to just see all these like young people, thousands of them sitting in this room and taking notes, like intensely paying attention to this conversation about stocks in the stock market. Because I've mentioned to you all, I think you can keep it to make it as simple as possible. Here's what you got to understand about the stock market. The biggest mistake you can make in the stock market is to not participate at all. That's the biggest mistake you can make. So what you got to understand is that the first step to being a millionaire or being wealthy is acting like wealthy people, doing what wealthy people do. most wealthy people are in the stock market. So if you think you're going to be wealthy and not touch the stock market, well, then that's like saying I'm going to drive across, I'm going to get across Cincinnati in 5 minutes, but I don't have a car. Well, if you don't have a car, you better take a Uber or something. If you think that's going to happen on foot, that just physically does not work. So generally speaking, most regular people, other than maybe celebrities or something, have a very difficult, if not an impossible time to build wealth in an inflationary economy without participating in the stock market. That's where the money resides. So I thought that was really cool. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. I said, this is what I love. I love like helping young people understand you got to participate. And he said one thing that I just loved and I agreed with was he said he got them all to commit to investing every single month. And I said, good. You form those healthy financial habits. Now, there's still challenges a little bit with hip hop culture. I think there's some areas of hip hop culture we got to fix. And that's another reason why I applauded them for bringing in D1, because he's another guy that sees that and he's working actively to fix that. And he's doing a great job with that. Because if you don't fix your culture, then you're not going to really have wealth. All the money that comes is going to be like Mexican food. It's going to go in and go out out the other end real quick. So as you sort of understand what wealthy people do, you also have to embrace the idea of wealth preservation, which unfortunately is a little bit more conservative. It's a little bit more of a conservative idea. It just says, I'm going to conserve my wealth. That's how I'm going to stay wealthy. I'm going to get rich and stay rich. And here's why I want to get into social media influencers a little bit and some of the data, because actually social media influencers are not, they're great at sort of developing influence and maybe getting some income from that, but they're not so great at building wealth and preserving it. And I'm going to share some stats to kind of help you guys understand that. And by the way, just a reminder, I'm going to send out one more time later on today, that list of cybersecurity stocks. So if you want to get that list, just get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also, if you want to take a look at that training, how to make money without working, the stock options training, just text the word money to 87948. So you can get on multiple lists if you'd like. It's totally up to you. So text money to 87948 if you'd like to see that. All right. So here are some stats on social media influencers and why there's kind of an economic danger to what social media influence does to us, mentally and otherwise. So first off, there's a 2023 study that found that 12% of social media influencers who earned over $1 million annually face bankruptcy or severe financial distress within 5 years due to lifestyle inflation and poor financial management. So basically what they're saying is that after you get rich, there's a huge cost to acting rich. And when I say acting like wealthy people, I'm talking about the getting rich part. But the where you don't want to act like some wealthy people is the whole idea of throwing your money away as a sign of wealth, right? So a lot of Instagram flexing, showing off, keeping up with the Joneses, letting everybody know how well you're doing. Not only is that dangerous and problematic, but it's also a wealth killer, right? So a lot of the social media influencers who might, I don't know, take pictures of themselves on a private plane because they bought a private jet to sort of show off on Instagram. There's a consequence to that, and it leads to bankruptcy. Also, the other thing about being a social media influencer, and I've seen a lot of people who want to be social media influencers, and I would say if you're not prepared to really, really commit to it, I don't know if I would do it because most social media influencers don't make very much money. Let's see. According to another study, they found that in 2022, they did this study. They said only 4% of social media influencers earn more than $100,000 a year, while over 60% earn less than $30,000. So if you're thinking about trying to be a social media influencer, I would encourage you to really pick your niche very, very carefully and really commit to that. That means making the content consistently and regularly and finding your people as quick as possible and understanding product development and things like that. Because if you don't do it right, you can end up very frustrated and feel like it's not paying off because it doesn't pay off for most people. So you got to be really careful with that. They said a lot of social media influencers end up having tax issues. Also, spending habits. They said that 45% of influencers spend more money than they earn, relying on credit to fund their lifestyles. Did anybody see where there's a story where there were two young ladies who were basically known on Instagram for how much money they had, and they both got arrested for drug possession, like because they were literally transporting dope across state lines to fund that social media lifestyle. And this is where it's very dangerous when you have people that are, say, 25, 26 years old that are making money, more money than people twice their age. And they didn't get a trust fund or anything. They somehow magically found a way to make all this money. And unfortunately, sometimes it's because they're doing anything necessary to get that money, and that can have a consequence. Also, they said 65% of influencers confess that they have little to no formal financial education, leading to mismanagement of earnings, poor investment choices, and insufficient savings. And that's really true. Without naming any names, I will say that personally, I have seen a lot of financial influencers where they'll talk and they'll explain something, and I'll be sitting there like literally biting my tongue because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, this is so incorrect. But everyone likes them because she's cute, or because he said it in a rhyme, or whatever. Like the person has swag, or whatever, they from the same hood. And I'll be like, I think this is wrong. Like, this is not accurate information. How do I say this without sounding like a boomer or just an uppity professor? I'm not trying to be better than anybody, but I think having accurate information is really important. And so as we sort of move forward with this economic revolution, which I think is extremely powerful and valuable, you've got to make sure that there's some space in there for truth, or some sort of understanding of like, okay, what actually fits, what actually works and what doesn't. Because I see a lot of people who say, yeah, I want to invest, and then they're investing in all the wrong things, making all the wrong moves, and then it doesn't work out, and they say, investing sucks. It's kind of like dating, like people don't, like usually if somebody says, I hate men or I hate women, and because this keeps happening to me, it's sometimes it's because they're approaching dating in the wrong way. They're picking the wrong people, they're handling situations in the wrong way, they haven't studied it. When I was dating, I don't know if I ever told y'all this, but because I'm a student and a teacher, I was like, well, if I want to be good at this dating thing, let me just read a book about it. I kid you not. And to be honest, I don't know if it's TMI, but when I first started having sex, I was like, I want to understand how to do this well. So I read this book. It was like, what was the book called? It was called don't tell my wife, because she'll probably be like, boy, she shouldn't be talking about this publicly. The book was, you know what it was called? I went to the library. This is back in the day, you had to go to the library, right? That's why I got the gray in my beard. The book was called How to Make Love to a Woman. Woo! And let me tell you, it worked. Everything in that book worked. So my simple argument is that everything you need to know about life is in a book. Open the damn book. Or as my friend Constance Carter says, she'll be at the convention too, by the way. She says, Google that shit. Like, look it up. Stop trying to solve problems yourself when the answers are everywhere. You're 25 years old trying to figure out life. Go talk to a 45-year-old. Talk to 10 of them. Ask them the same question. You'll get 10 different answers, and then you're gonna what do they call it? Triangulate. You're gonna triangulate your way to a solution. Information is power. Seek knowledge. That's if you want to know one of the keys to happiness, knowledge is the cousin of happiness, in my opinion, because if you have knowledge of self and knowledge of the world, then you'll understand how you operate and how you need to fit yourself into the world. So the best thing that I learned, and it just came naturally, because all through my PhD program, all I was doing was reading books and thinking about things. That was the best thing that ever happened to me, because now when I have a problem, I'm like, okay, let me go look some stuff up. Let me talk to some people. Let me go figure out the answer. The answer's out here somewhere. It's got to be somebody else has gone through this. And then understanding the world means you can say, okay, I don't want to be over there. I want to be over here. I don't want to do this. I want to do that. No, I don't think I want to try smoking crack, because that's bad. I think I want to I want to run marathons instead. Another book that I read that was really great was called I read it when I was 30 years old, and it was called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. And she wrote a book also for women to understand men. And that was really powerful, because I did not know that women were so different. Like y'all just, I was reading this like, oh my God. Like I was, no way. Like, this lady's crazy. She's making this up. And I would ask my female friends, I would just read stuff. She would have little lists like the top 10 things that turn women off. And it would just be things that seem weird to me. Like, I don't know, like when your feet are too big and, or or you burnt the cheese, the lasagna. I'm joking, but it was goofy stuff. And I was reading it to my female friends. I'd be like, is this true? And and it says number 3. Is that she'd be like, oh yeah, I hate that. I hate when men do that. So reading books can really go a long way in terms of solving whatever problem you have. And so one of the things that happens with investing, let's circle back to investing, is that a lot of people have a bad view of investing because whoever introduced them to it introduced it in the wrong way. Somebody that you saw on social media who was cute and flashy and sounded good got you to pay $20,000 for a course and you walked away and you didn't learn anything. You didn't actually learn anything that actually worked or actually applied. And this is something that I think has to kind of be sort of dealt with, not so much in a way you have to be critical of anybody, but really in a way where I encourage you to really kind of vet things to understand, like, okay, is this really going to actually work and really apply? Because if you do investing right and you understand what to stay away from, then I think that I know for a fact it is a much better experience than if you do it wrong. And the reason you want to do it right is because if you get traumatized the first time you invest, then you're going to say, oh, all investing is bad. So this is what happens with a lot of people when they say, oh, I don't put money in the stock market or whatever. And you look at their history, chances are they did try it once and they bought some crazy stuff that their cousin told them to get, and it didn't work out. Okay. All right. So let me keep reading here about social media influencers. They said it says here also over 70% of influencers rely on brand deals and sponsorships as a primary source of income. And the instability of these deals can lead to a sudden income drop if their partners fall through or if they lose followers. That's true. And I told you all, like with social media, there is that volatility, there is that risk factor. I've had 2 social media platforms taken down, and I didn't know why. I had one Facebook page that was really popping. It had 600,000 people on it. This was 7 years ago, and that was where the rapper Young and Made got discovered. Literally, I'm not kidding. And in fact, another famous singer she told me she kind of got discovered on my page. Her name was Victory Boyd. A lot of y'all know about her because her family they have a group called Infinity Song, and they performed at the convention. Victory's world famous now, and I didn't even know this, but I went to Victory's one of her parties, or they have these parties where they'll go to some rich person's house and perform, and all the industry executives will come to see the person perform. So it's like small and intimate, but it's like a whole bunch of people inside a house. And she was at one of these house parties, and she's like, I see Dr. Boyce is here, and he doesn't know this, but we were signed with Rock Nation, and nobody was really giving us any attention. And Dr. Boyce put me on his page, and then we blew up and got 3 million views, and that's when everything took off. And I was like, oh wow, that is so cool. That's awesome, right? So I kind of patted myself on the back a little bit, but still though, I don't care. I mean, I was happy to play my part, right? But anyway, the point of this story, besides me sounding like I'm some arrogant prick, is that she is that these pages, this page and then my Instagram page, literally just disappeared out of the blue. And what's good and bad about it was, it's like that saying where you say you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That would have been my strategy. So my strategy from the beginning was, I said, okay, if I got all these followers on these pages, somebody could take this away in any moment. Mark Zuckerberg could decide that, I'm too radical or whatever and just take me down. So you plan for that. So the same mindset you have as an investor where you diversify and you spread your risk out is exactly the same approach I took to building everything with my business. I never said I want to have one Facebook page. A lot of y'all that follow me, I don't have one Facebook page. I got dozens. And I don't even tell anybody all the pages I have because I don't want anybody knowing. You don't want people to know all your business, right? I didn't have one Instagram. I had several. When the big one went down, I just started building on the backup page. I don't have one YouTube channel. I had several YouTube channels. Just like, so same thing is true. Even when you're investing, you diversify. You have to spread your risk out because you don't know where the risk is coming from. And risk is like this boogeyman that lives in the shadows that will sneak up on you and punch you in the face and slice your throat. Like you don't know which direction he's coming from. So risk is not just, the risk that your stock price is going to drop, or the risk that, that your investments are not going to make as much money as you want. It could just be, for example, if I have a lot of my money in a crypto exchange and the crypto exchange goes bankrupt because the CEO goes to prison or something, right? So you never put all your eggs in one basket. You have to spread yourself out. So even with social media, when I see people pouring into one platform and they build this one gigantic platform, I'm always trained to think about the what ifs. Like, well, what if that one platform's gone? Like I remember I met a lady who had 400,000 or 500,000 people on an Instagram page or on a Facebook page. Maybe it was like actually more like 2 million. And she built everything around this one Facebook page, and she had all these customers and all these employees and everything. And then they didn't take her page down. What they did was they throttled the traffic. Anybody remember that? Where back when you used to post something on Facebook and everybody who followed you would see your post. And then Facebook, but their strategy was, we want to get you to build the following, and then we're gonna sell your audience to somebody else. Right? That's what they did. They started selling it through the ads. And so they would basically tell the person who built the audience, you can't access this audience unless you pay us money. I think it's highly unethical. Mark Cuban called out Facebook for that when they did it. And so basically when they throttled this lady's audience, she said, I had to fire all my employees. I lost all my customers. Our revenue dropped from, 2 million a year to 200,000 or something like that. And it was terrible. Right. And so you kind of have to just sort of know, in economics, they call these exogenous or black swan events. Exogenous and black swan events means that sometimes you don't know what's going to show up and sneak around and punch you in the face. You just kind of have to sort of be ready for all of that. And it is horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So anyway, let me keep reading here. They said that a survey also showed in 2023 that 55% of influencers experience significant financial stress, with concerns about inconsistent income, high expenses, and future financial security being the top stressors. Debt accumulation. According to a 2021 study, 40% of influencers have credit card debt exceeding $10,000, often accrued to maintain appearances or fund their content creation activities. Short career span. The average career span of a social media influencer is just 3 to 5 years. Due to the constant pressure to stay relevant, leading to burnout and financial instability when income streams dry up. So there we go. So that's the life of a social media influencer. So if you still like that and you're still okay with that and you want to move in that direction, then good luck to you. Also, if you and actually I had talked about possibly doing some sort of a training on it, like some sort of class or something. If you guys are interested in that, then keep bringing it up, and I can put something together. But because it did like, I think if I was just a quote unquote content creator, it would have been very difficult to do what I'm doing. I had to really think as a full businessman, not just like, oh, I'm just going to make a bunch of YouTube videos. I think that's really a hard way to get by, and I kind of feel bad for people that are stuck in that space, and they kind of play with you, right? Like someone will become popular and they'll start making a bunch of money on YouTube, and then suddenly the money will disappear, and then they have to figure something else out. And then also it can create weird incentives. Like, I'm gonna tell you, I had a love-hate interaction with the late Kevin Samuels because I respected him. He was smart. He was an intelligent guy. I looked at his old content, and he did a whole video about me. He was very supportive. He was very, like, he was respectful, but I had to tell the truth that I didn't like the way the algorithm incentivized him to take on a certain type of content that I think was beneath what he could have offered to the world. If you look at Kevin Samuels' content 5 years ago, he was doing really, really powerful, instructive, productive, educational stuff for Black people. But the problem was he struggled to get attention. So what happened was he kind of shifted his image. He would wear the black suit, and he had the ticking clock, and the therapist kind of set up and with the lights kind of dim. And for some reason that people really liked that. And then he also told that lady she was going to die alone. And that's when he went viral, mega, mega, mega viral. Everybody, there's no such thing as bad publicity, to be honest with you. So everyone was talking about it. And then what I noticed was in a lot of his videos, he started using the words "die alone" in his titles in order to, I guess, rig the algorithm. And I didn't like it. It didn't feel good to me because I remember thinking, you know, I kind of know women who are going to die alone, and it's not their fault. It's because things like the Biden crime bill, the Vietnam War, and the war on drugs have created an imbalance in the Black community, where a lot of households became fatherless, and as a result of that, when you look at Black adults, marriage eligible Black women, the number of marriage eligible Black women exceeds the number of marriage eligible Black men. By marriage eligible, I mean, you know, having a high enough income level, you know, to where you're willing and able to really provide for a family. So it's not to say, like, I told you all about that study in The Economist, where they said that for every 1 percentage point increase in the incarceration rate of Black males, there was a 2.7% decline in the percentage of Black women who got married. Did anybody else know this? How many of y'all knew this? It's so I'm not here to say that Kevin didn't make some good points. He did, but I think to just kind of like oversimplifying a really complex issue kind of bothered me a little bit. And I said that I'm not scared to say what the truth is. I don't care. I got God protecting me, so you can't mess with me. But then the other thing was, you know, through time, the content, you know, it had a kind of a toxic element to it. In fact, one of the last things he said before he died was, if you're over 35 and you're a woman, nobody wants you, right? And I was like, that's just not true. That's so many beautiful women in their 40s and 50s that are having wonderful social lives. Like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. And then he died. He died alone. Right? He died with this lady that he'd only known, you know, for a couple of days or something. And I was and so I was, and so people got mad at me, but I said, so now you kind of understand, like, men can die alone too. So let's stop acting like women are the problem when all of us are the problem. We're all the problem. We have to all own the problem. I own part of the problem. You own part of the problem. And I think by carrying that load, it keeps us from getting into the blame game where we're looking for scapegoats, where we end up hating each other because our community has been put into this a shit show of a reality, you know, where you're so busy cage fighting with each other that you don't even look up and see who built the damn cage. I told y'all about this. We talked about this yesterday. You're literally so busy fighting the person across the cage from you that you're not thinking, like, who built this damn cage? Who created this false reality that's causing us to have to fight each other and to be in this weird scarcity mindset. It's terrible. So anyway, I think that the reason I brought up the Kevin Samuels thing is not because I'm here to disrespect him. The man passed. I want to be respectful. But I had to defend also women because when you talk about dying alone, I have a cousin in Louisville, Kentucky, my hometown, who actually opened up a house where the house is specifically for Black women who have cancer, who have nobody for them, who have nobody in their life to help them. And that, so I'm very sensitive to that kind of thing. But then the other piece of it too was, I feel like if that part of what drove Kevin to be less of a version than what I believe he could have been for the world is that clout is a hell of a drug and money is an even bigger drug. You know, when you have a YouTube channel that's getting millions of views on every video, hundreds of thousands of views, that's an insane amount of money. This man was probably making 100,000 a month or more on that YouTube channel. And what happens is that the money can make you sort of say, okay, I got to cater to the money. And you get to the point where the tail is wagging the dog, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. The money should not be shaping how you do things. You should be shaping how you make your money, right? So I can't really sort of you know, so I had to be really intentional in the very beginning of everything that I did. Not that I did it perfectly, but I had to be very intentional about saying, okay, yeah, we need to make money. I want to be able to pay people, but I need to make money by being a version of me that is authentic as possible, so I don't have to make my money by pretending. I don't have to make my money by lying. So what happens is that I get uninvited to a lot of spaces. I told you all when D.L. Hughley called me and cussed me out and whatever. Like, so now I go to InvestFest and Steve Harvey's running InvestFest and he's friends with DL. So of course, you know, politically I'm out of the loop. I never expected to be. People were like, well, why aren't you on the stage in InvestFest? I'm like, well, because if I were them, I wouldn't invite me either, because now it's political, right? Now I'm the guy who says these things that make people think I hate rappers, which is not true. I have lots of friends that are rappers. I love hip hop, which is why I want to help change it, right? I love it, which is why I criticize it, right? I love it which gives me the right to critique it because I know what good hip hop does and the power of good hip hop, but I also know what bad hip hop does. So I've worked with a lot of the rappers and Russell Simmons and Kanye and all these other people that I've told you about in my conversations with them. But at the same time, I also look at the community and I see what the toxic music has done. And also because I understand the economics of it all, I understand what the dungeon masters are doing to you, what the puppet masters are doing. I know what they're doing with their money. Y'all, check this out. Let me tell y'all a story. This happened this morning. This was interesting now that it's coming to mind. My wife was telling me about an NPR story that they just did. And this is the second hand. This is her description to me this morning. We're driving, we're in the car. I'm halfway asleep because it's 5:15 and I didn't go to bed till 1, but I'm determined to try to get to the gym so I can start feeling like a man again. And I'm just listening to my wife talk because you got to listen to your wife. If you don't listen, they're going to get mad at you. So I'm listening and I'm just like, really? Oh, wow, that's wonderful, dear. Just doing what I'm supposed to do, trying to play the good husband role. But I'm really kind of tired, to be honest with you. And she tells me something that perked me up. She says, I was listening to this NPR story and they were talking about the first big, they were talking about music and advertising and how record labels really had an issue with music and advertising. And music really hit advertising big, even though it was already kind of there. It was always kind of there, but mainstream music really hit advertising big and with one campaign. And she said, which one do you think it is? I said, oh, I bet it was the Adidas campaign with Run DMC. I bet you that was the one that did it. And she said, yeah, she said that, and she told the story, and Russell had actually told me the story directly, and I'd heard it in other places. But basically, in case y'all don't know the story, Run DMC had that song. Y'all remember that? My Adidas, right? So they were rapping about Adidas. They didn't have an endorsement from Adidas, but they were rapping about their Adidas. And so Russell, because he's I don't know about his personal stuff. I don't know nothing about all that, but I know as a businessman and as an activist, he did everything he said he was going to do, and I had a lot of respect for that. But Russell, being the businessman that he was, called the Adidas executives and had them come to, because these are a bunch of German people. I think it was a family-owned business at the time or something. So these German people come to a hip hop concert. At this time, hip hop is seen as radical and dirty and weird and nasty. And he told everybody in the audience, he told his brother Ron, he said, tell everybody to hold their Adidas in the air during the concert. So that's what he did. He said, everybody who has your Adidas on, hold it up in the air. So that 40,000 people held their Adidas up in the air. And that was Russell's evidence to Adidas, like, look, hip hop has power. Like they were the original social media influencers. They can make people buy stuff. So that was when Adidas did a deal with them. And what Alicia told me that was really interesting, I did not know this, is she said that people in the music industry had a big issue with that advertisement campaign. They had a big problem with the Adidas campaign. And the reason they had a problem with it is they said, you're promoting prison culture to the youth. Did y'all know that? They said, you're promoting prison culture. You're telling people to walk around with their Adidas to have no shoestrings in the shoes. And that's what they do in prison, just like sagging pants. This is before sagging and all that. Right. But apparently walking around with shoes with no laces in it was prison culture. And they were like, we don't want to promote prison culture. And I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was really fascinating. Now, obviously, they got past their reservations. They promote prison culture everywhere. But this, to me, is just a fascinating example of how money can create the wrong incentives. This is where this is also where hip hop kind of, I think started that process of kind of going left. I think that as much as we want to, people in my generation want to look at today's music and say, I can't believe they're doing that. A lot of that kind of started in our generation. Even when yesterday I was listening to Luke Sky. Apparently Luke from Two Live Crew is like, now he's a political analyst or something. He's like Team Kamala and stuff. Nothing against that, but that's what's happening. So I was listening to a live that he was doing where he was talking to people about the election and everything, and of course they were basically saying anybody who doesn't vote for Kamala is stupid. I remember hearing Luke make he made a video where he was basically saying, anybody who is popping their coochie and shaking their butt and all this other stuff, they have us to thank for it. They should thank 2 Live Crew because we were the first ones to rap about that. And I remember thinking, I don't think I'm proud of that. Like that's not to me, that's not the kind of generational legacy that I'd want us to leave. Like we really taught you how to disrespect yourself. We taught you how to have irresponsible sex. We taught you how to degrade your women. We taught you how to just be sloppy, disrespectful men. Like I'm not proud of any of that. I don't want any part of that. And even at that time, I'll tell you the truth, even at the time when it all came out, I was like, this is terrible music. This is goofy. This is not like is everything about just nasty, weird, irresponsible sex? Like, is nothing sacred? I mean, is there nothing valuable about this experience? Like, is everything got to be reduced to a party and an orgy and going to the club? And so I kind of feel like with hip hop, I actually like the idea that there are people who understand that some elements of toxic hip hop have become kind of this cesspool of nasty, ugly racial stereotypes, very anti-family behavior, anti-woman, anti-black male, minstrel show behavior, that is ultimately self-destructive, that ultimately will lead to your children going to prison. So it's also anti-youth in that way. So as much as if you're a conservative and you might want to accuse certain groups of grooming children in a certain way, and I do believe that kind of is, things are changing, right? I think that, it's very uncomfortable for me that they want to talk so much about sexuality to children. And so I do think that there's some grooming there. You got to remember, you've let hip hop artists groom your children for prison. You've let hip hop artists groom the worst ones. I'm not talking about the good ones, not the bad ones. You let them groom your child to become a drug addict. We've allowed them to groom our kids to become criminals, to put themselves to get killed at an early age. So as much as we might want to point at the youth, I mean, these are our kids, and so all of us have some role to play in this destruction. And it goes back to the economics for sure, because you have no economic benefit to having a 20-year-old boy that's sitting in rehab costing his family money when he could be out conquering the world and doing great things and bringing wealth into the family. He could be a 20-year-old millionaire, but instead he's a 20-year-old drug addict. Do you understand? She could be a 22-year-old engineer that's adding to the family wealth, but instead she's a 22-year-old hoochie mama city girl that just wants to go pop a coochie for anybody that gives her $20 in a bag of Cheetos. See, you got to understand the differences. You got to understand the shadow cost of destructive culture. The shadow cost is, remember, that's the opportunity cost. That's that cost that you're paying, but you don't even realize you're paying it because you never see the money, so you don't think there is any money there. Let me give you an example. When I was at InvestFest, a kid came up to me who had been part of the Black Business School for many years, and his name was Caden, Kayden. And I saw him, and he's like 14 now. I said, Caden, oh my God, you've grown. Last time I saw him, he was 7 or 8. Caden, I asked, so I knew Caden because Caden is really big into financial literacy. And I said, so how you been? What you been up to? So he's with his dad. We were sitting there. D1 was about to go on stage, and it was in the InvestFest crowd. So I was kind of in the corner, and, in the dark area. So, and let me tell you, first off, I asked Caden, I said, you're 14. Wow, you're starting high school. That's a big deal. You know what he said? He said, no, I already graduated. I said, what? And I looked at his dad. I said, what wait, did he say graduated? His dad said, yeah. We got him through high school already. I said, okay. Way to go, black man. This is awesome. And then I said, so what's he going to do now? Is he going to go to college? And he said no, because he makes 10 times more money than the average college graduate. Here's a picture of him at the White House. I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is what our children are capable of when you don't allow their brains to be polluted and infested with thug, hoochie, nonsense, ignorant culture. Because remember, Caden could just as easily be like a 14-year-old who's on his way to becoming addicted to Molly Percocets and in rehab. I know parents like that, by the way. I know parents who have really extraordinary talented, intelligent young sons who are 19 years old in rehab because they got them hooked on fentanyl at an early age. I know multiple families like this, right? So that's what Caden could have been that. But you know what happened? His father intervened. His father said, "No, you're not getting my child. The devil ain't coming up in my house because I'm the man of this house. And nothing's coming into this house, and nothing's going to poison my children. Nothing's going to intervene in their lives without my permission." And that required a degree of intentionality. And what I saw with Caden was I saw the potential of what our young men and young women can become when we stop sitting around letting other people raise our kids for us. When we stop letting other people tell us who we are, and we stop letting other people tell us who we're supposed to be. It's so what I'm saying is that overall, when I look at hip hop and I look at it in a real complex way, that's why nobody can really put me in a box. They try to say, "Oh, you hate rappers." No, I don't. I got 50 friends. I got more rapper friends than you got. Or, "Oh, you da. No. Let's talk about that. What I'm saying is that you have to address that toxic culture if you're going to ever achieve anything in this society. So, influencer culture to some extent is connected to that a little bit because rappers are tremendous influencers. And I just want to see us influence people to do things that are going to make their lives better. All right. Okay, let me mention a couple more things before we bounce out today. And also, I want to remind you also later on this week, I am going to work with my team and hopefully try to convince you to consider coming to the All Black National Convention if you haven't thought about it yet. I will give you all in this class an offer that hopefully you can't refuse. And those of you who already bought your passes, I can make it up to you. You can hit up our support team. We can give you something as a bonus or something as a thank you because if you did pay full price, that's fine. But I am going to change the price and we are going to make an offer. And I want to do this for those of you where maybe money is a barrier or something like that. And I don't want that to be the obstacle. I really would love to have all the right people together so that we can accomplish these things together. So don't let me forget to do that. And also, my books and everything else you guys know is at drboycebooks.com. So if you have some needs for your family, for your kids, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And later on this week, Dr. Lene Javette, who's our Dean of Entrepreneurship in the Black Business School, is going to do a special event basically for those of you that are interested in creating side hustles or businesses for yourselves and for your families. That's going to be for free. That's going to be on Friday. I will text you all the link to that event. Just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you all this information via text later today and during the week. So kind of look out for that. Be on the lookout for that. All right. So let me just give you a couple quick facts. We're talking about social media influencers and how they don't make as much money as you think. Also, let me end with a couple of facts about sort of what social media does to you. When you watch people flaunt their wealth on social media, you must be extremely careful because studies, they're starting to research this and conclude that it really disrupts your mental health, especially if you're sitting there watching other people appear to live these perfect lives and your life is normal, in which all of our lives have problems, but people don't put those problems on social media. So here, a 2022 study in the Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology found that 62% of social media users reported feeling anxious or depressed after viewing posts showcasing wealth, luxury items, or extravagant lifestyles. So when you see somebody showing off how much money they got, or they took a picture next to their new Mercedes with a bow on it, and they typed the word #blessed or something on the post, it does have an effect on you. And I encourage you to become emotionally intelligent, get in touch with your feelings. And if you start feeling that way, talk to yourself about it, kind of process what's going on and sort of shift your behavior. Like maybe you have to unfollow somebody or whatever so that you don't have to have that feeling inside of you. Okay. Jealousy is just a horrible feeling to have, especially anxiety and depression. Actually, the next statement I want to make here relates to envy and resentment. Social media makes you jealous. It says here, according to a 2023 survey by the American Psychological Association, 45% of respondents admitted to feeling envious or resentful after seeing friends or influencers flaunt their wealth on social media, leading to feelings of inadequacy and lowered self-esteem. So what I would say to you, two things. Number one, Be careful about that. I think jealousy is just such a toxic emotion. It doesn't make you a better person, more attractive. It makes you unhealthy in so many ways because because it's hard for you to count your own blessings when you're counting everybody else's blessings. A lot of times we lose our sense of gratitude when we start gaining that attitude where we are looking at other people and what they have and how they're doing, and we somehow feel we're competing with them. You got to get out of that cycle. And again, I told you, if I believe if you start feeling that way, you should just unfollow whatever accounts are making you feel. All of us have those people we follow to just get on our nerves or make us mad. And so just hit the little silent button. That way you won't see their content if that makes you feel better. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to. Maybe I don't like the flaunt. So that's the other side of it too. I also believe if you are doing well, why do you have to tell everybody how well you're doing? Why tell people, I'm not a poor person. I make money, right? But I'm not interested in trying to show myself sitting in first class or riding a private jet or driving a luxury vehicle. I think that that's shallow and weird and pathetic. And also, I think that that makes people forget how blessed they are. So just kind of detach from that. They also said that 41% of this is a study at the University of Pennsylvania. They found that 41% of social media users experience increased financial stress and pressure to keep up with others after being exposed to posts about luxury purchases and vacations. So a lot of competition can emerge out of that. FOMO, another study showed that 56% of social media users, more than half, reported experiencing FOMO, fear of missing out, when they saw others enjoying their lavish lifestyles, leading to impulsive spending and poor financial decisions. Decreased life satisfaction. I could keep going. Increased spending behavior, body image concerns, mental health impact on the youth. These poor babies. Oh my God, it's terrible for them. Reduced self-worth. I could keep going down the list. I just want to encourage you to just understand that social media is this big, monstrous variable that all of us are connected to, that, in my view, is something that has to be managed. And it has to be managed in a proactive way. Because the Zuckerbergs and the people that make billions of dollars getting you to scroll, through these algorithms, these people have basically hacked human emotions, and they've hacked your brain, and they've gotten you to the point where you can't stop scrolling. They know exactly what to put in front of you. They know exactly what kind of bells and dings and beeps to put on the phone to keep you connected and engaged. And these individuals don't care about you. They just pretty much want to use you so they can make money. So don't let social media use you. Use social media. You need to use it. Don't let it use you. All right. Take it from a guy who's does a lot of stuff on social media. So maybe I can almost be an expert at it by now. I have no idea. But anyway, that's it, guys. I'm gonna let you all go. I will see you all tomorrow for Money in the Morning. If you want to get an invitation, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also feel free to go to theblackbusinessschool.com if you want to see what we have going on in the Black Business School. Now we have stock market classes. Pretty soon we're going to do another meeting of the Prime program. Actually, Prime 101 is actually today, now that I think about that. So you can actually sign up if you're interested in stock options and you want to learn how to make income from stock options. That's what we do in Prime. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. Oh my God, man, I've got the days off. I'm still actually overcoming that cold I got from Egypt, from the trip to Egypt. So I came back from Egypt with some souvenirs and a little bit of a cold spell, but I'm better now. I'm pretty much back, and I'm about 92.4%, not 92.3. I'm about 92.4%, and also. Tomorrow is a really big day, Andre from Dallas. It's a big day because tomorrow is the start of the Black Investors Championships. You guys may know about the Black Investors Championships, where we compete for the Black Investors Cup. And the Black Investors Cup is a competition that we created in the Black Business School that is looking for the best Black investor on earth. And hundreds of you have entered the competition. We cannot take any more contestants. We unfortunately we have run out of spots for this competition, which starts tomorrow morning. But if you are in the Black Investors Cup, you can log in at blackinvestorscup.com, and you can then hop in and and go ahead and start picking your stocks tomorrow. And after 6 weeks, we're going to go look and see who made the most money. And the winner will get the Big Black Investors Cup mailed to your house. You'll also get free lifetime access to any course you would like in the Black Business School. That means you could take our stock market class, you could take our stock options training, you could look into our real estate training, you can do whatever you want to do in the Black Business School. And then also I'll bring you on the platform to allow you to be a part of the platform, to tell everybody what you did and why you were so smart and what you and your family accomplished when it came to investing. So anyway, James Keller, how are you? I see you. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll send out a quick text message to let everybody know that Money in the Morning is starting now. And what I thought I would do today is kind of talk to you guys about just investing in general. So one of the reasons we're doing the Black Investors Championship is because I want to encourage you to invest, but to also show you a couple things, show you a thing or two, the things that will make a difference in your long-term generational wealth. See, as I've mentioned to you all many, many times before, investing literally is it's shown as the number one wealth driver on Earth. Stock market investing is the number one wealth creator on the entire planet. So if you're not investing in the stock market and you don't have any wealth, well, it's easy to explain what's going on. And what's going on is that you're not participating in the places where the money is. The best way to have money is to go where the money's at. Give me a guess if you understand. Give me a guess if this logic makes sense. If you want to have the money and you want to get the money, you can't be where the money's not and expect to have the money. Do you understand? Like you can't. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would you go if you want to get something? Why would you go to the places where that thing is not located? If you're looking for a good man, why would you go to the places where bad men are located and expect to find a good man? If you're looking for gold, why would you go to all the places that don't have gold and dig for gold? And why would you dig for gold in the trash can? Why would you dig for gold in, I don't know, in the middle of the ocean? You don't do that, right? You dig for gold, you find out where the gold is located, and then you dig for gold where the gold is located, right? Very simple idea. And one of the things that's interesting and just utterly insanely fascinating to me is how many people claim that they want money, but they don't go where the money's at. They do things that don't connect to the money. And maybe it's because we're just following behind what somebody else told us to do. We're following generational patterns, generational curses. I talk about that extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy of that book at drboycebooks.com. It's also on Amazon. And I'm going to tell you, when you sort of ask that question, why don't most Black people invest? The only thing that can come to mind is culture. That's the only solution, right? Because if I ask most people, if I say, do you think investing will help you have more money? Then most people say, yeah. Do you think investing is a good idea? Most people say, yeah, that's where money is. And so the only thing that can explain that disparity and that discrepancy is just culture. Just I don't do it because nobody around me did it. Nobody encouraged me to do it. Maybe you can think of it a little bit like eating healthy food. A lot of us don't eat healthy food. Maybe also because the unhealthy food tastes good, and instant gratification is one of the devils that distracts us from that higher purpose of delayed gratification and long-term reward building, right? So I would encourage you when you think about investing, especially for those of you that are entering the Black Investors Cup, which starts tomorrow, is to go ahead and really think of this as an entry ramp into the world of wealth. If you jump on that ramp, I guarantee you, and if you remain consistent and you make this a part of your culture, you're going to do better than not just most other Black people. You're going to do better than most white people. See, what you don't understand is that there's nothing magical about white people. White people don't have fairy dust sprinkling out of their butts that makes them smarter or better than you. They don't have anything like that. In fact, if you go through and you look at history, I just went to Egypt, so I got some extra information on this. You were taught in school that the Greeks and the Greeks and the Romans created culture and all that. And that just isn't true. The Egyptians, taught culture to the Greeks and the Romans. They just leave that part out. How many of y'all knew that? That literally all the culture that the Greeks and the Romans claimed to give to the world, they got that from the Egyptians. The Egyptians were doing it thousands of years before then. 6,000 years ago, the Egyptians knew the exact circumference of the earth. They knew that the world was round. And then the Europeans had the Dark Ages, 400 or 500 years of just straight up ghetto behavior. They were just ghetto, nasty. They had the Black Plague and everybody was dying. Like literally 1/3 of the entire town would die. Can you imagine that? 1/3 or 1/2 of the entire city dying. So they were just kind of they were kind of ghetto, and then the Moors came along and were like, okay, you need to do some more civilized things. Like you got to wash your ass. They taught them how to wash. They didn't. That's one of the reasons why the diseases got passed. Just look this up. This is true. The diseases got passed because they didn't even take baths. They'd be like, oh, I took a bath, 5 years ago. Like just nasty stuff, right? And it's so funny because my wife talks about how she went to college. See, this is where people start getting mad at me. This is where people say, "Oh, you're a racist," but this is true. My wife talks about when she was in college and how the black girls were explaining to the non-black girls. We'll just say it like that, so we don't talk, so white people don't know we're talking about them. And they would explain to them like how to bathe and how to clean. They said that they went through the dorm and they were like, this is nasty. These girls, they're so nasty. They don't wash. They don't clean their rooms. Look at this is, so this is funny how this is still like part of the culture, that whole idea of like washing your ass. And that's just one beginning part of it in terms of just the things that we gave the world. See, people act like they're educating us and that they're elevating us when really I think that we elevate them when we're at our best. This is only when we're at our best. When we start imitating whatever ghetto behavior they gave us, whatever they taught us about the falsehoods of being black, then that's when we start behaving as a lesser version of ourselves. And when we do that, that's when we start having problems. That's when we start doing things that are just borderline embarrassing, ratchet, weird, nasty. I saw something the other day, actually, where Lizzo, thank God, Lizzo's really doing a great job now of promoting healthy behavior. She's starting to work out and put videos of herself working out online, which I think is great, instead of promoting the other stuff, the obesity and the morbid obesity that's killing people. And I got in some trouble because I called it for what it was. I said, she's a beautiful girl. She's very talented. Why is she telling everybody that you want to grow up and become, an overweight slut? Excuse my friend. I hate saying it like that. I know that's the only way it has to come out like literally they promote this very hoish behavior. You know what I mean? And this stuff that's really a minstrel show. That's what it is. And I said, why can't she just sing? Adele's a big girl too, but Adele would just get up there and sing and everybody claps and they pay her money and that's great. But Lizzo's got to come in with the shenanigans. She's got to come in and promote the morbid obesity that's killing millions of people. And then also everything's got to be super hypersexual in a way that's not reflective of who I think black women can be and should be. Doesn't mean we're not all sexual. Everybody is, but there's kind of a lack of appropriateness to it that almost is very embarrassing, right? And I brought this up, and let me tell you, when I say that the white media went ballistic on me, they went crazy. Nobody interviewed me to say, okay, here's a professor saying this. What's he really trying to say? They don't want to hear that, right? They have an agenda, and the agenda is, oh, this black man, this oppressive black man who's part of the patriarchy is trying to oppress a black woman. I said, no, I'm trying to save her. I'm trying to support her. I'm supporting her by saying, you're talented. Why can't you just sing? Why do you have to embarrass black women everywhere by behaving in a way that's just not consistent with the women that I know, the women I admire, the women I look up to? They're really talented female performers who don't get any attention because they tell you got to twerk, you got to get half naked, you got to act like a buffoon. And so anyway, what's interesting about Lizzo is two things. One, eventually, if you saw, she eventually got hit with a lawsuit where basically all that nonsense, all that buffoonery was happening behind closed doors. And next thing you know, she gets hit with this. I don't know if it's sexual harassment or whatever. Like they were literally telling employees, like, you have to get on stage and shoot a banana out of your coochie cooch, just crazy stuff like that. And so eventually, and what they don't understand, what nobody taught them, what I think if I were her father, I would have explained this to her, is that when you're in a lawsuit and you're dealing with HR issues, it's hard to explain to HR why you had to have women on stage shooting bananas out of their vaginas. Like that doesn't fit well in the age of political correctness and appropriateness, right? You can't say, well, this is part of our business model that we have to behave in this way to get fans. It doesn't work. So she was being sued for that. And then the second thing was I saw that she started to promote the healthier behavior, healthier lifestyle, which I think is great. And it's kind of interesting because now she gets that backlash from people who say, no, 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 we liked you when you were a big, when you were promoting the idea of being obese and sexually irresponsible. Like, we don't like you anymore because you're not behaving like the clown that we wanted you to be, and I think that's what's interesting in terms of of America, this is kind of a wealth thing. This is a wealth issue because this is how we're trained to go get money. Is America always loves a black man or a black woman when they behave like a clown. If you watched even the Olympics, you saw black men particularly being hired to be funny and goofy and ignorant, and they like that. And then when you stop and you say, "No, I'm not always goofy. I'm not always ignorant," they say, "Well, we're going to fire you because we only want black people around. They're going to be goofy, ignorant, and make us laugh. You're here for our entertainment. You're not here to do anything serious. You're not here to build rocket ships. You're not here because we admire your intellect. You're here because we want you to entertain us. We want you to be clowns." So typically, and this is a false model of economic success. This is why investing is so important, so that you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, so to speak. Is that typically black men in particular tend to get the most money if they are doing one of three things: if they are dribbling basket, if they're playing a sport, rapping, or if they're telling jokes. If you're funny, if you can rap and entertain them, calling yourself the N word and rapping about killing other black people, or if you if you make them laugh, play a sport, or can bust a rap, then you're going to make lots of money. And then what happens is that because people form false associations with money, because you live in a capitalist society that falsely trained you that all money is good money, that making money is all that matters, that the more money you make, the better you are, the more successful you are. They measure success solely on your economic outcome, which is a very dangerous idea. We start to celebrate people who made their money in ways that are just embarrassingly uncivilized. And this is in contrast to who I believe that we are, because remember, we taught the Europeans how to be civilized. We taught them we taught them how to how to be human, how to be distinguished, how to be decent. Now, someone's asking me to talk about the Democratic National Convention and Kamala Harris and everything. I don't want to talk about that today. I don't feel like that's and really, I just tell you who to vote for, whoever you want to vote for. I'm not one to tell you what to vote for or who or anything in the next election. I really encourage you to simply do what's going to work for you and your family. And I think that message is actually radical enough. I get enough pushback from people. I told you about the time I got the weird phone call from DL Hughley, who basically just said some pretty horrible things in terms of just me thinking like, wow, you must really be concerned. You must really be feeling guilty about what you're doing because you're really mad at me right now. And I'm not even going to repeat what was said because you wouldn't believe it if I told you. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, this politics thing it really messes us up as black people. I really think that we get so distracted by the politics. And what's fascinating to me is that there's not much evidence to say that if you care about things like black wealth, if you care about things like black wealth, there's not much evidence anywhere that you can find to say that our wealth levels tend to improve based on who we vote for. There's just not any evidence of that. So one of the things that I believe as a mathematician is that when you're looking for a solution to a problem, you go where the solution is. You don't look for if you're looking for a salad, like a healthy salad, you don't search for a healthy salad in a sewage dump. You just don't. You don't do that. Or you don't go look for, if you're looking for a good wife, you don't look for a good wife at the bottom of the ocean. You don't. It doesn't make any sense. So my point in politics is that we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. We're looking for, it's like you're looking for Cleveland in the middle of Santa Barbara. You're literally going places. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for solutions in all the wrong spaces. And then people sit around and they're all confused about why there are no solutions, why nothing's been solved. Well, it's because you're wasting your time. Again, I'm not here to tell you. I told you guys, I never tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my job. I just don't. I literally honestly ask, like, show me evidence, and the formula is so simple, because maybe it's because I'm 53, maybe it's because I'm a professor, maybe it's because I spent my whole life looking for patterns. That's all you do when you analyze data. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, all I did was I would just look for patterns in the data, right? That's all you would do. So when the pattern is, oh, this is the same approach to getting elected that they used in the last election. Oh, it's fear. Fear is the operative word. Fear is very powerful. Fear is more powerful than love. Fear can be more powerful than desire. Fear can be more powerful than almost any positive emotion I can give you, because fear puts you on that low vibrational frequency where all you're trying to do is avoid the potential pain that will come if you don't do as you're told. So the goal of every election, in my opinion, is to get you on the fear frequency. They don't want you on, they don't want you showing up saying, okay, give me a reason to vote for you and I'll vote for you if you do this and if you do that. I have all these demands. They don't want that. They want you literally on this, like, oh my God, I better do what you say or bad things are going to happen. It's like I pull out a gun and say, shut up and do what I tell you, or we're all going to die. Right. And then you just follow instructions. And some people operate on the fear frequency. I think Black people operate on that the most because we've gone through so much trauma. We've gone through so much stuff. And actually, there's evidence of things like epigenetics that actually Cody Ransom is actually going to do. If you don't know Cody Ransom, he came into class the other day. He's going to do a true Black Wall Street a training in the Black Business School. If you want to take a look, go to b1wallstreet.com. That's b the number one wallstreet.com. He's extraordinarily good at this stuff. And he talks about epigenetics and the transfer of trauma through your DNA. And there's actually a lot of science behind that. Leading scientific journals are now questioning. They used to say, okay, your DNA defines everything else about you, but actually they're finding that the DNA can be affected by your environment. That literally you can change, you have the ability to change your own DNA based on your experiences. And who's had stranger experiences than us? We've had really difficult experiences in this country. So that survival mode that they put you into, it works because your DNA has so much trauma in it already that you're just pretty much going to do what you're told. You're going to, so what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to listen when people are telling you who to vote for, because they're always a lot of people are in the business of herding Black people like we're like sheep or animals or something. I don't respond much to that. I'm not just sheep. I'm a lion. I'm a leader. I'm not trying to lead anybody, but I can definitely lead myself. I don't thank you very much for telling me what to do, but what you're doing doesn't work. Your strategy is a failure. I look at you and you're not succeeding. So why am I going to follow a loser? I'm not doing that. But the other thing is that there's big business in leading Black people in the same direction. So if you listen to the language is typically very unintellectual. It's not very thoughtful because they don't think that you're a thinking people. They don't think that you're intellectual people. They think, okay, I'm going to keep it real basic, keep it real stupid, and basically say, this is what you need to do, because if you don't do it, these bad things are going to happen. And I want you to just kind of listen to the rhetoric and listen to the language, and I want you to just kind of pay attention to that. Because if I respect you and I want to be fair to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, here are all the options. Here are all the things you could do. Here are all the different candidates. Here's what they believe. Pick the one that works for you, right? If I care about you and I respect you, that's what I'm going to do. But if I don't care about you and I don't respect you and I have a hidden agenda, I'm going to say, here's the option, follow this path. If you don't, then I'm going to ostracize you, or I'm going to make you afraid of the consequences of not doing what you're told. So that's just kind of a type of slavery, and that's pretty much what you get, whether you're talking about the people, and it happens on both sides. I mean, the people that tell you to go vote for Trump, I think the same thing happens. So anyway, I don't want to even get into that too much. Let's talk about investing just a little bit now. The Black Investors Cup starts tomorrow. I wish I could invite you guys to join, but we're all filled up for this cycle. So there's no more space. If you go to blackinvestorscup.com, you'll see the information, but you can't sign up now. I gave you guys in Money in the Morning first dibs, first access. So hundreds of you signed up. Now we're kind of full. So we'll let you guys know when we do another competition. This starts tomorrow. The cup is really big. I have to hold it like this, and I'll mail it to your house when you win. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. So here are some thoughts in terms of investing strategies, in terms of how you approach investing. First thing with investing always involves a risk. You cannot, it's very difficult to invest and make money without facing risk on some level. And there's two major types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk, and there's what they call idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is risk that relates to the particular company. Systematic risk is risk that involves bigger stuff like the whole economy or whatever. Like, so last week you had systematic risk that pulled down the stocks of most major companies. And that's because the jobs report came out and the jobs report wasn't so favorable. So the whole market kind of took a dip. You saw that last week where you had this big panic. Oh my God, stocks are, crashing because of whatever. Well, the recovery happened. I just went and I bought a bunch of stock, and now I've made money because when everyone's running away from the market, that's when you want to be running toward the market. At least that's the conventional wisdom. So if you want to think about systematic versus idiosyncratic risk, you can think of it like boats on an ocean. So imagine that you're looking at the ocean and every single boat represents a company. So all these boats are on the ocean. Now, so they all have one thing in common. The one thing in common that they have is that they're all on the same water. Do you understand? So if a big tsunami comes through, it's going to hit all the boats. The rising tide will affect all boats, right? And so you've heard, you heard Obama say that, right? But there's reasons why some people, if you don't have a boat, then the rising tide means you already drowned. So that's the problem with being black, is that you don't really have a boat. So anyway, so the rising tide, the changing tide will affect all boats. But here's the thing: every boat has its own idiosyncratic or specific factors. So every boat has a different size. You have some boats that are really big. You have some boats that are tiny. Every boat has a different captain. Some captains are really experienced and very good at steering the boat in turbulent water. Some captains don't know what the hell they're doing. Every boat has a different age. Some boats are brand new and shiny and strong, and some boats are a little old and tired. Some boats are headed east, some are headed west, some are headed north, some are headed south. The direction that the boats are going will affect how the tide affects them. Do you follow me? Do you get the analogy here? That's idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk is the individual stuff that affects an individual company that doesn't have to do with other companies. Okay. So part of the reason that you diversify, you spread your money out, is because you want to get rid of as much of that idiosyncratic risk as possible. This is why a smart investor does not go and put all their money in one stock or in a couple of stocks. That's not smart investing, because you got too much idiosyncratic risk. You diversify so that you can get rid of the idiosyncratic risk, but then the systematic risk is very, very difficult to get rid of when it comes to stocks. The other thing too is that during the Black Investors Cup, and it maybe you're not going to do it this time, but maybe next time, I would encourage you to dig in and to start researching the companies that you're looking at, right? So use this as an opportunity to kind of get an idea of what you're getting into. Here's the thing: the research does not help you predict the movement of the stock price. So make that clear. Like the research does not tell you what stocks are going to go up and which ones are going to go down. So don't believe any of that stuff. I know people on the internet are going to disagree with me, but then after they disagree, I want you to ask them, do you have a doctorate in finance? And they'll probably say no. And that means that maybe at the very least, you might want to hear what I have to say. I'm not telling you not to listen to them. I'm just telling you that there is a difference, right? I teach experts. I've taught people who have PhDs now. So there's a different level of analysis. There's a different level of depth. You're talking about, spending 6-7 years studying stock market investing 10 hours a day. Like, that was my life, right? And then another 13 years of doing nothing but research on stock market investing. I was a workaholic. I would work 12, 13 hours a day consistently when I was at Syracuse. So basically, this notion that somehow you can look at a stock's reports and predict what a stock is going to do is pretty much wrong for the most part. There are some things that you can predict over time. So, for example, the $5 a day investing plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com, which is totally free. The $5 a day investing plan does typically work. It's worked all throughout history. This is something that has worked consistently like clockwork. It's a diversified portfolio where you're consistently buying a certain amount of stock over a long period of time. And then voila, after 10 years or less, really, you have more money, more wealth than most people. After 30 years, you're booming. At 30 years, you're talking about generational wealth. You're talking about passing down a multi-million-dollar empire. You're literally shifting the culture of your whole entire family. See, what I want you to understand is that culture impacts wealth, but wealth impacts culture. It is what they call a recursive relationship. So a lot of times wealth does not grow because we have bad culture. I write about that in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that if you look at Black culture and what is presented to us as Black culture, it's just not wealth related. It's not, it doesn't create strong families. It doesn't create businesses. It doesn't create strong economics. But then what happens is that if you break away from that culture and you start to embrace a culture of building, a culture of wealth, a culture of unity, a culture of family, a culture of wealth preservation, then what happens is that the wealth starts to grow. And then what you find is that it becomes a full circle process. Now, instead of the culture impacting the wealth comes back and impacts the culture. So it's like wealth and culture are two people and they're giving each other a big hug. They're in this great relationship with each other where the wealth says, I love you. And the culture says, no, I love you too. And the wealth said, no, I love you more. And the culture said, I love you too. And it becomes a feedback loop. Do you follow what I'm saying? It becomes a feedback loop. And the feedback loop is this. Here's what's going to happen. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Write that down. Somebody type that in the chat so everybody can get it, because sometimes people miss the URLs. And I say it 2 or 3 times, but after the third time, I'm not going to say it anymore. So just type in the chat so everybody can see it. So you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's what happens. You do something basic like the $5 a day investing plan. You're just chugging along, buying stock. You know, you don't know a lot about investing. You're just buying because you're shifting to a wealth builder's culture. You let go of the BET culture. You let go of the sexy red culture. You let go of this goofball culture that they're feeding you, and you have a culture of wealth building and wealth preservation. So then what happens is after 20 or 30 years, now you're sitting on some money. Now you're sitting on $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. You've got wealth. You've got money now. So what happens then now is you have to change things. You can't be a wealthy family and live a ghetto culture. You know, no disrespect to anybody who's born in the ghetto. I was born in the projects, so I'm as ghetto as they come, but I don't want to be ghetto for life. So don't think I'm making fun of anybody who either lives in the ghetto or was born in the ghetto. I'm just saying I don't want you to stay in the ghetto. So I hope that that's okay. I hope I can say that without being accused of being elitist. I'm not being elitist. I'm just saying I don't want to embrace I'm not trying to make love to the negative parts of your life or the trauma. Sometimes we hug the trauma. We like the trauma. We keep it close because we feel like that's a part of being black. There's nothing about being black that's connected to the pain that you're going through. Being black should mean that you're happy, prosperous, successful, and connected. So anyway, with that being said, once you have this wealth, once you've got this money, and you're doing better than everybody else, you're doing better than most black people you know, you're doing better than most white people you know, well, then at that point, it changes things. You can't really, you're not, it, how can I, a person who's got $1 million in assets doesn't have to send their child off to go work a job that's going to pay them $1,000 a week to just pay their bills. They don't have to do that anymore. Because you can make that amount of money from your investments. So you don't have to sell your time, your precious time on this earth just to make enough money to get by. A family that has assets, like you got some real estate, you got some stocks, you have some cash, you're doing fine. Money's not a thing. That family makes decisions with a different set of criteria than a family that has to think about money before they think about anything else. What's happened is that the building of wealth naturally elevates you to a different frequency. Not that you're better than anybody else. That's not true. We know a lot of terrible people who are very wealthy, but it changes your criteria for decision making. Do you understand? If you look at the extreme, I remember hearing 50 Cent and Will Smith talk about how money affects their thinking. And Will was like, yeah, he said, when you get to the point where you can buy whatever you want, then you start changing what you think is important. Because when you're struggling, when you're on that struggle frequency, that's where they want to keep you. They want to keep you on the struggle frequency because what you don't understand is that keeping you on the struggle frequency is a type of slavery. They keep you caged like an animal because they want you to stay on the frequency of an animal. And that struggle frequency is that every decision I make, it's not a multivariate decision. It's not something where there are other factors that are driving the decision making. The number one variable is money. Which one is going to make the most money? Or I want to do this and do that. Well, I can't because I don't have enough money. Or what am I going to do? Am I going to do this or do that? Well, I got to do that because that's going to pay me the most money. Do you understand? So money just kind of becomes this abusive partner in this relationship where every time you're trying to decide what your next move is going to be, every time you're seeking happiness in your life, the money barges in and says, oh, hell no, get out, back up. I'm making the decision right now. That's what money does. That's what can happen. That's the power of money. See, there's not just power in having money. There's power that comes with the lack of money, and that power can be very oppressive. Think about this. Do you think that your colonizers could have so much power around the world over millions of people if they didn't have so much money to exert that power? The power is driven by the money. The money becomes just the Debo of your life. If you remember Debo from Friday, he would show up every time, you say, I got $5. And Debo say, no, I got $5. Right. So basically, the Debo in your life is money. When you are broke, when you are struggling, when you are on the brink of financial collapse, every decision you make is driven by money. And that is a terrible life to live, because what that's done is it's taken away your ability to be a thoughtful, a thoughtful, critical thinking human being, where you can look at all the different variables that shape your happiness. And instead, everything's got to come down to the money. Well, who am I going to date? Do I date the man who's nice to me, the man who sings to me, the man who truly loves me, or do I pick the man who has the most money? A lot of women will pick the man who has the most money. And that's what's really interesting. They'll look at men, and the man who has the most money is in their mind the best man. And that tells me that you're operating on a certain frequency that I think is beneath what God intended for you to be. I don't think the universe and God intended for you to be a one-dimensional thinker, but that's what happens. When you get on the struggle frequency, you become one-dimensional. Everything's about the money. Which job are you going to take? The job that you love, or the job that pays the most money? Well, I got to go for the money. Where are you going to live? You're going to live in the place where you got the best social life and you're meeting wonderful people and your kids are happy? No, I got to go live in the place that pays me the most money. And so what happens then is that people that have the money are able to control you, like Pinocchio on a string. All they got to do, they say, oh, I want you to do something different with your life, so I'm not going to force you to do it. I'm just going to offer you more money. I'm going to financially incentivize you to go right when when everything in your soul was telling you to go left. So when you have money, here's the point. Here's what's going to happen when you build that generational wealth for your kids. What's going to happen is that you're going to give them something. In mathematics, we refer to this as degrees of freedom. You're going to give them, or another way to say it in a term that I've used before, is you're going to give them options. People who have options operate differently from people who have no options. Chris Rock said that. Remember that? How many of you remember when Chris Rock says that money just gives you options? Money makes you say, oh, I can actually do A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. Whereas when I grew up poor in the hood, I knew I only had option A. You understand? So when you have money and you have options, it does change your culture, because you're making decisions based on different criteria. You're not just saying, okay, I'm going to do it this way because I can save $20. You say, no, I'm going to do it that way because it makes me more comfortable, or it makes me happier. Or I'm going to take a flight, and yeah, I could save $200 by flying coach, but my back hurts and my legs are long, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get the first class ticket. Or I could save $100 if I wait till Wednesday to fly, but really I want to get to my mama's house a day early, so I'm gonna go ahead and pay the extra $100 and fly on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Do you understand? So when you get that financial security, you'll find that it does shape your culture. Even when you have conversations with your kids about what they want to do when they grow up, you're not just going to be stuck on which profession pays the most money. That's the thing. When I have conversations with our kids about what they want to do when they grow up, I just make it really simple. I say, well, I kind of want you to be happy. That's it. I just want you to be happy, because I don't care if you have a $70,000 a year job or a $60,000 a year job. If that $70,000 job is stressing you out to the point where you are depressed, sad, drinking yourself to sleep at night, and damn near suicidal, I don't want you to take that job. I don't care if it was a $200,000 a year job. Nothing is worth your happiness. Nothing is worth you trading your well-being. So, but I can say that because because years before they were born, I was already planting seeds to have that financial security. I didn't know what my life was going to look like as a dad. I didn't know that I was going to marry a woman that had 3 kids and all this other stuff that I did. I mean, I'm glad I did it. But I didn't know what my life was going to look like. But one thing I did know as a young black man is that money was going to be important. I also knew when I was 25, I said, I don't know who my kids are going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like 20 or 30 years from now, but I do know that it's going to be easier for me to make optimal decisions if I have money than it will be if I don't have money. It'll be easier for me to make the right move if I'm financially free versus if I'm financially incarcerated. So effectively, I started to invest long term, not just to have money, but really to just sort of be in a position where I could be the kind of leader and father that my children would need, instead of a guy who says, hey, you know what? The 20 years before you were born, I completely wasted all that time and didn't do anything constructive with my life. So now you're going to struggle because I'm just sitting here trying to play catch up. I didn't want that to happen to me. And that was not any type of genius to help me to see that. It was just me disconnecting from this sort of instant gratification culture and thinking about delayed gratification. There are cultures around the world that already embrace these ideas. I see Aisha Verzi's in here. She's Nigerian like me. I'm 33% Nigerian. I don't know if y'all know. I'm very proud of that because the Nigerian culture was actually labeled as one of the most financially and educationally successful cultures for a few reasons. One, they really value family. Two, they really value education. And three, they have a tremendous amount of pride in who they are in terms of maintaining, I'm Igbo or whatever, right? I like they're proud of who they are. So they have a standard. Do you understand? There's a standard there. And the problem that you have as African Americans that you really got to fix is that they don't give you any standard. They don't. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me, do you agree with me? Think about this. They don't give you any standard that comes with being Black and African American in terms of traditions that you have to uphold, structures that you have to maintain, institutions that you've got to protect. Like, they don't give you any of that. It's like, well, you just a lowly Negro and you ain't nothing until white people decide they want to invite you in and give you a fancy job. And then we start walking around all proud, like, well, I'm doing better than you because the white man gave me a $80,000 a year job and he only gave you a $40,000 a year job. And it's kind of beneath us. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's kind of embarrassing. Right. So my question is, what's the standard? Do we have a standard? And if we don't have a standard, how do we get those standards? Well, a lot of that standard formation comes from culture, which comes also from education. I think that not educating our kids is the multi-trillion-dollar mistake that we make every generation that we don't actually realize. It's going to take about 2 or 3 generations for us to realize how much we're giving away when we're letting colonizers educate our children, and because they spend all that time teaching them basically that you're really nothing and that the only chance you have to be anything in this world is if somehow integration accepts you. And then later on, that's when you have the Civil War. You have the conflict between those who've been colonized psychologically to believe that we can't do anything without white folks. We can't move forward. We can't move an inch. We can't breathe. We can't talk. I can't think without a white man giving me his blessing or somehow providing a pathway for me versus those who say, no, actually, we can do what we want to do. Why are we sitting around bowing and praying to these other people when they're no better than us? They're no different from us in terms of what we can accomplish. And so then that's when you have the Civil War. That's why you have these issues with these elections, which again, I don't tell people who to vote for, but what I do have a big problem with is when people tell me that the only way I can actually survive as a Black man is if I do what this politician tells me to do. And that's when I just get off the boat and I say, screw you, to hell with you. You're not going to tell me that this other person decides if my family's going to be good or if my family's going to be healthy or if I'm going to be successful, if I'm going to succeed. No, that's not where we're at. That's not where we need to go, in my opinion. So what you're going to find, circling back full circle to the point I was making earlier, what you're going to find is that once you start building wealth, it's going to really shift your culture because it's going to shift the variables that matter when you're making critical decisions in your life. It's going to affect what kind of relationships you form. It's going to affect when and how many children you have. If you have children and money's not an issue, that's going to be a different decision than someone who has kids and says, gosh, I have to abort this baby because I can't afford it. I'm not nothing against that. I'm not judging your choices in that area, but I am saying that it is kind of unfortunate that when you get on that struggle frequency, you have to make these really heavy decisions based on money, just solely based on money. And that kind of makes me sad. I don't want you to live that kind of life. I want you to live a life where you're free to explore all the dimensions of who you are, all the dimensions that are going to make you healthy, whole, and powerful without money kind of always deboing into the conversation and saying, no, I am the sole determinant of whether or not you can date that guy. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can live in that city. I'm the determinant of whether or not you can take a day off next week. No, the money should not be the number one variable in your decision making. So sometimes when we talk about money, when we do our financial consciousness every morning, people get confused. They think that because I am a financial expert, technically that's what I am, I guess. They think that I believe that money is everything, that money is the most important thing in the world. And one of the biggest things I learned about money is not just the power of money, but that the real power of money, pay attention now, the real power of having money is to get to the point where money has no power. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I want to say that slowly so everybody gets it. The real power of money, the real power that comes from understanding money is when you can get to the point where money has no power. And that is what you call financial freedom. Financial freedom. What is financial freedom? Financial freedom is not where money drives all your decisions. Financial freedom is not where you're sacrificing everything that matters to you so you can get more money. That's not financial freedom. That's financial slavery. That's financial slavery. So there are lots of financial slaves that make $100 million a year. No, financial freedom is where you can make decisions that are free from the influence of money. Why? Well, because you have enough money that money isn't important anymore. I go to the movies, like when I got financial, you know what made me excited about becoming financially free is it was the little stuff. I thought it would be the big stuff. I thought it'd be like I could buy a certain car, I can get me a big house, whatever. No, it was the little stuff. You know what it was? This is so stupid. This is gonna sound crazy. When I used to go to the movies as a little kid, anybody when you grow think about it, remember back in the 80s and the 90s, you go to the movies and the popcorn would be like $5 or $6. And then they'd be like, well, you can get a drink, and the drink is another $5 or $6. And you could go to the movies, and you after you bought your ticket, you couldn't really get what you wanted at the concession stand because you'd end up spending like $60 or $70. And don't take a girl with you to the movies, then it's gonna be $100. Or if you got kids, then it's impossible. You can't you got to be real thoughtful. You got to be like, well, which popcorn can I take 2 ounces out of the popcorn, or I got to pick between the popcorn and the Twizzlers. It was a terrible experience. Honestly, it was very limiting. I didn't like it. You know what really made me happy was when I could go to the movies, and this is true to this day. I love the fact that I can take my girl to the movies and I can bring the kids, and I can say, okay, let's just get whatever we want. You can get the nachos, you can get a cheeseburger, you can get the popcorn, and I don't care that the popcorn is $5 because I can afford the $5 popcorn. I'm telling you, I think happiness in life is about the little things. It ain't the big stuff. Get away from the big stuff. The big stuff is nice. Go get the big stuff, but after you get past the big stuff, I want you to have financial consciousness to really meditate on the little stuff. The little stuff was I can go to the movies now and I can take my wife and take the kids. I don't have to leave anybody at home because I'm thinking, well, if I take the kids, it's going to cost me twice as much than if I just take my wife, or I got to go by myself. Right? These are the decisions I had to make when I was 25, when I was 25 and I was broke. A lot of girls didn't like me because I was broke when I was 25. And then maybe I didn't even have any game or something. I didn't sit around and learn how to like go chase women. I was like chasing my academics and stuff. So maybe I was a little behind the curve. I didn't sit around with dudes trying to constantly scheme on how I can get more women. I just wanted one good woman that could, be by my side. So anyway, I remember going on dates, and I went on a date one time and I felt like this woman just wiped me dry. It was the worst feeling in the world. I remember that we went out to a restaurant and she got all this extra stuff that you normally wouldn't order if you were by yourself. Like, cause she knew that I was gonna pay for stuff. And I remember her getting like two. She didn't get one drink. She got two because the drinks are real expensive. She got the shrimp and the lobster, and I remember getting done, and I paid $100 and something on this date. And I remember thinking, I can't never date this girl again. There was no even consideration about whether or not I enjoyed the date, whether I enjoyed her as a person, or I thought what kind of woman she might be. I couldn't think about that because I was like, I can't afford to go out with this girl no told her friends, she was like, yeah, I went out with Boyce and it was so great. And I want to go out with him again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm never going to take you out again because I cannot afford to go out with you anymore. I can't afford that. Now, here's the thing. 20 years down the line, when I had enough money, it wouldn't have mattered. It'd be like, yeah, wow, we did spend some money, but oh well, I don't care. I would start thinking about what kind of person she was and if we'd be compatible and all this other stuff. But at 25, I was on the struggle frequency. The struggle frequency was like, I can't go out with you again because I can't afford to spend $120 every time we go out on a date. And who knows, maybe in her mind she was thinking like, "Ooh, he was so generous, I'm gonna go give him some." But I didn't even know about that. I've never even understood this idea that you would trade your body and go, pick up some STDs just because somebody bought you a nice meal. I never understood that. Or people who think, well, because I took you to Red Lobster, you owe me the access to your womb because I took you out to we had a nice trip to Olive Garden, so now I get to be your baby daddy. I never understood that at all. I think that logic is just crazy because, I think that your body is precious. I think that your reproductive organs matter. I think that who the father or the mother of your children is going to be is a billion-dollar decision. And the fact that you're making billion-dollar decisions over a $100 trip to Red Lobster or whatever, or $80 trip, because Red Lobster ain't that expensive, that's crazy to me. That's the culture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the culture, getting you on that struggle frequency where you're thinking, oh, well, because he took me to Burger King, I got to give him some. I don't understand that. And I think that that is beneath you. And I really think that this is something we have to reassess. So one of the benefits of having economic security is I think it can elevate you off that struggle frequency where you can really start thinking about things a little bit more. And I can just tell you, when I think about that crazy date with that lady when I was 25 years old, maybe she would have been a great partner for me. I mean, I love my wife and stuff, but I met a lot of really awesome, intelligent, beautiful Black women, in my life. I'm not a kid, right? I've gone on dates and stuff, and who knows? Maybe it would have been a great relationship if I'd had enough financial security to not have the money come in and devo my decision making. So even if I had sat there and said, well, she seemed like a nice lady, maybe we could be compatible, the money would come in and say, no, you can't date her because you can't afford it. Look at your bank account. You can't afford that woman, right? And I don't think human beings should be thought about in that context anyway. So I would just say to you that once you get the wealth, it's going to automatically shift the culture. And if you shift the culture, you will shift the wealth. So always remember that wealth and culture go hand in hand, and you want to be very conscious. Cultural consciousness, which is the term I want to coin right now, is really important. I think you want to sit around and think like, okay, what is the culture around here? Is this a culture that is conducive to the building of the things that matter? Building of wealth, building of family, building of education, building of long-term benefits, institutional building, right? Things like that. And in fact, when you look at wealthy families, like you look at Warren Buffett's family and stuff like that, they don't really sit around trying to figure out how to fill out a job application. Their kids probably couldn't fill out a job application if their life depended on it. They're thinking about the preservation and the transfer of generational wealth. They're thinking about tax strategies. They're thinking about investment opportunities. They're thinking about all kinds of other things, but they ain't sitting around thinking about how, whether or not they can make more money working at Wendy's or at the post office. That's just not a conversation they have to have. No disrespect to anybody who's had to have those conversations. I have, we all have. But I think that our goal, our standard should be, let's elevate out of that. When you elevate out of that, you have so much freedom, so many more degrees of freedom in your life, just like going from a car to an airplane. When I took off and I got my pilot's license and I started flying in that airplane, I had so much more freedom than I had when I was stuck on the ground, driving in traffic, sitting behind the car that was in front of me. And so to some extent, you have this high traffic culture that we're stuck in. And it's miserable and it's polluted and it's screwed up. It doesn't bring out the best in us. So you just got to elevate. And that's what consciousness is. Consciousness is economic elevation. It is psychological elevation. It is spiritual elevation. And once you elevate, I guarantee you so many things will be better and you'll feel so much freer in the process. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. So tomorrow starts the Black Investors Cup once a week or so. I'll go through the leaderboard and I'll announce who the leaders are, and we'll kind of talk about that, and we'll kind of drop some conversations about investing and strategies and all that. Those of you who didn't get to sign up this time, you will get an opportunity the next time we do another Black Investors Cup. It's going to be 6 weeks. It starts tomorrow, so I'll keep you guys posted. BlackInvestorsCup.com is where you can sort of take a look and learn more. Second of all, if you want to be invited to the private Zoom for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training. We do this every single day, 7 days a week. Feel free to text the word morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, Cody Ransom's class on the true history of Black Wall Street is starting in the next couple of days. And if you'd like to take a look at that class and see if you'd like to join, feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. That's B, the number one, b1wallstreet.com. And at b1wallstreet.com, you can see what the class is about and what they're doing. One membership, you can bring anybody in your family, so you don't have to buy multiple memberships for people in the same household. So it's sort of buy one, get one free. So feel free to go to b1wallstreet.com. All right, I'm out of here. Have a great day, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so good to see everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Come on in and get comfortable. It is Saturday morning, and I want to say, first, I want to applaud and congratulate all of you that got up on Saturday morning because you're serious about this wealth thing. You're serious about your economics. You're serious about your future. And the more serious you are, the more I respect you, because you know how the world is. You got a whole lot of non-serious people, a whole lot of talkers, do a whole lot of yapping, but don't really follow up with any action. We don't do that. We are action oriented. We take action. We go for it. We make things happen. We ain't scared. We are the best. We are the greatest. We are B1. B1 means black first. Black first means also that you are number one. B1, be number one. Don't be number two. That's what we do. That's how we are. Project 2070, in case you don't know what Project 2070 is. I was just explaining Project 2070 to a sister who's a financial expert named Deborah Evans, and she was asking me about that. And I said, Project 2070 is my belief that by the year 2070, a segment of the Black community, the B1 community, will be the most financially intelligent group of people on the planet. We will be seen as the economic superstars of the earth. We're going to own assets. Our grandchildren are going to be in positions of extreme financial power, and they're going to control nations. That's what they're going to do. And I know how to do that. Why? Well, because, when you got a PhD in finance, you kind of know all the secrets. So there ain't no secrets that the white boys are keeping that I don't have access to. I understand how that works. I've sent students to Wall Street and all this other stuff. So my goal is every single morning, 7 days a week, to get in here with you and talk to you about economics so you can elevate your financial consciousness. That's why I call this economic elevation training, which is free to anybody that wants to participate. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So anyway, hope everybody's doing well. Let me know what city you're from. I like to every now and then see what city you guys are coming from. Let's see here. Okay, I see somebody. So Calvin says for the culture. Absolutely, for the culture. And I think that's even a controversial term, because sometimes when people talk about the culture, they talk about stuff, goofy stuff you see on BET, rappers wasting money, disrespecting women, killing each other and all that. That's not the culture to me. That's not the culture at all. I don't follow goofy rappers. I don't think you should either, because if you follow goofy rappers, then they're going to get you killed. They're going to ruin your families. They're not good at having strong families. They're not good at building wealth. They're not good at building institutions. They're not good at developing industry. We've had 50-something years of hip hop, and we don't have a single black hospital out of that. We don't have a single black factory out of this. We don't have any automobile manufacturers came out of this. None of this. And just a bunch of flashy, highfalutin Negroes running around talking about how much money some white guy gave them. And that doesn't impress me. I don't care about that. You're just a high-paid puppet and a high-paid slave. So I hate to be mean like that. But it's Saturday morning. I guess I'm on one because this is what's coming through my spirit right now. And I have to be honest. A lot of it's a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of BS. So when I say for the culture, I'm talking about a very simple idea. The very simple idea. When I say for the culture is this. I want black people to be physically and mentally healthy. That means mental health on 10, physical health on 10, learning about all the foods that they're giving you, that's giving you cancer, that's killing you, all the mental health issues, the trauma, the undiagnosed, untreated trauma. To me, the culture is strong relationships. That means brothers are helping brothers, sisters are helping sisters, black men and black women love each other, respect each other. We all value family. We train our children to manage family because family is connected deeply to wealth. If your mental health and your physical health and your family structure is off, your wealth will be off. Let me just tell you, this is one of my bones to pick. When the BET executives tell us that this is your culture, the white people that own BET, when they tell you that this is your culture, I'm like, that can't be our culture, because that culture is one where families are all broken, which means broken families lead to broke ass people. That's what typically happens. It's very, very difficult to build generational wealth when you ain't even planning for the next generation. How the hell are you going to build generational wealth when you haven't even thought about the next generation? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Think about this. If you're not planning for the next generation, then take the words generational wealth out of your mouth, because you have no next generation. Literally, you have no next generation. Generational wealth means I'm thinking about the next generation. So how can I be thinking about the next generation when I'm impregnating every chick that I see? When I got, when you talk about young girls being encouraged to have 5 or 6 baby daddies, when you got people getting divorced before they even walk down the aisle. How are you going to talk about generational wealth when you don't even have the next generation? There's no connection. Pay attention now. This is the culture. Hey, y'all, this is the culture. This is lit, yo. This is the culture. That's what they do on the BET Awards. This is the culture, y'all. I'm like, okay, so what is that? There's no, you're talking about generational wealth. You're using it as a catchphrase because you heard me say it on the Breakfast Club maybe or something like that, but you don't even know what that means. You don't even know what generational wealth means if there's no connection between this generation and the last generation. There's no intergenerational transfer of knowledge. There's no intergenerational transfer of resources. There's no intergenerational transfer of relationships and connections with each other. So how the hell are you going to talk about generational wealth when you don't even have a connection between generations? Do y'all understand? It's like you're trying to you're like anybody watch the horrible disaster called the men's 4x100 meter relay in the Olympics every year? Anybody follow that? Every year, in case you don't know, I'm a track and field fan. I used to be a track coach. Every year, we show up with the biggest, baddest, fastest sprinters in the world. Every year. This year, we had Noah Lyles, bad boy, Fred Curley. Oh my God, he's amazing. Christian Coleman, the fastest guys on the planet, lining up to if they were able to get on one accord, they would obliterate everybody. They will obliterate even the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans are tough, but they would beat the Jamaicans. They would definitely blow out the Canadians and the Spaniards and the British. I mean, come on, the British, they can't hang with us. Love you. I love you in Black London, but y'all can't run with us. We are the best in the world. But what happens? Answer me in the chat. Answer me in the chat. What happens every time they have the Olympics? Why do you think that it is that the U.S. men's 4x100 meter relay team has not won a gold medal in that event in 20 years? What happens every single Olympics? Every time these dudes line up, what happens? They don't even get the damn baton around the damn track. Every single time it's almost like the Dallas Cowboys blowing it in the second round of the playoffs. Like, you just know it's going to happen. So every single time there's an Olympics, we show up with the fastest men on the planet, and they lose because they cannot get the stick around the track. What does that mean? That means that no matter how fast your first leg ran, if you can't form a connection between the first and the second leg, if those two guys don't connect, this year was Christian Coleman and Kenny Kung Fu Kenny. They call him Kung Fu Kenny. I can't remember his last. Kenny Bednarik. And because these two guys could not connect, because there was no connection between the first generation and the second generation, tell me if you get my analogy here. It doesn't matter how fast you run. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you get this analogy. I like analogies, and sometimes they come to me and I have to explain them as I'm understanding them. I didn't even plan to use this analogy, so I'm literally putting it together as we talk because this is what God's telling me to say. But think about this. It doesn't matter how fast you are. It doesn't matter how many flashy, highfalutin, famous, rich Negroes you have in Generation 1. If there's no connection between Generation 1 and Generation 2, then you're not going to win the race. You're going to come in last place. You will not be on the medal stand. The Canadians the Canadians got the gold medal, not because they're the fastest, but because they understand teamwork. Because they understand that nothing matters if you cannot connect the first leg to the second leg and the second leg to the third leg and the third leg to the fourth leg. So what I want you to understand is that when you look around and you see people standing on the medal stand with the gold medal around their neck, they're bragging about how much generational wealth they've actually built. You got to understand that it ain't because they're smarter than you. It's not because they worked harder than you. It's not because they didn't have more income than you. It's because they got the stick around the damn track. They connected Generation 1 to Generation 2 to Generation 3 to Generation 4. So as a result, 4 generations down the line, they've got this much money, and you're starting over from scratch. You're starting over from ground zero. I have a friend named Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who is from Botswana. Shout out to Letsile Tobogo, who beat Noah Lyles in the 200-meter dash. He's the next Usain Bolt. He's extraordinarily talented. He's faster than Usain Bolt was at his age. That's why I say that. And one thing that Noma said to me, she married an African-American man. I don't know what happened. I don't think that marriage lasted. And because I don't think he had a father or something or whatever, but not that makes too much of a difference all the time, but it can make a difference. Anyway, I remember her saying to me, kind of out of frustration, she said, I do not understand how African Americans think they can actually build wealth when they don't even keep their families together across generations. She said, the reason my family has wealth, and me and my significant other went to visit Nomalanga years ago, and she had a very nice house and they were very wealthy. I hope she doesn't mind me sharing that. I'm talking about like drivers and gardeners and maids and butlers and cooks and all that stuff. And I said, well, how did you get this wealth? And she said, well, my great grandfather had lots of cows, and my grandfather had more cows than my great grandfather. And then my grandfather passed the cows to my father, and he has more cows than my grandfather had. And now me and my brothers have more cows than all of them. Now, what does that mean? That means that they ran a relay race where great granddaddy grabbed the baton, ran as fast as he could, passed it, made sure the baton got passed to the grandfather, who then ran with the baton, who then passed the baton to their father, who then ran as fast as he could, who passed the baton to the kids. They got that stick around the track, and now they're sitting on the podium with the gold medal. So when you talk to me, don't you dare ever talk to me about culture if you're not talking about the right culture. They talk to you about culture and they make you think that your culture comes down to fried chicken and twerking and broken English and shooting each other and Molly Percocet and whatever the hell these rappers end up talking about. That's not your culture, people. I'm sorry. That's not the culture that you're supposed to have. If it is your culture, I'm not making fun of you. Fine. Okay, go try that culture out and see what happens. See how much trauma you end up passing down to your children because you haven't thought about a structured approach to this wealth building thing. That's not culture, people. That's corporate. That's corporate pollution. That's corporate propaganda. That's what that is. All right. So anyway, let me dive into that. Wasn't what I was going to talk about today, but I just got into that. I don't know why. I think somebody, you know what it was? I got triggered. See, because I'm heavily. I took the ACEs test. My wife has this. She told me you got. It's called adverse childhood experiences, and I took this test, and it turns out I'm very high on the trauma scale. I did not even know it until I was like 50. And so what happens when you're traumatized, like me, is you have all these trauma triggers. So one of y'all made a comment in the chat. I think it was Calvin. Calvin always says stuff that just gets my brain going. I don't know what, Calvin, I got to meet you one day, man, because you've done this to me about 5 or 6 times. But I love you. He's not a hater though. He's not doing it on purpose. He's just a smart man. And so he said for the culture. And I was like, yeah, for the culture. No, that ain't the culture. This is not the culture. Oh! So I get really triggered. I ain't gonna lie. When I hear people say for the culture, when I watch the BET Awards, and they're like, this is the culture. And then they'll show some pregnant lady with 85 tattoos twerking, and they'll be like, this is the culture. They'll show some black man smoking a blunt with a liquor bottle in his hand. This is the culture. Then they'll show another black man shooting another black man. It's like that's not my culture. That's not even black culture. That's white culture in blackface. That's literally a minstrel show that you're feeding me. How in the hell is it that we can become so dumbed down that we will let people feed us a minstrel show and tell us that this is a culture? Nobody thinks a minstrel show is a culture. That's not culture. So anyway, let me jump in. By the way, some of you were here last night. We did a really exciting event with Cody Ransom on the truth behind Black Wall Street. Just what really happened with Black Wall Street. If you want to see the recording, let's see. You can. I put it on my YouTube channel, drboycetv.com. You can check it out there. Also, if you go to say drboyceelevate.com, you can not just sign up to come into this private Zoom, but you can also get on the email list, and I'll email it out today, where you guys can check out the recording. And he did a really great job, and it was really awesome. And what we actually agreed to do was we're gonna make a trip. We're gonna do a group trip to Tulsa. I want to make it rain on the city. I want to make it rain on Greenwood. I want us to make it rain on the Black Wall Street Liquid Lounge, which is the name of their business. And I really think that it's important that I think there's an opportunity here for us to make sure that story is told, and also to continue to push for justice to be served. In case you don't know, in that state, they're really kind of blowing it under the water, or pushing it under the rug. Mother Fletcher and others. I think Mother Fletcher's 110 years old, and she was still going to court to try to get them to pay some type of reparations. And I don't think a woman should be required to live to be 110 years old and then be dragged into court to get justice for something that was clearly done. So the Black Wall Street thing is something I'm very interested in. And if you want to join us on that trip, you can join us in the B1 Travel Club for free. Just text the word travel to 87948. I'll let you guys know when we do that trip. So just text the word travel to the number 87948, and I'll let you guys know about the trip. I got the team setting it up right now. And then in January-ish, we're going to try to do Ghana. Okay, so that's the plan right now. Keep fingers crossed House. So Tulsa, November, All Black National Convention, October 25th. That's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. So that's coming up too. And so we got plenty of things happening in the Black Business School if you want to connect to the community. And if you want to know what the community is all about, in case you're new, I like to keep it really simple. This is not about being a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if you're gay or straight. I don't care if you're male or female. I don't care if you're young or old. I don't care if you went to college or not. I don't care if you're rich or poor. None of those things matter as long as you're Black first. Black first, in my view, is very simple. It means that we want Black people to be mentally and physically healthy. We believe that Black people should have strong relationships with each other and strong family. Also, third, I want your wealth to just be on 10. Wealth is a science. I want you to be the ultimate scientist. One of the biggest ways that they control us is through our economics. They control you with money. Money is power. Economic warfare is a very real thing. Economic colonization exists. And when you're distracted, then the reason I'm doing financial consciousness training every single morning is because when you're not conscious of what they're doing to you, that's when they can do it best. An unconscious person is the perfect victim. Unconscious can mean distracted. Unconscious might mean maybe you don't have the confidence to believe that you can change things. Maybe unconscious might mean that you're just simply asleep. Unconscious means maybe you're focused on the wrong things. So a lot of times our lack of consciousness, just literally sitting there thinking like, okay, wait, we got 1.6 trillion in Black spending power every year. Where's that money going? Who are we giving the money to? We should be conscious of these things. We should be conscious of like, wait a minute, I've got a newborn baby. My newborn baby is going to be out in the world in 25 years. And they're going to need money. Somebody's going to kick him in the ass if he doesn't have enough resources. He's going to be a Black man ain't nothing. The only thing worse than being a Black man in America is to be a broke Black man in America. So I got to fix that. How do I fix that? Well, little things like basic stock market investing for that child when they're little. Don't just send them to football practice and basketball practice. He's not going to be no professional football player, or he's probably not going to the NBA, but he is going to go into this game of life. And the game of life is 10 times more serious than the NBA or the NFL ever will be. So when he goes into the game of life, just like you prepare him for a football game or a basketball game, you have to practice. You have to prepare. He needs his pads. He needs a game plan. How in the hell can you go into a game of football? How the hell do you think you're going to win a Super Bowl when you haven't even practiced? You don't have a game plan. You don't have any pads. You don't know the difference between the end zone and the bathroom. That's what I visualize when I see so many of our kids going out into the game of economic warfare, which then that white man's serious about that. He's real serious about his money, and he's real serious about that oppression thing. So how are you going to send your Black child into the game of economic warfare when they have no preparation? Seriously, how does that make any sense at all? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you follow what I'm saying? This is very logical to me. This is all very logical. And I probably sound crazy because I get frustrated about it, but maybe it's just because maybe there are things I know at 53 that I didn't think about when I was 33. But this is very logical to me. The biggest thing that you see all through the internet is lots of us re-traumatizing each other by basically telling us about how hard it is to be Black, right? All the horrible things we're going through. I went to work and my boss was racist to me. Why do you have a boss? Well, you have a boss because you have to go to work. Why do you have to go to work? Well, because nobody built you any generational wealth. Why do you have any generational wealth? Oh, because you lost that link, that connection between generational wealth. So all the hard work that your mama did working for the same white man you work for, none of that got passed down to you because nobody thought about it, right? Whereas if there was an accumulative effect, maybe if all the hard work of generation 1 pours into the hard work of generation 2, which pours into the hard work of generation 3, which pours into the hard work of generation 4 doesn't have to go to work anymore. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Again, and this does happen. My friend Nomalanga, she said, I don't have to work because my great grandfather had cows. He did the work. Right? Work is energy. Money is energy. So this energy that granddaddy put out, they conserve the energy and they pass that energy from one generation to the next. So then you have a type of momentum. Then the kids and the grandkids don't have to become slaves because somebody made a plan. Somebody prepared to ensure that the energy gets passed from one generation to the next. So this is what we believe in. And so if you're new, this is what we do. I sound extreme, I know, because I'm very passionate about this, but there's nothing extreme about anything that I'm saying. There's nothing illogical. The only thing that sounds extreme about what I'm saying is the fact that you've gotten so accustomed to people presenting Black people with stupid ideas. You've gotten so accustomed to just goofiness that when someone comes along and says, well, why don't we just save and invest our money? We'd probably have more money if we saved and invested it. And then somebody gets mad, like, wait, no, we're supposed to go buy Gucci belts and Mercedes Benzes and work for white people. What's wrong with you? You know, and this is what you deal with. This is what you see. So anyway, let me keep going. If you want to go to the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. The hotel rooms are almost gone. So if you want a discounted hotel room at the West End, you might want to go ahead and book that now because they're almost done. The team let me know yesterday, just like normal. A lot of you that came last year are showing up again. Those who are new, I guarantee you it's going to change your life. This is something I can promise you. All right. So let me give you something today that was on my mind that I thought was really interesting. It has to do with the curse of what I call the curse of social media. And basically, I was thinking about this today in terms of why Americans are why we love debt so much. When in 2006, I did a research visit with the Center for European Economic Research. I had a colleague from Germany who invited me to come and work in their lab, and I did. And so I spent the summer in Mannheim, Germany, writing research papers and studying, all different areas of finance. It's kind of cool. You get to kind of do whatever you want. So I got this little place in Germany, and I would walk to work every day, and I got to eat these Donners every day. I learned like a little German words and stuff, and it was kind of cool. Germans are interesting though. They don't smile very much. They just kind of look at you like they don't like you, but then you'll talk to them and you find out that they really do like you. They just don't. They're like, why should I smile? Smiling's a waste of time. But anyway, I enjoyed my time there. And anyway, so when I was there, one of my colleagues who was across the hall from me came over to my office and he said, "What's wrong with Americans?" He was like, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "What are you talking about? Like, what's wrong with Germans? Like, I don't even know what that means." And he said, "Well, he said, I looked at Z data, and Z data says that in Germany we make less money than you, we pay more in taxes than you do, but we save 5 times more than you do." And I didn't know that. And that was the beginning. This was way back in 06, 07, I think. 06 was when I taught in China. I think this might have been, or maybe it was the same summer. Or maybe that was 05. I think it was in Germany in 05, and then I taught in China in 06. And so that exposure to other cultures and how they kind of do things really, really had an impression on me. You'd be amazed. Like you gotta go see the world so you can see how the rest of the world lives, and then you'll realize how crazy we are in America. We kind of do some stuff in very strange ways. And so anyway, so I went down this rabbit hole of kind of looking at how Americans are really trained to spend. 70% of the economy is driven by consumer spending. I've mentioned that before. You may already know that. But let me give you some quick stats that'll kind of let you know just how much danger Americans are when it comes to spending and why you don't want to do what everybody else is doing. First of all, credit card debt's at a record high. It just in 2024 passed $1 trillion for the first time in history. Second of all, what this signals is that a lot of people are leaning on credit cards to take care of average everyday expenses. Also, the average American household carries about $101,000 in debt, including mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and other liabilities. Delinquency is higher. Nearly 6% of credit card balances were delinquent in early 2024, which is the highest rate in over a decade, which means that more people are struggling to keep up with their debt payments. The total U.S. student loan debt has exceeded $1.7 trillion, with the average borrower owing around $37,000, placing a massive financial strain on young adults. Also, auto loan debt has reached a new high. Americans now owe more than $1.5 trillion in auto loans, with the average monthly car payment being $725, making vehicle ownership increasingly unaffordable. So the average car note is $725. Now, I've talked to you all about the $5 a day investing plan, which is about $150 a month. If you want to take a look at that, this is an easy pathway for anybody that wants to have wealth in less than a generation. You'll be better off than 80-90% of all people within 10 or 15 years. Very easy to do. Feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Or you can also text the word money to the number 87948, and I'll send you some stuff like how to make money without working. So text money to 87948, and you'll get some stuff that way too. But anyway, remember, the $5 a day plan is $150 a month. And one thing I explained to you is that if a person just randomly picks stocks, like if they just randomly picked S&P 500 companies and just literally every week just invested about $35 a week or $150 a month, after about 10 years, they'd have roughly between $25,000 and $29,000. After 20 years, they'd have somewhere approaching $100,000 liquid. By 30 years, you or your child or whoever you're doing this for would have somewhere close to $250,000 or at least 200,000, 240,000 or ish, something like that. And there's no guarantees, right? Because the market can change. But this is what the data says if you go back into history. If you go back 100 years, this plan has worked consistently for anybody who did it. There's nobody who did something like this consistently who did not end up with a significant amount of wealth. Now, remember, with the average car note being $725, you're not talking about the $5 a day plan. You're talking about 5 times that amount, right? 150 times 5 is $750 a month, right? So if you process this, I want you to think about this for a minute. Where most wealth comes from is what they call an accumulation process from an annuity. All an annuity is the same payment over and over and over and over and over again. It's just like if I'm walking from here to California, I'm taking step, right? And eventually I accumulate enough steps that I've covered the whole 3,000 miles. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get that? Okay, so basically when you're talking about wealth, that's what typically how people build that wealth. Just like that idea of kind of getting the baton around the track across generations. Another idea would be like if you're running a marathon, you're just running one step after another, and every step is accumulating something. So eventually you look back and you say, wow, I ran 26 miles. So basically, here's the deal. When you're paying all those car notes and everything, you're giving that annuity to the car dealer. That's $725 a month you're giving to the car dealer. Now, imagine if you have a car note of $725 a month and you're paying your car note on time every single month, and the car dealer is taking that money and they're just tossing it into the S&P 500. Let's say they don't know anything about stocks. They don't know anything about investing. They didn't go to school for it. They just know that, okay, I'm going to take your money. This month, I'm going to take your $725 and go buy me some Tesla stock. This month, I'm going to take your $725 and go buy me some Microsoft. This month, I'm going to take the $725 and buy me a mutual fund. If they did that, then after 10 years, roughly based on history, they would have approximately just off of the money that you've given them because you made your car note payment on time every month, they would have, I want to say, what's the number? About $140,000 liquid that you gave them, and all you've got is a car that's now depreciated down to zero, right? Because what you got was an asset that drops in value the minute you drive it off the lot. Right? Cars are the absolute worst financial investment you can ever imagine. But I understand we all need a car on some level. Most of us do. Me and my wife have cars, but cars are not a good investment. So what you're getting, so your wealth is going down because you own something that's declining in value. Their wealth is going up because they own something that's going up in value. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're taking that $725 a month and they're plopping it into the S&P 500. And so after 10 years, they're good. They're, $140,000, $130,000, $140,000. That's enough money where literally if a person had that kind of money, they could literally, if they stretched it out, they wouldn't have to go to work for anybody else if they invested it properly, right? So then after 20 years, you've been making your car note payment consistently on time. So after 20 years, you've given them roughly $500,000, right? So after 20 years, so think about this. This is what's interesting. I know lots of people who drive the flyest cars on earth, like the nicest, like rolling up in something nice all the time. Always got the Cadillac, always got the Mercedes, always have the whatever. And some of these people are just flat broke. They don't have any money in their investment account. They don't have any money in their savings account. They don't have any extra streams of income, right? They're dependent on their job. They're living paycheck to paycheck. Some of them in their 40s, maybe 50s, 60s, and are educated, right? Educated people. Like this is how deep the trick goes, how deep the brainwashing goes. Even those of us who are educated still can end up in that situation, right? Because why? Well, because you went to school and you did what you were supposed to do. You got the good job, you're making the money, and you're spending the money, and nobody really talked to you extensively or really impressed upon you the importance of investing some of that money too, so you can have that annuity and build that wealth for yourself. So you think about this, right? So you've been making that car note payment consistently for 20 years. Somebody has $500,000 in their portfolio that is a massive amount of generational wealth because you gave it to them. You made a donation. You donated that money to that other person, but you didn't donate any to yourself. You didn't donate any to your kids. all you can give your kids is that old Cadillac you've been driving for the last 7 or 8 years that you've been making payments on. After 30 years, I mentioned earlier that number for the $5 day plan approaches $250,000. For a car note, if you're making that same car note payment over a 30-year period, you're talking about roughly, let me make sure I can do the math right, about $1.2 million. $1.2 million. So you, after 30 years of making your car note payments on time, you may have given someone else roughly $1 million, and then you don't have anything. And the reason you don't have anything is because you gave your money away. And this is a mindset thing. This is something that I think you might want to process. It doesn't mean you shouldn't get a car. I have cars. My wife and I, we have cars. We're gonna get another car. We got these teenagers in the house now. You know, teenagers think they grown. They think they got their own lives and stuff. So now we got a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old and who's going on 30. So we gonna have to get a couple more cars. So buying cars is not bad. And when we buy cars, my wife and I, we don't skimp. We don't buy raggedy cars. My wife likes to be comfortable. She's a little bit bougie. And so there's nothing wrong with buying the car. The thing about it is making sure that you also have some of that money allocated for that long-term wealth benefit that you need to have in place for yourselves and for your children. Do you understand? So it's not a matter of choosing one or the other. It's really a matter of making sure you do both. And what I will see is I see people that are really, really determined to get the nice car, or they're really, really determined to get the new iPhone. But when I say, hey, make sure you also invest, as well, that's like something they do in their spare time. It's like, oh, investing's optional, but driving something nice is not optional. That's what I want you to pay attention to, is that's the culture. That's the culture talking. The culture is where you may or may not feel the need to put money into your 401k, but you got to get your hair done. You got to have your hair did, right? Like I will spend my last nickel to make sure my hair looks good. Why? Well, because you're trying to, impress other people. You don't want other people to see you with your hair messed up. And I get that. I mean, but I can't, if I ain't got no hair, so I understand, but I can empathize with what you're saying, right? It makes sense. But at the same time, you can't just focus on, see, I think what the culture does to us, and I'm going back to that like BET nonsense, is it makes us focus more on looking good than actually being good. Like, you ever notice, like, when people are talking about who they're attracted to physically, you'll see where people will be physically attracted to a person who is spiritually, psychologically, and even physically unhealthy. Like, literally, you could be looking at a really handsome AIDS patient. Like, you could literally be looking at a man who is like drop dead handsome, has swag, super whatever, and women are all over him. And then he says, "Yeah, I had sex with 5,000 women in the last year," and people don't even blink an eye. They don't even think about it. And it's kind of like, to me, like are you just looking at the surface, or are you looking deeper to understand what this is, what's going on? Right. And what I'm saying is that overall, I think that superficiality, that shallowness is something that's encouraged. I think that we are encouraged to be incredibly shallow, as opposed to really thinking deeply about things, right? I don't think that deep thinking is very popular. I think that sounds boring for some people, or makes you seem like a nerd, or makes you seem uppity. I've been accused of being uppity. There was one NBA player who started doing all these videos about me, saying that I was uppity, and I was like, "Why? What makes me uppity? I don't even understand what you're talking about." Wait, because I think about stuff. Does that make me a snob now? Like, what's wrong with you, man? So I would say to you that I think that generally, that same mindset that will make you drive a Cadillac until you're broke and not have any money put aside for the future, it's the same thing that makes people choose even their partners based on what they look like, as opposed to what they're actually made of, as opposed to the substance and the content of their character, their physical and mental health, what kind of person they are, right? Or a drop dead gorgeous woman who, every man wants this woman, but a smart man sits back and says, well, what kind of woman are you? What kind of mother are you? What are you bringing into my life? And I think that this sort of thinking, that's a type of consciousness that I highly encourage. I really believe that this is what's going to help you succeed, because I think that as Black people, we're really inundated with a lot of encouragement to be as ignorant as possible. Like there are people who literally just get mad when you say, hey, let's take a step back. Let's think about this. Like, this don't make no sense. Like, like, no, you're supposed to follow the crowd. Do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to do that. I don't want to follow the crowd because the crowd is losing. I don't want to follow the crowd because the crowd is broke. The crowd is struggling. The crowd is oppressed. The crowd is in a zoo cage. Why would I follow you into a zoo cage? I'm going to run in the other direction, and I'm going to be the oddball who's running south when everybody else, when the crowd is going north, because there's no indicator, unfortunately, in what they call the culture. There's nothing that you really see in the so-called culture that gives you anything other than instant gratification. When they present the culture to you and they say, okay, if you're a woman, the culture is, city girl life, babies, mamas, just like whatever it is that they tell you the culture is, irresponsible choices, ignorance, etc. There's nothing there that says this is going to lead to a quality life. Absolutely nothing. And same thing is with the men. Same thing with the men. So I think that when you talk about culture, you really have to understand that economics is culture. In fact, in my last book, which is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about what an economic culture looks like and explain why so many of our families don't have a culture that leads to wealth building. It's no different from how the U.S. 4x1 relay team never wins because they don't have a winning culture when it comes to the relay team. A winning culture is where they do what the Japanese sprinters do. They practice year round and they make sure that they're ready. They have a winning culture. The U.S. 4x1 team has the fastest men on the planet, but they do not have a winning culture. Whatever they're doing in their relay camp, however they're picking their coaches, whatever they're doing to prepare is fundamentally wrong, and it's causing them to lose every single time. So when you're losing every time, but you have the potential to win, because we do have the potential to win. We have 1.6 trillion in income. We should be winning. We have more wealth than most countries on the planet. Do you know that 97% of all countries don't have a GDP that matches the income level of the African American community? Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all knew that if you were to stack up all the countries on the planet and look at how much income they have and compare it to what African Americans have, we will blow them out of the water. We got more income than like Spain and Russia and Ecuador and Colombia and all these nations, these nations, these, think about this. We sit around and we say, well, we can't own a sports league. We don't have enough money. We can't have our own school system because we don't have enough money, right? But you've got all these countries that have 1/10 of the income that you have, that have their own school systems. They have their own professional sports leagues. They have their own governments. They have their own manufacturing facilities. They have all kinds. I mean, seriously, it's kind of like it's a mindset. Culture and mindset are connected. In fact, if I was to rank countries by GDP, right? Let me see here. Right, rank countries by GDP. Let me pull this up. All right, let's see GDP by country. This is all I love this. This always makes me laugh when every time somebody says black people ain't getting no money, black people ain't getting no money. So let's go through the exercise. Black people, our 1.6 trillion in spending power exceeds the gross domestic product of Australia, South Korea, Mexico, Spain, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia. Those people that wear the things on their heads and they live in the desert and they got all this money that you think you ain't got. We have more income than the GDP of the Netherlands, Turkey, Switzerland, Poland, Argentina, Sweden, Norway, Belgium, Ireland, Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Nigeria, Egypt, Austria, Singapore, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Malaysia, South Africa, the Philippines, Denmark, Iran, Pakistan, Hong Kong, Colombia, Romania, Chile, the Czech Republic, Finland, Iraq, Portugal, New Zealand, Peru, Qatar, Kazakhstan, Greece, Algeria, Kuwait, Hungary, Ukraine. In fact, we have a GDP that is 10 times, we have an income that is 10 times greater than the GDP of Morocco. It is 10 times greater than the gross domestic product of Ethiopia and Slovakia. It is 15 times greater than the gross domestic product of the Dominican Republic, Kenya, Angola, Guatemala, Bulgaria, Luxembourg, Uzbekistan. I could keep going. Y'all want me to keep going? If you want me to keep going, I could, but it would take a really long time to get through this whole list, because out of approximately, I want to say, 177 countries on this list, our income is only exceeded by the GDP of 11. So out of 177 countries on this list, Black American income exceeds the gross domestic product of 166 out of 177 countries on this list. So what I kind of need you to stop doing is walking around here acting like you broke. You're not broke, you're broken. That's it. You're not broke, you're broken. And I would argue that if you simply shifted the culture and went to a culture that bred simple ideas like economic organization, a true commitment to generational wealth, long-term planning, delayed gratification as opposed to instant gratification, proactive thinking as opposed to reactive thinking, that you would be amazed at what you could pull off. You'd be amazed at what you could do. You can really do anything. Like, you really could do anything that you want to do. In fact, some of you are doing it. Some of you are doing all kinds of stuff. And what I really want to impress upon you is that shifting your mindset, healing your trauma, working on these issues that affect so many of us, that just will really go a long way, not just for you, but for the people that you care about. You know, I don't think we want to drop our kids in the same mess that we grew up in, because some of this stuff just gets really messy, and I lose patience with it. It's not fun for me. All right, so anyway, let me move on, and before we get done, I want to remind you that the Black Investors Championships are going to start on the 19th, which is in 2 days. That's where everybody gets $50,000 in play money. You can invest in the stock market simulator. We will keep the leaderboard. I'll announce the leaders each week. And after 6 weeks, whoever has the most money is the winner. One big requirement is that you have to own at least 10 different stocks, and you can't put more than 10% of your wealth in one company, because I want to measure investors, not just luck, not just, putting all your money on one stock. And so that's going to start on the 19th. If you want to join us, you can go to blackinvestorscup.com. That's blackinvestorscup.com. The winner gets the cup. It's this really big. It just got here in the mail. I'll mail it to you. And also, you get lifetime access to the Black Business School. And then there's a second and a third prize. So I'll let you guys know more about that. I don't have it in front of me, but that starts in 2 days. Also, one other thing to mention too is if you want to take a look, Aisha Verzi, who's in this class, she does some stuff with insurance. If you don't have your insurance caught up and stuff like that, feel free to go to drboyceoffers.com, and Aisha's down at the bottom. Her phone number's there. You can call her and talk to her directly. And then also, if you'd like to join my mastermind, I do have a mastermind, the Winner's Circle. You can take a look at that at Dr. Boyce Offers and apply and see if it's a fit for you. And that's it. Okay, so let me reach down and grab a couple more stats I wanted to share with you in terms of why Americans love debt, why we overspend. There's a lot of science behind this. There's a lot of psychology behind this. I talked to my wife about this a lot. This is why we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School, because I said, if you mix therapy with financial stuff and we start doing Black financial therapy, we can really drill into some of these factors that are causing our wealth to deteriorate. So the first thing is, for one of the biggest things that can cause the rise in consumer debt is instant gratification in the brain's reward system. So the brain's reward system is activated by immediate gratification. Immediate gratification is heavily pushed in our society, which leads you to basically push for short-term pleasure over long-term financial stability. This behavior results in impulsive spending and increased use of debt and credit. The biggest examples I can think of are like, when you give an 18-year-old a credit card. When I got my credit card, did anybody get those credit cards when you were a freshman in college? I did, and I loved it because it was free money in my mind. I didn't even fathom paying the money back at the time. I just thought like, oh, wow, I've got this thing where if I swipe it, I can have everything I want right now. That's really, really bad when you're young, but a lot of us still stay in that trap as we get older. Also, there's something called lifestyle inflation and social comparison. So research shows that as incomes rise, people tend to increase their spending to kind of basically match or surpass their peers. So this is what they call lifestyle inflation. It is driven by social comparison, right? So this is why social media is so dangerous. There's a big curse, in my view, when it comes to Instagram and people doing their Instagram flexing and really showing their seemingly perfect life. Because one of the things I noticed about Instagram that a lot of people don't think about is a lot of the people on Instagram that are the biggest influencers, some of them are just flat out criminals. Some of them literally are flat out criminals. Some of them are showing you expensive stuff like you're 25 and you're driving a Lamborghini, Sometimes it's because you're a drug dealer. And I think that is so unfortunate, because you'll have a 25-year-old who's doing it the right way, who's like in graduate school or who's working hard every day, who will literally look at that and say, gosh, I'm 25. I don't have a Lamborghini. Girls don't like me. I'm not, I'm a nobody. And that just sucks, because that'll distract you from making long-term investments in your life that'll get you to where you need to go to. I don't know how I would have felt when I was 25 and broke and I could barely pay the rent if I saw other 25-year-olds driving $100,000 cars. But I can just tell you, there are people on the internet who literally are bona fide, like went to prison criminals. Not to say that second chances don't happen and that, people don't reform, but some people haven't reformed. They just found a new place to scam people, right? So basically, I think that the social media should be done with a grain of salt. I think if you find yourself feeling jealous or anxious over what you're seeing online on social media, you might want to throttle that down or unfollow people that really get under your skin. If something really makes you mad, just hit the unfollow button. That's okay. Also, there's a FOMO, which is connected to consumer behavior. Studies show that the fear of missing out can cause a lot of financial anxiety. My wife did a whole workbook on financial anxiety. If you want to take a look at it, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. That's where my books are as well. And basically, it can trigger a lot of anxiety and cause you to make purchases that you might not consider otherwise. And credit cards allow you to do that, which can get you into debt and have you in the middle of financial problems. There's also something called optimism bias, where people they underestimate the amount of risk that they are incurring when they take on this debt. And I remember, I'll never forget, there's this guy that I just respect him. I like him a lot. His name's 19 Keys. And I was on a panel with 19 Keys, and it was our first time meeting each other. And I heard he was debating another guy about debt, the use of debt. And the guy he was debating was a brother that was from Georgia, and he was more like conservative Southern black man, sturdy guy. I feel like people from the South are very sturdy in certain ways. Not everybody, but they can be. And he basically didn't believe in taking on a lot of debt. He was more in the Dave Ramsey camp of feeling like debt is not so good, and I don't want to owe nobody nothing. And I got it. I heard it. To me, I just saw it as a preference, not so much as right or wrong, just like, okay, that's your style. And I remember 19 Keys said that that something like it seemed like he felt like you should take on debt and that you should leverage as much as possible and go acquire real estate and everything else. And I listened to these guys go back and forth for a minute. And this was I think, before the pandemic and before interest rates started to really rise. And at that time, I can understand why he might have felt that way, because at that time, debt was really cheap. Interest rates were extremely low. And that was the play. People would go borrow a bunch of money at super low interest rates, invest the money, and make money, because they're making the difference between what they're paying in interest and what they're receiving in income. That worked. It works when it works. It works when it works. But what happens, though, is that periods like this, which tend to cause economic booms because everybody's investing, it's like, okay, I'm going to borrow at a low rate and I'm going to go make this money. Well, these booms eventually bust. And when they bust hard. And when they bust, it's messy. It's a slaughterhouse. It's pretty much what you saw, like during the pandemic and when the economy started going left and inflation started getting out of control. And then the Fed came in and hiked interest rates, and a lot of people that were in those deals got killed. So my point was not to say that either one of them were right or wrong. It was to say that there's no one way to kind of look at that. One of the risks of investing that people forget is that things can go bad. And if you haven't thought about that, if you haven't processed that, then you're probably biased in the other direction. The big problem for the Black community, though, unfortunately, is that we are a little too conservative. We're a little too negative. We're a little too pessimistic because we live in fear. Traumatized people live in fear. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Traumatized people are always looking around every corner. They're scared of everything. They're scared to go to the grocery store. They're scared to take a trip. They're scared to leave their mama's house. They're scared to quit the job. Scared of everything. Well, a lot of that's because you've been traumatized, because you are a former slave. And trauma, shout out to Cody Ransom, who talked about epigenetics and generational transfer of trauma through your DNA. I think that there's something to that, because we just sometimes just are scared all the time. And here's the thing about wealth. Scared money does not make money. You are not going to get wealthy if you are always afraid. If you're always scared, you're not only are you not going to get wealthy, but almost every blessing that you ever are supposed to get is going to pass right by you because you're scared to go outside and get it. Scared people do not do well in relationships because they're too scared to even go out on a date. Or if they go on a date and one thing goes wrong, they run. They're too scared of something bad happening. And so the reason therapy is so valuable for anybody that wants to build wealth is because therapy helps you process the bad things that happen to you so you don't use that as an excuse for you to go back in a hole and be scared of the world for the rest of your life. See, what a good therapist can help you do, among other things, my wife is one, shout out to the therapist, is they can help you say, gosh, I made that investment, I took a chance, and I got killed. I lost $50,000, but I'm going to try again because I believe that if I keep going, good things are eventually going to happen, right? And you can kind of work through that without it becoming trauma. Like one thing my wife taught me, you should shout out, you should really marry a smart Black woman who can teach you things. There's a benefit to that. So one thing I remember her explaining to me is that not every bad thing that happens to you has to turn into trauma. What makes it traumatic is when it happens and you don't process it in the right way or you don't process it at all. Like when you're little and something happens and it hurts your feelings. And because I'm thinking about my own life and little things that traumatized me when I was a kid. And the hardest part was that I didn't have anybody to talk to about it. And I didn't have anybody to help me put it into proper context. So maybe the way to kind of look at the trauma is to say, okay, this is what happened. It shouldn't have happened to me. Maybe this is a different way to approach that situation. Instead, you walk away with like these illogical conclusions, like this is why I'll never eat Fruit Loops again. Right, because Fruit Loops, I had Fruit Loops on the day my father died, and Fruit Loops are the reason that he's not here anymore. Just whatever. It'll be something goofy that a kid will come up with, as opposed to something that would be the product of a more mature response. So here's the thing. If you invest in life, not just in money, I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about the things that are more important than money, like just taking chances, like, forming relationships with other people and things like that. When you make investments, bad things are definitely going to happen to you. When you put yourself out there, sometimes you're going to have a bad day. And what I think, the reason I believe every person who wants to improve themselves should consider therapeutic support is that if you learn how to process it properly, then that's what helps keep you going. Bad things happen to me all the time. I make investments, they go bad. I get traumatized sometimes, or I have friendships that go left and bad, and it makes me feel really bad. Or maybe I do my best at something and it just doesn't work out. And it's that conversation I have with myself, the conversation I have with my wife, the conversation I have with the therapist that helps me kind of figure out like how to keep moving forward. That's what I just noticed, that because the thing is that there's no state of the world where you're always winning. Most people who are winners, I think I might be a winner. I don't know. I think I'm trying to be. But the thing about people that are winners is that I don't think winners feel like winners all the time. They just know how to keep moving when they're losing. Do you understand? I hope that's helpful to somebody. I'm just thinking about this out loud. But that's what it really is. So if you want to be a winner, don't even fantasize about this false idea that you're going to be winning all the time. You're not. You might even end up losing a lot, losing more than you win. But what happens is that you stack up all these little wins. You lose, win, lose, win, lose, win. And every time you get a win, that's another medal on your neck, another trophy on your shelf. And all people do is they count your trophies. They don't really look at all the times you lost or all the times you tried or all the times you learned, because that learning process is the growth sequence that is required for you to get to the level where you are worthy of being a winner. You're not going to be worthy the first time you try. So just keep trying and find a way to get through that without wanting to go jump off a building or give up forever, because giving up is where you just kind of kill all possibility, and that's not fun. You can't ever build wealth by not trying or not investing. You always have to invest. Okay. So let's keep going. Last thing here that they mentioned in terms of why people pick up so much debt is emotional spending and financial stress. A lot of research shows that that spending can be a coping mechanism for stress or unhappiness, which can lead to a lot of debt. During periods of economic uncertainty, individuals may engage in retail therapy using credit to alleviate negative emotions, thereby exacerbating their financial problems. So emotional spending is something that's always been there. Financial stress is something that's very real. I would argue that if your goal is to minimize your financial stress and the financial stress of your children and grandchildren and people you care about, investing can kind of help with that, because then you have that buffer, which allows you to engage in what in economics we call that smoothing. Smoothing is where you're in a situation where even if bad things happen, you're still going to be okay, because when the times are good, you're preparing for when the times are going to be bad, and so you're not kind of going from boom to bust, right? Those who live paycheck to paycheck, that's what happens. Either things are good or they're just absolutely terrible. And so you invest and have those multiple streams of income so you can have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, and a plan E. You don't just want to rely on plan A because plan A may not go the way you want it to. All right. So anyway, I'm done for today. We're gonna finish up now. If you want to get notified when we meet for Money in the Morning tomorrow, we meet every day, 7 days a week. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Second of all, if you want to join the B1 Travel Club and go with us when we go to Black Wall Street and go to Ghana and all that stuff, feel free to text the word travel to 87948. So everything, that number 87948 is kind of everywhere. Depends on what you want to do, because the Black Business School, we have a lot of stuff for you, and we're actually building our team. We're growing the team. So I'm super excited about stuff we have going on in the future. And then last but not least, I do have a podcast on Spotify. I have a couple. One is called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, and the other one is called Dr. Boyce Daily, where I kind of do stock market updates and stuff like that. So feel free to look up my name, Boyce Watkins, on Spotify if you want to check it out there. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. And I need y'all, right? Because I'm a weirdo. I know I'm a weirdo, and I know that most people in the world are not going to understand me, but I don't care if they understand me or not, because I know you guys get where I'm coming from. I'm just looking for a few good men and a few good women. I don't need everybody, right? My goal is not to build bridges with ignorance. I'm not trying to fit into nonsense. I'm not trying to be part of a losing culture. I'm just looking for a few people that get it. And so I know that sometimes that might mean you're in the minority, but that's okay. I'm willing to go on the hill and die by myself, if that's what I got to do, as long as we're doing something meaningful before we die, because time is short. Time is short. Time is short. We must leave our mark in this generation. We must not just study Black history. We get to make Black history. And I believe that that's what we're doing right now. So God bless you guys. Have a great day. I will see you all tomorrow morning, and I'll